Okay, trying to set up the capture. Oh. Oh, that's crazy. It doesn't like capture. Okay, it doesn't like game capture, duly noted. What the fuck? Add display capture. Okay, let's try that. Okay, duly noted. Dark Souls 2 Vanilla does not like. It does not like game capture. Holy shit. Okay. Encoding overloaded. Well, that was quick. Oh my god. Okay, there we go. Let's get that. Is my chat correctly set up? I don't think so. Because it doesn't seem like it was adding the chats that I saw. Huh. That's weird. Streamer bot. What are we doing? I guess I don't mind popping out the chat if I have to. Weird. Hey, there's my YouTube. Look at that. I'll put that on the other screen. Okay. Technical difficulties, peeps. Technical difficulties. Well, I'm already live, so. Yeah, okay. Nice. Verify it's you. Oh, YouTube. No. YouTube. Now? Now you're gonna verify if it's on me? Oh my god. What the fuck? What the fuck is going on? Am I being hacked? Open the Google Photos app on your phone. Oh my good god. Google, you're killing me. Okay, yes, that is me. 56. Sheesh. Okay, sorry guys. Apparently YouTube is freaking the fuck out. It is wigging out officially. So let's pop out. Let's pop out chat. I see those secret folders on the desktop. Shit. Oh, what's up, Dr. Dude? What's up, Abyss? Sorry for the random ass shit that is happening with StreamerBot has just decided that it's not going to work. So that's nifty. It really isn't streaming.
Otherwise, they're going to know every...
Oh my good god, autoplay. Fucking hell. Okay. Stream manager, Jesus Christ. And then I'll pop out that chat as well. Oh my god, I will just do it manually, you know? Yeah, YouTube being YouTube. I gotta say, I don't love YouTube streaming as far as like how it functions. I don't like it. Otherwise, gonna know what? I'm at the edge of my seat. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, we will never know. Okay, so I got my stream. Spetsnaz, what's up? What's up, big dog? Also, everyone go follow Dr. Dupe. He's a challenge runner. And he plays games on saxophone. And it's crazy. I genuinely, like, no-hit runs on saxophone. It's unbelievable. I can't do no-hit runs normally. So to do it on saxophone, unbelievable. Also, Dr. Dude, if you're still here, you can totally post your links to anything, because Dr. Dude's awesome. Okay. I think now that I have the chat. Okay, Dark Souls 2. We are up. Okay. As the brother, it is your duty to find out what is inside those folders. Those are just memes. That's my meme folder. There's one folder if they announce a Bloodborne remaster, and there's another folder if they don't. Or maybe I just jump off a bridge if they don't. I don't know. In a game, not in real life, of course. Yeah, he does not want to know. What's up, Mac Shack? Okay, let me know about game volume and all that to make sure it's good. Probably have to turn down the in-game volume. Yeah, I think it's a little loud. Oh, I didn't have my controller turned on. Okay. Oh, I didn't want to retrieve information. That's my bad. Wait, did they not have the settings on the main menu of Dark Souls 2 Vanilla? Just video? What the fuck? A little loud. Okay, got it. I apparently can't change that until I get in game, so that's fucking weird. I mean, I can change it on OBS, but I tend to prefer to just change it in game.
You've seen it.
Okay, fuck it.
Maybe in a dream. A murky, forgotten land.
Okay, actually, if I tab out, I'll fuck up the game, so it's an old game, don't worry about it. Also, we're gonna watch this because it's fucking awesome. We all haven't seen the intro cutscene for Dark Souls 2.
A place where souls may mend your ailing mind. You will lose everything. Once branded. The symbol of the curse.
Okay, while this is playing, I gotta get my water.
An augur of darkness. Your past, your future, your very light. None will have meaning, and you won't even care. By then, you'll be something other than human. A thing that feeds on souls, a hollow. Long ago, in a walled-off land far to the north, a great king built a great kingdom. I believe they called it Drang Lake. Perhaps you're familiar. No, how could you be? But one day, you will stand before its decrepit gate without really knowing why. Drawn to a flame. Your wings will burn in anguish. Time after time. For that is your fate. The fate of the cursed.
Okay, that was sick as hell. Now I can turn down the volume, I think. As for if OG Dark Souls 2 is better than Scholar, I barely give the edge to Scholar. It did make Dragon Eerie a lot better. I think Heide's Tower of Flame is slightly better in Scholar, IMO. So I technically give the edge to Scholar, just barely. But I remember playing OG Dark Souls 2 for the first time last year, and I was surprised by, like, I don't know, I guess I expected it to be really fucking bad. And it wasn't. I was just like, oh shit, okay, this is fine. It was actually good enough that I was like, I don't actually know why they decided to make Scholar. Like, I don't know, I felt like vanilla was good enough that you didn't have to do that. Also, I do have my mod installed that upgrades the textures. You'll see there's shadow casting on these blades of grass. Slight modded, but you know, other than that, not a whole lot. I think the game actually aged pretty well. But there are areas in vanilla that I think are slightly better, and there's areas in Scholar I think are slightly better. So it's kind of a mixed bag. I love this texture, by the way. This texture is so fucking cool. I'm such a nerd, but I love it. This is also, so this texture here with the red thing, the little red whatever the fuck you see down there, it also has a Heineken bottle in it. But I believe they have it set up to where the Heineken, oh nope, there's the Heineken bottle. Can everyone see the Heineken bottle? I believe they bought this texture from some source, some texture website or something. All the homies love the Heineken bottle. Alright. I don't even know what kind of character I'm gonna play, to be honest. Do I continue to do my... You gonna need that bottle for later? Hell yeah. Yeah, luckily I am well versed in Dark Souls 2's quirks. I think I'm set up well. I'm gonna crush it. We're gonna do it live. Alright. Oh yeah, see this one has a shadow casting point light now underneath this light where it didn't before. I ported over a lot of them from the Scholar mod, the Scholar of the Second Sin mod. So that's why you'll see some of the shadow casting. Who's been littering and things betwixt? A real bastard, that's who. Alright, let's make our character. Oh, I love this game. It's so cozy.
What seems to be the ruckus?
Oh my, your face. The face of the curse. It's an undead.
Actually, it might be these ladies that are littering.
An undead.
Because really, they're just going to roast me for 5 minutes.
They all end up here. All the ones like
Yeah.
You spoke to that kind old dear.
Okay, desktop audio is still kind of loud. It's weird. Okay, might have to alt-tab. Look at that. From soft serve. That is my name.
At least
Okay, let's see if this fucks up the game.
own name. Here's your reward for sharing.
I think this game is just loud as fuck.
Take a closer look.
Okay.
Who do you think it's supposed to be?
Yeah, I also have reshade on for anti-aliasing. What's up, Zaid?
into your past.
Zaid? Did a lot right. It's really more punishing than the first game.
It's an effigy
Yes.
of you.
Yeah, I've played Dark Souls 2 like 20, 25 times. I don't even know at this point. A lot of people didn't understand the context that it was made in. It was made after Dark Souls 1, obviously, no shit. But they were trying to one-up the difficulty of Dark Souls 1. So it was designed to punish Dark Souls 1 players. And so a lot of people found that really annoying when they didn't see that context. I mean, it still could be annoying even with the context, but I don't think they understood that, you know, people running past every enemy, hopping into a fog wall with, you know, not even engaging the enemies. Dark Souls 2 was like, no, we're going to make you engage with the enemies. Their leash distance is going to be a lot longer. They're also going to all attack you at once, so you're going to get jumped. Instead of where in Dark Souls 1, they were a little bit more intelligent, where they would attack you, one would stand behind. They had like a ticket system, presumably, where they would like attack, and then if there was a ticket available, the other person would attack. And so Dark Souls 2 is more just like, you're going to get fucked. And you're going to get raw dogged. I probably want a power stance, right? Because it's Dark Souls 2, right? You got a power stance. That's what all the cool people are doing. The Wanderer set is pretty sweet. My favorite is the Elite Knight set, which is such a basic thing because it was in Dark Souls 1. Obviously the best Dark Souls 2 set is the Faram set. Easy peasy. Do like a fire infusion thing. You know, it's crazy. I've never done... I don't know. I don't fuck with the magic classes in any Souls game. Even Elden Ring, something about it, I just don't like it. There's something just really, ugh. Although I kind of want to parry. Ooh, this is tough. I mean, realistically, the starting class doesn't matter as much as... high HP and adaptability. Okay, we're going Knight. Yeah, I gotta level my ADP. Oof. Oof. Life Ring is the basic bitch option. I will not choose that. Healing Wares. Yeah, you just end up eating that. Petrified, you can turn it into the birds. Healing Wares, okay. Oh, I didn't even mess with my body yet. I am jacked out of my fucking mind. Okay, and I'm gonna be the big head guy. Why they have a specific preset just for big head, I don't know. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna be a baddie. I'm gonna be a ripped baddie. With a big head. Okay. Okay, the hair, no, we gotta change this. Ooh, I've actually never used that hairstyle. I remember my first death in Dark Souls 2. I made it all the way to the trap chest in Forest of the Giants and died to the trap. Oof. I've seen adaptability memes, yes. Adaptability is definitely one that I'm not a huge fan of. I think they were trying to mix it up, and like, it does give you more freedom. Oh yeah, so adaptability is what controls, among other things, but the main thing is it controls your iframes. So the higher your ADP stat is, it controls your agility stat, which is AGL. And the higher your agility stat is, the more iframes you'll have on a roll. Now that's also modified normally by your equip load. So if you have light load, medium load, in Dark Souls 2, they, instead of just light, medium, and heavy roll or whatever, they actually have a very gradual curve of like every 5 to 10%. Is a slightly different roll. It's only above 70% that you fat roll, and you'll actually notice it. Dark Souls 3 continued this, and it has a gradual curve, where it's not just a cutoff between 3 different rolls. And so you still have different iframes depending upon that, but that is overall controlled by your ADP. And so once you get to about 100 agility, which is like, I think I want to say it's like 25 adaptability stat, you then have DS1 level iframes. And once you're there, I stop leveling it. DS3 technically has slightly more iframes than DS1. So if you want to go a little bit more and closer to DS3, you can level your adaptability higher. The higher your adaptability, you also can use your flask quicker. It does also control that. But realistically, I just level it to get the iframes, and then I fuck off. Okay, we're not going to spend a lot in character creation, because realistically I'll have a helm on. My first death was straight up to the stinky orc dude in Things Betwixt. Wait, oh, big guy? Yes. Yeah, ADP equals roll. That is the much quicker, less yappy version of it. Yeah, it's not a popular stat. It's not one I like, but I basically level it because Dark Souls 2 functions very much like Elden Ring in that they give you a lot of levels. You can dump a shitload of levels into things. So I just basically... Oh yeah, okay. So here's the other big difference of vanilla. Vanilla gives you the DLC keys right off the bat. It just goes, we're going to barf them on you. And now you have the DLC keys. It's kind of weird, but... ADP never really bothered me. You get so many souls. Yeah, I mean, I think that was my problem with it, is that I would just dump a shitload of stuff into it, and then I would be done with it, so I'm like, well, then what's the point? I think that was more my problem of like, well, then why am I even doing it? Like, I'm just dumping like 15, 20 levels into it, and then I go level my other shit. To where, like, you could have just not had that, and I could have just been leveling other stuff. But then they'd have to reduce the number of levels that you get. But I don't know. It's one where I just didn't... It didn't seem terribly useful for me. Yeah, it was a little pointless. Where I'm like, okay, I feel like you're kind of adding stuff to add stuff. But the one thing they added that I adore, and I didn't at the beginning, but I love the torch mechanic. It's probably one of my favorite things in Dark Souls 2. And I think it's such a fucking shame that Dark Souls 3 just had a regular ass torch. Oh, also, the PC release, just like Scholar, you have to hit a key on keyboard. Because I'm playing on controller. But you have to hit a key on keyboard to stop the auto attack or auto block like this. Yeah, you have to hit M. It's fucking weird. So that ruined my torch. We definitely need DS2 Remake on Demon Souls Remake Engine. I mean, I think there's a lot of problems with that, in that Dark Souls 2 is only a product of its incredibly difficult development. So there's not even a vision of like what it originally was supposed to be, which was more open world. So like, that's not even like... So if they just wanted to one-to-one remake the game that we got and have better graphics, yeah, I guess. I don't know. I'm kind of okay with them not doing it. Also, unfortunately, Blue Point is owned by Sony. The Dark Souls IP is owned by Bandai Namco. So that's just not going to happen. If they were going to remake it or remaster it, it would be somebody else who would have to do it. And I don't even know who that studio would be. The other person would be like Nixus, but they're also owned by Sony. So even if Sony does buy From Software, which looks pretty likely at this moment, unfortunately, they will not own the Dark Souls IP, because From Software does not own this IP. They do own the Elden Ring IP, though. They actually bought that back from Bandai Namco, I think last year. DS3 remaster, those are the rumors. I personally don't think it needs a remaster, but I won't complain if they do. That's fucking fine. I am weirded out by the people that are like, oh my god, it's gonna ruin the game. I can't believe they're fucking doing that. I'm like, I mean, okay. It's not gonna hurt anybody. Does Dark Souls 2 have something to do with Thanksgiving? Not sure who you choose to play it, but I kind of feel like DS2 is cozy like Thanksgiving. Yeah, I would agree with that. I find Dark Souls 2 very cozy, and I love how varied the areas are. It reminds me more of Dark Souls 1 in that way, versus like Dark Souls 3 is very similar looking for most of the game. Dark Souls 2 is incredibly varied, and part of that is because of the incredibly difficult development. That they had all these areas, but they didn't really have them tied together, and so they had to rush to finish the game, so they just ended up sewing together all these disparate areas that didn't have anything to do with each other. So, also look at these torch shadows. They're so sick. Like, honestly, Dark Souls 3 didn't even have this level of shadow casting. Like, the torch in Dark Souls 3 doesn't cast shadows on anything. So it was a bit of a step back in that way. But it's also because the rest of the game looks better, so... I'd love to see all the OG Souls games remade to Demon Souls standards. Yeah, I think the one that is the best candidate for a remake is Dark Souls 1. Not that it needs it, of course, but I think it is the most loved out of the three in terms of, like, in the fan base. I think you have the most agreement that Dark Souls 1 is pretty good, and obviously it solidified the formula, despite Demon Souls obviously being the start. We'll see if they do anything for that. I don't know. I think they're fine as is, but I certainly won't complain if they ever were to remake them or something, because, well, that's just more for me to mod, and it's not going to ruin the other games. The one stipulation I have is they need to keep the other versions available for purchase. Do not repeat the Prepare to Die fiasco. Don't delist shit. If anything, they should just give you the original game with the remaster. Oh, so here's a change in vanilla, or a scholar change, actually. So this used to have a statue in it, or did have a statue in it, but vanilla does not have a gating mechanic here. So you can actually just go in here. Yeah, they could try to improve Lost Izalith. Personally, I think they probably would just remake the game as it is. Because Izalith, we have concept art of, like, the swamp that it was supposed to be, but I don't know if it's solidified enough for them to do that. The only case I'd be comfortable with them doing that is if Miyazaki came back to be like a supervisor. And if he gave them direction on what he intended it to be, then I'd be okay with it. I think if they just kind of freeball it and they come up with their own Lost Izalith expansion kind of thing, I don't know. I'm more murky on that. But then again, would it be an improvement? Probably. But I also think you should probably just remake the game as it is, right? The game that people played, not the game that people imagined. Because I think Dark Souls 1 as it is amazing. The second half, I don't love. I still think it's great, but it's not nearly as good as the first half. The first half of Dark Souls 1, up until the Anor Londo, you know, getting the Lord Vessel, like, that's God tier. I actually don't think they've really nailed it like that again, personally. I think the first half is just so fucking good, and how it's interconnected. Like, I think Bloodborne comes the closest, but oh my god, like, look at this. Are you kidding me right now? Ugh. Timeless. Like, look at this. This is beautiful enough for me that, like, I don't need a remake. I don't think it needs one. Like, obviously you could add more trees in the distance, and there's a lot of things you can do, but I don't know. Majula will always have my heart. It's just, I think it's one of the most, I think it's the best hub worlds that has ever been created. One of the best areas in a game, hub world or not. I think it's just an unbelievable matching of, like, artistic talent and direction. And the music, like, come on. I also didn't realize that Yuka Kitamura was the one who did a lot of the music on Dark Souls 2, which makes sense. She's the GOAT. Truly the GOAT. Let's check on Salden. What's his ass up to? He's very depressed. I know that. We got Heide off in the distance, which doesn't make any sense, but don't worry about it. Is if DS3 remake happens. So I believe it's a remaster that is being rumored. I'm not really sure what the point would be. Yeah, we praise Yuka Kitamura in this household. It wouldn't honor the art direction, but can they make the dragons less gross? And could they add the ER jump? I think the problem, yeah, they couldn't add the ER jump because that is a very gameplay specific thing that you'd have to alter a lot of the... I think you'd have to alter a lot of the geometry and collisions to work with that, maybe? I don't know. Maybe they can find, like, a middle ground, but... I don't think there's a good point to remastering Dark Souls 3. And I say this as someone who has added dynamic shadows, better mesh LODs, and, added more point lights and shadow casting, and like, there are easy wins. Like, obviously you could put better anti-aliasing, you know, a good TAA. And I don't know. I mean, you could, and I you know, I'd pay for it. I would. I also don't have like a huge connection to the art direction of Dark Souls 3. It's my least favorite out of the trilogy to replay. I just don't like being in that world, really. Any updates on DSRR? Yeah, no updates recently. I've been kind of lost in the sauce of Bloodborne, more or less. I will get back to DSRR for sure. I wonder if it'll probably be a point when I finish what I can in Bloodborne, but I have to wait for emulator updates, and so then I'll probably pop back to DSRR. It's such a different modding experience that it's hard. Oh, Dark Souls Remastered, Spetsnaz. That's the main mod I'm known for, I think. It's also the one I'm the most proud of. The amount of work I've spent on Dark Souls Remastered is unbelievable. Highly recommend trying it out. It was a lot of work. What's up, Salden? Are you gonna give me anything? But yeah, it's such a different modding experience and how it functions and the file structure, and so I have to like get my mind back into it, and it's hard to switch between those, even though I have. This guy has so much dialogue. Okay, what's the back of this say? Doesn't it say warned beyond recognition? The front should say how many people have died. Oh my god, what is that number? So that'd be 405 million? Yeah, I mean, look at this. This holds up. And we're talking about, this is the vanilla version. This isn't even Scholar, which, to be fair, Scholar didn't like massively change anything. The reason why Scholar is the one that gets modded is because the Scholar version on PC is DirectX 11, and this is DirectX 9. So really, everyone moved over to DirectX 11 and Scholar for modding because that was the most current version, and it makes sense, and it's better with memory handling. Now, I am running this game on Vulkan, and not DirectX 9. I'm using DXVK. It runs perfectly fine on DirectX 9, but I figured I'd run it on Vulkan just for... It runs slightly better, but really, well, the main reason I run it on Vulkan, actually, is for reshade, because reshade on DirectX 9 runs out of memory really quickly. The only DS modding I've ever done is change the UI textures. Oh, yeah. Wrong DDS type. Yeah, so for Dark Souls 1, pretty much almost everything, especially if you're doing Dark Souls Remastered, of course, it should be... I would assume the UI textures are probably BC7 compression, if I had to bet, because they have transparency. So Dark Souls Remastered, they changed it to where any transparency texture was BC7, so they at least did update it to that. But they left every other, like the albedo textures for the game world and everything, they left them BC1 for the most part, which it sucks, because it's totally like an example of where they could have updated the texture compression, but probably, you know, it seems like there's no access to, there were no source textures.
Hello there.
Yeah, that's true. There is a difference between the Majula, between the two versions. I prefer the vanilla version a little bit. I think both are totally fine, but yeah, this is more sunset. It's so cozy. I literally sometimes have put on videos that are like an hour-long Majula time-lapse kind of thing, and you just, it's meditative. Riot, love this game? Absolutely, same here. I love Dark Souls 2 so much. It's so quirky and so fucking weird. Oh, Heide's also looks different. That's true. Should we go over that way first? Because I don't like... I think I overall prefer Heide's Tower of Flame, or Heide's Tower. I think Heide. I don't know. I prefer it in Scholar, as I do actually think the dragon was kind of cool to add. In Vanilla, they just had like a big guy. There's just a big guy that was standing over there. It felt kind of like unfinished a little bit. And I was like, yeah, alright. I usually started my playthrough with Heide. Okay. Yeah, sometimes I'll go Forest of the Fallen Giants, but oh, also, fun fact, if you look at the texture down here, this lower texture, that's actually from Dark Souls 1. Fun fact. It's kind of too easy in vanilla. Yeah, vanilla has some occurrences where it was either too easy or too hard. And so I get why they, in some cases, I get why they did Scholar, but there were plenty of cases where I'm like, yeah, I mean, I don't think you needed to do Scholar. Yeah, the Heide Knights, that's true. That's true. The Heide Knights are like some of the most difficult enemies for me. Specifically the spear guys. The spear guys are fucking nuts. They're insane. Ooh, okay, Soul of a Lost Undead. Nice, thank you. Alright, let's go check it out. Missed a chest behind you? Wait, there's a chest? Really? Am I high? Are we sure about that? Let me open it up again. Huh. Oh yeah, is it the chest like right away? I thought it was on the way to Forest of the Fallen Giants that there was a chest. Then again, I'm not as well versed in vanilla. I've played through vanilla one time last year, so I don't remember. Oh, you're right. Good call. Thank you. Thank you, Spetsnaz. See, that's the backseating that I like. I don't even know if I would call that backseating. That's just like a helpful tip. That's nice. I like that. I appreciate you. I didn't even look what I got. Your video showing parallax on DS3 was awesome. I absolutely love Palm. Yeah, parallax occlusion mapping. I'm such a fucking hoe for it. And I find it endlessly fascinating how FromSoft doesn't really like it. They use it very seldomly. They didn't use it in Dark Souls 1 at all. Dark Souls Remastered added some, but that was not FromSoft who did it. Bloodborne uses it like on a couple surfaces. Dark Souls 3 uses it on a couple surfaces, but that's it. Elden Ring, I have not found any instance of it yet. Is there any way to officially get this version of the game instead of buying a physical copy? Actually, you are in luck. This version of the game is on Steam. They still sell this, and the servers are still active. God bless. They shut down the vanilla servers on PS3 and 360, but they did not shut them down on PC. Oh yeah, so there's no Heide Knight sitting here. Interesting. Yeah, Heide's Tower Flame looks a little bit different. It's a little more sunset. But yeah, you can buy this on Steam. It doesn't go on sale very often, that's the only problem. I had to pay like $60 for this. Yeah, this is the only version of vanilla that... Oh, fuck my ass. Okay, dude, you're so cooked. You don't even know it yet? Oh yeah, I do enough damage. I got the strafing strat, dog. Oh, I thought that was gonna hit me. Oh my god, hey, there's a player! There's a player! No, surprisingly, they did not remove it from Steam. I was surprised. When I tried playing it last year, I was like, oh fuck, okay, alright. I thought they would have delisted it, like Prepare to Die Edition got delisted. But I guess Bandai sees vanilla as distinct enough, which I think is fair. It is different. It is different enough from Scholar that I think it does earn having its own release, right? And it's the original. And so I always believe in respecting that. Oh, I forgot. In vanilla, that guy drops a Sublime Bone Dust. Yeah, durability in Dark Souls 2, not great. Not great. Your weapon goes down fucking fast. Yeah, it's exactly. I remember when I first did this and I went, wait, you're gonna have that motherfucker drop a bone dust? What? Okay, I mean, fine. It just seemed weird to me. So that's another one where I'm like, did y'all just randomly pick that for a Sublime Bone Dust drop? Because that doesn't seem like where a Sublime Bone Dust should drop. Oh, fuck. I didn't even think about that. The Bonfire Ascetic? Oh, shit. That's a good call. I'll have to do that. There's another mechanic that, like, I wish they would have continued with. Because that's, like, when I think about it, the more that I've played all the different games, I think it's a shame that Dark Souls 3 didn't really add much to the formula. like, it had the Ember system, which, you know, yeah, it gave you a little bit extra health, and you could use it as, like, an extra heal. That was kind of cool. But other than that, I don't think Dark Souls 3 really, like, added a ton to the formula. Other than, like, really good bosses. Player spotted. Yeah. Oh, it's on Steam right now for $20, including the DLC. Oh, fuck yeah. Okay. Shit. Dude, I love life. Oh, I didn't even talk to my lady. So I still just have life gems. Oh, Wolnir. Ooh, that's an interesting choice. Wolnir. I have not heard that one very often. Wolnir is your favorite. I think he looks cool. I think the actual boss fight, I'm like, eh. I hit the bangles. I think that's what you call them. You hit his little jewelry, and then he dies. I think it's a cool concept. And, like, he gets dragged off into the abyss. Like, that's so sick. Actually, I feel like my iframes are pretty good. I mean, you know. Don't quote me on that. Oh, fuck. Well, I'm doing good damage, though. Check this shit out. Oh. Hey, no. Go back to your corner. Go back to your fucking corner. I don't agree to the 2v1. Yeah, back your shit up. Okay, I'm gonna go fight your friend here. Yeah, my weapon is melting very quick. Oof. I gotta get the bracing knuckle ring, but that's not until like a lot later. The good thing is I don't actually remember all the vanilla changes. So this is sort of like somewhat fresh for me. Wasn't it a different team making DS3 concurrent with Bloodborne? Yeah, exactly, because Bloodborne was its own team, and DS3 was in development at the same time. They always have overlapping. Yeah, Life Gem is a healing item, yes. That was another thing they got rid of in DS3, which is such a fucking shame because I love Life Gems. They also, so the difference between the flask in this game, of course, is that you cannot walk while you drink your Estus flask. So it's like Dark Souls 1. But the life gems, you can actually walk pretty quickly as you crunch them, and then it's a heal over time. And I love life gems. It gives you added flexibility, and Dark Souls 3 sadly got rid of that. There's just a lot that I think Dark Souls 3 just kind of didn't continue. Power stancing they got rid of. They just had weapons that were already dual wielding by default, which I guess was like a middle ground between the two. I didn't like it. Player freedom was reduced, going from one version to a game to the next, and I don't like that. You look at the credits of 3 and Bloodborne, and so many people on Bloodborne worked on 3. Yeah, because they finished Bloodborne, and then they popped on over. Oh, we got a subscriber. Sun Clausewitz just subscribed. Thank you. Very nice. You know how DOF or depth of field in Sekiro makes the transparencies look actually blurry and not? Is there any way of porting that to Elden Ring, for example? It's possible. I'd have to look. Yeah, Sony Japan Studio. That's true. I think we do forget commonly that Japan Studio was a big part of Demon's Souls and Bloodborne. So they definitely provided a shitload of assistance for those games. But yeah, From Software, yeah, they shuffle their developers a lot. And so yeah, they popped over to Dark Souls 3. Not to mention Miyazaki wasn't even the starting game director of Dark Souls 3. He came on, apparently they brought him on later, because they were like, this project is not going well. This is the easiest Souls game because of life gems. Yeah, I mean, admittedly, you can have a ton of life gems. I guess I never found it, like, completely uneven, because the life gems, at least the base ones that you could, buy unlimited of, they didn't heal fast enough that I felt like it truly made the game unbalanced. But I also feel like none of the Souls games are balanced in that way. Like, that's never been the main focus, I guess. Also, this guy is a big sword guy instead of a mace guy in Scholar. I don't know why they changed it to a mace guy, but they did. Oh, that attack always gets me. Yeah, Heide is definitely a lot easier in vanilla. Oh, they got a mimic, right? Oh no, it's not a mimic. Oh, shit. Yeah, mace guys are way harder. I agree. Fucking Green Blossom. Yeah, no Ring of Binding, sadly. Was my favorite NPC. I'd always be buying a huge staff of them. Hey, we got Trivia in the house. Everyone, if you would be so kind as to say hi to Trivia. She's fantastic and wonderful. And a friend. And modding a cohort, as it were. And she's working on Dark Souls 3 lighting engine. She's working on Sekiro mod. She's working on Dark Souls 2 lighting engine. She's working on all the cool shit. So shout out. Also, happy Thanksgiving. Happy Turkey Day. Oh yeah, Melentia as Melania. That is common. I've done that many times. So oh, thanks Ed for the $2. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Oh, fuck my ass. Okay. Fuck me in the goat ass. Okay. I can't die to Dragonrider because then I have to shut down the entire stream. I have to fucking shut down the stream. I can't lose to him. Also, this OST bangs. And they use it like 30 times in this game. For the Rune Sentinels, they use it for the dual Dragonrider fight, they use it for another one I can't remember. Once I learned you can just like strafe this bitch. Oh, do I have a shield on this character? Oh, I do. I want to parry him. I can't riposte him, but that's fine. No, bitch ass. Okay, I missed. Oh, yeah, my ADP is definitely low. I got hit on that attack. I caught it. Okay, I didn't think you would hoover to where my position was. I gotta be real with you. The game has like 13 first bosses. Yeah, I love the beginning of Dark Souls 2 is very like free-flowing. You can really just go a lot of different areas. It's great. And vanilla specifically. Scholar gated you a little bit more with like where you could go. With the fragrant branch of your shit. But vanilla did not do that. Dude, this OST fucking bangs. Oh, that shield was from the chest? Oh shit. That's right. That would make sense that it wasn't equipped by default. Okay, I want to parry again. So Bearer of the Curse mod for Scholar adds riposte for most of the bosses. Okay, I gotta shut the fuck up. I don't have my Estus Flask yet. I didn't talk to the waifu yet. Shit. Okay, but I want to parry again. Yeah, there we go. Man, I love that fucking... God, I love that song. It's just got such a good beat to it. Alright, we're jamming. We're jamming. So, I will say oh, see, they also moved the bonfire. Or, once again, I should say Scholar moved the bonfire. To, like, over here. And then also she, I believe, is farther this way in Scholar. Also, I don't trust you, lady. Ultimortal Moth. Dude, that name is great. Also, Dreamy, happy Thanksgiving. The modding regime. Yeah, that's true. Or modding regimen? No, regime. Yeah, they moved the bonfire in Seldora. Yeah, yep. Oh, dude, I can level up. So, okay, we're gonna go talk to the waifu now. It has a lot of history. Wow, it's got a good sound to it. It really rolls off the tongue. Ultimortal Moth. Ultimortal Moth. It's gonna be stuck in my head. Which is a good thing. Let's talk to waifu.
Are you?
What's up, girl?
Next monarch? Or merely a
I think I'm the next monarch.
bearer of the curse?
Yeah, it's out in the open.
I will remain,
Yep.
but take. Go up.
Give me that
keep king,
flask.
bearer
Bearer,
of the
seek,
curse,
seek lest.
for you will.
I agree. Okay, thank you. I'm gonna go hit the well, because I don't think it has an Estus shard. Was watching the trailer. Damn, the promo set looks dope. Wait, what trailer? Parade Fantasy says, Happy Thanksgiving, Black Friday, Australia time. Hell yeah. We love the Aussies in this chat. I'm an Aussie fan. My favorite reviewer is an Aussie. Oh, for DS2. Fuck yeah. Dude, the trailers are sick for DS2. Oh, it does have an Estes Flash chart. I do call them charts, by the way. Yeah, my favorite reviewer is SkillUp, who is an Aussie. And big fan. Big fan. I don't know why I have to randomly say an Australian I like, but such is life.
Seek those whose names are unutterable.
Oh, I'm in doubt already. Okay, that... Cut that. Yeah, I love SkillUp. SkillUp's great. Even if I don't agree with him, I love the way that he breaks down his thoughts.
Here, let me see it.
Yeah, it's hot and there's bugs. And also, I think my favorite Australian joke is that the spiders are so big down there that they have health bars. Okay. Yes. I will give an Estes Flask shirt. Yeah, that Phantom was specular as hell. Okay, thank you. Okay. Yes. I basically just dump all my shit into ADP right off the bat. And then I just, you know, honestly, I don't know if I'll die in this run. I think I'm too good. I think I'm too good at this game at this point, you know? Ooh, I got a Sublime Bone Dust. I gotta use that. I guess we can go back to Heide and, like, fuck up the dollar store Ornstein. Australia is the Dark Souls 2 of countries. We absolutely do have Duke's Deer Freya as some species of spider. ADP, my unbeloved. I agree. It is not one of the mechanics I like. But I basically just get it out of the way, and then I never think about it again. Because they give you so many levels in this game, so I just fucking... Which is why it's useless, and... I'm glad... I am glad they got rid of it, because... It just didn't make a lot of sense. I'm in Argentina. Oh, hell yeah. I do love that my community... I think I looked at the stats, and of course I think like 70% is like the United States, which is where I'm at, in the Midwest. But I actually do have a lot of people around the world, which I think is awesome. Oh, I did burn it. Okay. Leningrad, I'm gonna be real with you. I don't remember if the one lady has your key or not. I don't remember that, but... Now, Dragonrider, I think I'm gonna keep the boss souls for boss weapons. Just for funny. Just for funsies. Yeah, what do you got? I know you're gonna expand your shop once I have more money. I'll come back. Let's go get the chest up here. What's up, Andre? How's it going from Software? It's great, actually. I'm having a very relaxing Thanksgiving where I am doing... Ooh, we got a titty shirt. Nice. Where I'm doing nothing but playing Dark Souls 2. And for me, that's a good time. And I'm hanging out with you guys. So this is the most current patch. I don't even know what patch Vanilla Dark Souls 2 is on, but I have the current version of Vanilla Dark Souls 2. Because it's still on Steam, which surprised me last year when I went to go play it. I was like, oh shit, it's just on Steam. It's midnight and my cat stole my pillow. Oh shit, they stole your whole ass pillow. My cats just bite cables or shit in the litter box and don't cover it. That's... Oh yeah, go make tea. What tea are you making? I think right now I have some chai. Cinnamon chai? No, I think it's chai something. I think it's just chai. Should we go kill Dollar Ornstein? And I got all the versions physical for PS3 and PS4. Nice. My brother, who I live with, who also has been in the chat a little bit, he has a lot of the physical versions, which is pretty cool. Because we're going to play it on PS3 at some point. Oh, basic cheap leaf milk tea. Nice. I respect it. Also, later nerd. And this guy doesn't respawn because he gives you a Sublime Bone Dust, duly noted. I remember. Oh, did I not get the item that's over here? Oh, I did. Never mind. Is there any way to fix the dead zone movement? Yeah, there actually is a mod for Vanilla Dark Souls 2 and Scholar. I couldn't get it to work for Vanilla. I'm not entirely sure why. I think it's because I was patching it with UXM, so I couldn't get the benefit of both. But yeah, there is a dead zone sort of thing. I honestly just get used to the dead zone. Like, it's not great, but also here's the other interesting thing. So Dark Souls 2 has a box-style dead zone, where Dark Souls 1, Dark Souls 3, they have a radial dead zone. Also, I think my texture mod fucked up some of these textures, now that I'm looking at it. Whoops. But yeah, so they usually have a radial dead zone. But Elden Ring, interestingly enough, has a box-style dead zone. It's just a much better configured one. Oh, I am so fucked. Chat, this is bad. Yeah, exactly. Elden Ring has a box style. It has a better box style, I will admit. It's a much better one. This one was a much bigger, like, there just was more of a dead zone, and so Elden Ring's is like, what do they call it? Not a squircle? Maybe they do call it a squircle. It's a little better. Damn it. Oh yeah, they did another mod for Witcher. Yeah, he redid his HD texture mod for the upgraded version, which already upgraded the texture. So I'm like, damn, dog. I bet that mod is like fucking huge. Yeah, a fair fight I see. Fuck. Oh, I should put my flask on my bar. Oh, I forgot that because I picked the healing wares, I actually have all these really cool different life gems. Estus flask +1. Okay. So this is the game that teaches you to not run past all the enemies, because they actually punish you for that, which is fair. But in this case, I think it's more fun. So I'm going to get my souls back, which I think was only 2k, but at this point, I want those 2k. Okay. I'm going to lead you guys over here first. Run over here. Later, nerd. Other nerd. This area obviously is a lot easier because there's no dragon, there's no Heide Knight with a spear right here, because the spear Heide Knights are literally the worst, one of the most difficult enemies in the game for me. Like, they fuck me up. Okay. So I basically need to melt this guy fast. Okay. So now the bridge will drop. Fuck. Okay. Okay, so it takes 3 to 5 business days for me to pull that lever. I remember that. So I'm gonna run them back here. Isn't one of the sorceries that require like 50 or 60 int super broken? Oh, I would imagine. I could believe it. I don't know much about the magic in the games, admittedly. Obviously this game also has hexes that never came back in another game. Dark Souls 2 was just doing a bunch of cool stuff. And not everything worked, but at least they tried. And Dark Souls 3, I feel like, played it very safe. Which I love Dark Souls 3, don't get me wrong. Oh, the Ghost in New Londo Ruins, yeah. And I think part of the hate that Dark Souls 2 gets is that people would be like, oh my god, there's gank squads everywhere. And a lot of the time it's actually because you're just running past all the enemies and you're collecting all of them. And if you had played the game the way the game was telling you to play it, that wouldn't happen. Like, the fact that I had all those enemies on me, that was my fault. That was 100% my fault. Like, I did it wrong. I ran by all of them. But I did because it was fun. But they don't want you to play it like that. They were trying to punish people from running past all the enemies. I like how they just look at me and they go, you know what? Fuck that guy. Oh, Ring of Binding. I forgot. The Ring of Binding is over here. Interesting. All right. Oh, DS3 is great. I think DS3 has some of the best music they've ever done. I think it has some of the best boss fights they've ever done, even after Elden Ring. Yeah, I admit there are some rooms where they went, like Iron Keep is pretty fucking like not great. I do think Dark Souls 2, the crutch that they used to increase difficulty was to have a multitude of enemies. And it's not my favorite way of increasing difficulty, so I do have my criticisms of Dark Souls 2, but overall I absolutely adore it. It's one of my, I'd argue it's probably my favorite to replay, because it's just so varied and weird and quirky. And hey, we got Dollar Store Ornstein, which interestingly enough, I never noticed it until later. He is wearing the Iron Dragon Slayer armor, which actually comes back in Dark Souls 3 Ring City DLC. I hadn't pieced that together until someone had mentioned it. But yeah, this set comes back in an altered format. It's not 100% like Ornstein's, but it is the Iron Dragon Slayer set that you get later, which I thought was cool. Yeah, he's not very hard. I was very disappointed when I found him. I mean, at first I was like, oh shit, that's really cool. And then I go, oh, okay, he kind of sucks compared to his DS1 version. But the music is banging, and I think the arena looks cool. So for me, I don't know. I think it's fine. I do have an unupgraded weapon, and I am so far melting the enemies. Oh shit, my ass. Okay, I'm gonna S this after he does his next attack. He knows I want to drink. Oh fuck. It's not that. Like, come on, this track is banging. If I could do the gif of, I need to start adding like emotes and shit to my channel. I think the problem is that I'm streaming on both YouTube and Twitch, and like, I think there's an add-on for Chrome where you can like add the emotes to the YouTube streaming, where Twitch is just much better for that. And like, I don't know, Twitch I think is the better platform for streaming, but most of my people are on YouTube, so I have decided to just basically stream on both. This one is just 1-to-1 Ornstein Texan model, but desaturated. Oh shit, really? I wonder if it had anything to do with the Iron Dragon Slayer set in Dark Souls 3. Because it's like the same color scheme, right? Maybe it was just a coincidence, but I don't know. Also, I like the theory that the reason in Scholar that there's a dragon outside, and he's a dragon slayer, so your first thought is like, well, that doesn't make any fucking sense. But I like the headcanon of, in Dark Souls 3, he went to seek the Nameless King, and from the lore entries, not as an enemy. Oh, fuck my ass. And so I like the lore that, like, when he got to Dark Souls 2, and he was in this world, he had already made peace with the dragons. Right? I don't know. That's my headcanon, at least. Shit. Damn, dog, you're using that move a lot. I don't remember you using that move much. Yeah, there you go, bitch ass. I like to believe the Ornstein is a cosplayer. Yeah, I think that's the other thing I like. That's the other theory, is that it's faux Steam. It's not the real one. I kind of like that. Oh yeah, this is the guy that insults you if you don't have, I think, the stats or whatever. He kind of just fucking. I usually just kill his bitch ass. Yeah, my boy Ornstein. And also, I think the Dark Souls. Oh, okay. So here's a change that I never understood. So in the vanilla version, you actually get this sick ass helm that doesn't exist in Scholar, at least not from what I remember. The Heide Knight special helm versus the Heide Knight bucket helm that you can still like farm, right? But this helm Unless you can get it in Scholar in some way. Also, the shadows are kind of fucked up in here, but whatever. But yeah, this helm is really cool. And it's also got like a little bit of cloth physics. It might just be like fake cloth physics based on how you move. I don't know. Okay, we got 22k. Let's go down here. Oh yeah, the lighting is all fucked up in here. Oops. That's my bad. Do we got anything down here? Oh yeah, we got a bonfire. Look at that. And I think, didn't they change it to where this was a primal bonfire in Scholar? I can't remember. I guess I should just port back, but usually I kill this bitch ass because I don't like him and he's rude. Hey, can I talk to you?
Transient, this is no be gone. You.
Yeah, he's rude. Although it is the beginning of the abruptly loud orchestral track. Yeah, they did go very orchestral. I do kind of like how the Demon Souls OST was very, like, cut back. Yeah, so there's a specific bonfire. There's only like 2 different ones in Dark Souls 2. There's a primal bonfire, which is basically a bonfire that you can't warp to anywhere you want. It's usually placed after the Lord Soul bosses, where it brings you back to Majula. And it signifies the finishing of that like route in the game. You've gone down one path and you've gotten a Lord Soul. And so the primal bonfires were that. And they look different too. They're like half a sword stabbed into it, like a cut off one. So kind of weird, kind of just a weird little thing they did. I don't think they needed to do that. They could have just had regular bonfires. But I guess they were saying like, you don't need to come back to this one. I hate it when people call me a transient being. Yeah, we are pro transient being, by the way, so fuck you. Oh, I love how he's like gyrating from the... Oh shit.
This is the ultimate challenge.
Is this the ultimate challenge? You little bitch. You... Also, I like your armor. Oh, I could have been attacking him the whole time. Oh my god, I ended it on the backstab. You love to see it. Yeah, fuck you, dude. Blue Knight's Halberd, and then I can buy the armor from what's-his-face. Nice. We got more souls. I love how bouncy the jump is in Dark Souls 2. It's so bouncy. Yoink. It looks funky. It does. Yeah, the parrying in Dark Souls 2 is... I don't like that they have to, like, assume the position and then you stab them in the pelvic bowl or something. Like, I don't know. I've never been a huge fan of that. Just give me the Dark Souls 1 parry. That's all I want. I can only really successfully parry consistently in Dark Souls 1, but that's because it's too easy. But yeah, don't really like how the reverse works in this game. Not a fan. But I got used to it. I was like, eh. I don't really parry that much in Dark Souls 2. Seek souls, bear, seek less. Yes, I agree. Okay, let's get my agility up to 100, and then I fucking don't level that shit again. Okay, there you go. So now we're done. Okay, so now we have finished our ADP. Yeah, that's true. I think between Demon Souls and DS1, yeah, parrying was much easier. Okay, so now we have finished. We have officially finished. Heide's Tower of Flame. We could go to Pirate Town, or we go off to Forest of the Fallen Giants. So let's do that. Because I need to get Leningrass Key. I need to upgrade my weapons, big dog. Okay, so this I know is a Mimic in New Game Plus. Also, Dark Souls 2, shout out, has the best New Game Plus of any in the trilogy. Like, it's not even close. You know, they add new enemies, they add the Dark Souls 1 Lord Souls, spoiler alert, they drop when you kill the main Lord Soul bosses in New Game Plus. And you get all the DS1 Lord Souls. It's so cool. I love it. I love when people say Dark Souls 2 is not connected to Dark Souls 1. It's like, well, you just didn't play the game. It's not as obvious as Dark Souls 3, but obviously. But, like, you didn't play the fucking game. You did not pay attention. They are connected, so. But I actually like how they're vague about it, and they make you sort of look into the item descriptions. Also, can anyone see the mesh scene there? Come on, From Software. What are we doing? What are we doing? Alright, let's get the chest down here. Is there still a chest? Yes. I'm afraid for which one is a mimic in vanilla versus scholar. I can't remember. Ooh, bouncy jump. Now, if I remember correctly, the ogre is not down here anymore. I keep saying that. It's because Scholar was the one I played, so like, this was the first version, of course, but yeah, so there's no ogre, which is cool. Oh, I didn't even fight the ogre in things Betwixt. Life gem, you love to see it. I think there's no, oh, there still is a bonfire out here. Okay, nice. Also, thank you, chat, for being very cool and chill thus far. As the last stream, I had to ban like 10 people, so this has been a nice holiday from that. Not that I mind banning them, but it was annoying. Alright. Okay, so now I got my ADP all set up. I'm good to go. Okay, drop some shit. Just got Dark Souls 3 from Steam since they... Oh, shit. Dark Souls 3 for 16 bucks? That's a fucking deal. I mean, that game is obviously worth full price. But fuck yeah, man. You're gonna have a great time. Is it your first time playing Dark Souls 3, or did you play it on, like, console or something? If it is your first time, you're in for a good time. Let me tell you. Dark Souls 3 has some of the high points of the trilogy. It's not my favorite of the trilogy overall, but it's an amazing game. I will never deny that. And it still has like some of the best boss fights that FromSoft's ever done, personally. And the season pass, oh fuck yeah. DLCs are pretty sick. Pretty sick DLCs. Some of the best bosses they've ever done. My favorite Souls boss of all time. We're talking about any From Software game. The Ring City DLC has my favorite boss ever, and I'm pretty sure it's going to continue like that. I don't know if they'll be able to top that one for me. Yeah, so in vanilla the Heide Knight is here. You know, chat, I'm going to fucking fight him. Okay, alright, okay, alright. Okay, is this guy still going to body block me up here? I think he is. Oh, for sure, yeah. DS3, the biggest benefit to DS3 was the gameplay itself. The combat is much crunchier, much quicker. It's, yeah. I don't know if crunchy's the right word, but it feels very good to play. And it definitely plays better than Dark Souls 1 or 2. Specifically better than Dark Souls 2. Dark Souls 2's combat is not my favorite. It's the least favorite of the trilogy as far as combat. But I can easily look past it. Like, it's fine. I get what they were going for. They were going for a slower combat than even Dark Souls 1 overall. There's more delay between actions, and it was even more deliberate. Dark Souls 3 was injected with Bloodborne energy, and it went for speed for difficulty, which I also respect. I get why they did that. Oh my god, I was saved by the wonky collision. You love to see it. God, fucking arrows in this game are so quick. Ooh, he pooped out a life gem. He pooped out a... Ooh, okay. Yoink. It's not the first time I played Dark Souls from 2016. Yeah, okay. So yeah, playing it again, it's just a great time. I think the first half of Dark Souls 3 is a little slow for me. Like, I think it starts off a little... Because, like, the Farron Swamp I don't really like. Road of Sacrifices I don't really like. The Cathedral of the Deep area I don't really like. Undead Settlement is kind of eh. I don't know. The second half of DLC, or DS3, really picks up. DS2 NG plus 7 Nameless King shows up. Wait, is there... I was like, wait, is there Nameless King in DS2? That'd be wild. DS1 is visually crunchy. DS2 is crunchy lore. DS3 has crunchy gameplay. It's true. That is a good way to put it. Oh shit. So I got my stuff from up there. I don't even know what I picked up from the one thing. Have you seen the Lost Art of Demon Souls video? No, I've actually not watched that. Didn't he also make a Dark Souls 2 video or something? I thought I heard or remember people like citing that. There's a lot of like defending Dark Souls 2 videos. I think H Bomber guy has one. Personally, I think over time Dark Souls 2 has I think gotten the flowers that it deserved. Yeah, DES does have a crunchy atmosphere. It does. Okay, can I take your item next to you? It's a fucking broken straight sword. Okay, so I'm gonna fight this guy. Okay. Can I do it? The H-Bomber guy disaster is probably best avoided at this point, but I don't know. Wait. Disaster? What about... Did he have a disaster? I've watched some of his videos. I watched the recent one about plagiarism. I mean, I don't know about recent. I think it was like last year, but... I don't know. I like him, generally. I think I watched his DS2 video. I thought. I don't know. I've always liked the guy. I don't know. I've seen some Twitter posts. He seems okay. I mean, no one's perfect, but... Oh, is he really bad in the past? Huh, I haven't really heard that. Most people seem to like him. I don't know. My friend tried to play Demon Souls, and guess what? He deleted the game. Yeah, so that actually happens a lot. I've seen some streamers recently try to play it, like the remake even, and because it didn't change a lot of the rough gameplay, like where you start where you can't even level up, and you have to defeat the first boss, and then the runbacks are unbelievable. I watched the H-Bomber guy DS2 video, and it got me to play the game again. Yeah, I thought he had a really good defense of Dark Souls 2. I personally don't think you need to defend Dark Souls 2, as I think it is good. And it's only the loud minority that doesn't like it. It was a critical success. It was a sales success. And most of the people playing it, the vast majority, love it. So, like, it's only the loud minority that have made it into this weird fucking thing where, oh, it's the most hated and people should skip it. I fucking hate that. I hate that there's enough people, that they're loud enough that it keeps people from playing it. When they don't represent the majority. They just don't. I skipped it because of what they said. And I hate that. Oh my god, that like one frame attack where he just immediately fucking swipes you. Oh, got it. Oh, he mentions Matthew Matosis in it. He's very uncharitable and dishonest to him. Oh, really? Shit. Then again, I don't really know the Matthew Matosis guy at all. Am I saying that right? So I admit I don't have a dog in that fight because I don't like people lying about other people, but I haven't heard that. Ow, shit. Okay. Easy goddamn. Oh, the Heide Knight Soul? Fuck yeah. Oh my god. I don't have the dex. Okay. Chat, remind me to level up dex. Probably by 1 or 2 points. Oh shit, you're still here. You know what? I think I'll power stance. The fire longsword you get in Force of the Fallen Giants and the Heide Knight sword. So I'll have lightning plus fire. That's pretty sick. Yeah, I think you should experience first. So as a general rule, if you are a person who actively goes to people that trust you and say, I didn't like this, therefore you shouldn't fucking like this or try it. I think that sucks. I think that's shitty. I don't really care what it's about, but if you say, oh, this movie, I disliked it, you should fucking skip it. If you know that person well, I understand making the recommendation, but I still think you should recommend people try it for themselves. I think robbing people of something that they might like simply because you didn't like it, I think is weird. As a general principle, I don't like that. Oh, Feeble Cursed One. Yeah, that fucking guy. Feeble Cursed One. Anytime you walk away from, what's-his-face? Yeah, I'm like, fuck you. Oh, this room's a little bit easier. There's like one less guy. Yeah, I gotta level up dex. Thank you for the reminder. I probably will forget. Oh, also that bookshelf that we just killed, that's also from Dark Souls 1. I don't know why I point that out. It's because I've spent way too much time in Dark Souls 1. Modding. I think I'm at like 1,500 hours. It's a problem. Oh, there's no guy over here. They move him to here. Oh, fuck me, dude. Okay, your starting attack is way quicker than I remember. I think I need to turn down the audio again. I'm looking at the levels, and like the desktop audio is still loud. Like this game is just fucking loud. Like look at this. I have it turned down almost all the way. What is wrong with this game? Why is it so loud? But what if you are the main character, and thus your opinion should be considered fact, and dissent is a crime? I mean, in that situation, you're just the, you know, master of the universe. Yeah. If you ever get the chance, I recommend trying out Kingsfield 4. I have tried that out. I downloaded it on the emulator, or I downloaded it to play it on the emulator. Legally, of course, obviously, for sure. Yes, so the issue I had is I booted up Kingsfield 4. I walked like 3 feet, and something immediately killed me. It was like lava on the ground, but it didn't really look like lava on the ground, but it immediately fucking murdered me. And I was like, okay, I don't know what the fuck that was. And then I got past that, and I think it's the combat. I literally couldn't figure it out. Like, it was so slow. I couldn't hit the enemies without them hitting me. Because I didn't have like a dodge roll, right? I didn't have anything. I was like, I don't have any healing items. What is happening? And so I think the start of Kingsfield 4, I was like, fuck me, man. And I'm used to obtuse from software, but this was like a new level. I do want to get through it. I would like to play Kingsfield, because obviously a lot of things from Dark Souls came from Kingsfield. They even like bosses, the Moonlight Greatsword. Well, the Moonlight Greatsword also was in Armored Core, so that's not. And patches came from Armored Core, actually, so. You seem like a young fella playing old games. That's a good question. So, how old do you think I am? There's no wrong answers. I don't know, yeah, we'll see. Because you'd have to look at older videos to see what I look like. Kingsfield is the reason I love DES, the gray brick wall architecture. True. Okay, so we got 25, 24. Okay, let's get some more guesses in chat. Oh, this guy's... Oh, is he friendly? Or just not? Or neutral, I guess? Okay, we got 25, 24, late 20s. Okay. Okay. Anyone else? I'll give 60 more seconds. Parade Fantasy. Okay, 33. All right. There's Malentia, 27. Okay. Hurrah for Lift. Ain't no Lift. What's he talking about? I am 33. So Parade Fantasy, you were right on the money, and I believe you're probably watching me right now. All of the above. Yeah, I'm 33. So I've been around for a while. And all the, like the game, you know, I used to play World of Warcraft a lot. So to think that that's been like a 20th anniversary, I'm like, fuck me, dude. I played it back in 2004. And I played it for a long time, frankly. Do you have the key? Hey, she already has Targraves. I meant to say 33, clearly, of course. You can change that back. She does have Leningrad key. Okay, I was wondering if that was still the same. I'm the oldest Zoomer. Yeah, I am a millennial. I am definitely a millennial. They made WoW Classic. Yes, okay. So I heard that, and I was like, wait, is this a meme? But no, they seem to be doing WoW Classic. And I'm like, oh, okay. That seems a bit unnecessary to me. I can't believe how far, or how fast. Yeah, this year has been, frankly, it still feels like 2020. There's some time warp that has happened since the, pandemic started, right? It still feels like it's been like one giant 2020 for me, and I've still never gotten out of that. I would have actually gone in this time if they added an RP, PvP. Oh, yeah. Time is convoluted. You are 100% correct. Okay, your shop is open, my guy. Okay. Well, actually, let me steal the stuff inside here. I'm going to case the joint. I hope you don't mind. I'm still a bit older than you. I respect it. Oh, so there's only one thing to loot. All right. Okay, big dog. I am going to refresh. Yeah, PS5 is a 4-year-old console. That is weird to me. It does not feel like a 4-year-old console. I'm like, pretty sure that came out last year. Yeah, they're 10 feet away and they just don't talk to each other. What a shame. Come on, guy. Hey, what are you selling? I know you have shards, but what weapons are you doing? Okay, that's same stuff. Repair powder. God damn, why the fuck is a repair powder 2,500? What are we doing? Okay, I need to level up Dex. I would like to use the Heide sword. Yeah, the last 5 years have been just like, what is happening? I also spend a lot of time inside, so it's probably just gone by quick. Did you know that according to Activision, half of its COD players are on PS4/Pro? I believe that. PS4 has a massive install base. And the PS5 is growing really quickly, but yeah, PS4 is still gargantuan, right? It's like 2-to-1 over the Xbox consoles at that time. I played Kingsfield 4 on 1.5 to 2 times speed. Oh, increase the turn speed? I need to do that because the turn speed is ungodly slow. It's awful. It feels terribly for me. DS3 is nearly a decade old. Yes, you need to shut up with that. Don't tell us. Please don't tell us. I'm just joking. Yeah, when I think about that, I'm like, oh my god. There's no way. There's no way it's almost 10 years old. And Bloodborne's almost 10 years. Bloodborne is 10 years early next year. To make it use the analog stick? Oh shit. Okay, well I'm gonna have to download that. I'll have to try. I'll try Kingsfield 4 again at some point. Because there's so many things that came from Kingsfield into Dark Souls. Okay. I would like to level up my dex, please and thank you. I think I only need to get it to 9, right? Or do I need to get it to 10? I can't remember. I don't want to level up more than I have to. Fuck. 10. Is DS2 10 now? Yes. It did have its 10th anniversary earlier this year, which is crazy. Imagine if they gave us Bloodborne Remaster when emulation is getting pretty close. Yeah, I mean, they're going to do something with it. When? I don't know. I think it makes sense to do it on the 10th anniversary. I really don't know why you would pass that up. Technically, they passed up the 10th anniversary of Demon's Souls. They did 11 years for when that game came out versus the remake. So, like, could they go past it a little bit? But I do feel like if it's not released on the 10th anniversary, at a minimum, they should announce something on the 10th anniversary. And like, oh, it'll be coming next year, or we're working on it. I can't imagine they would pass up that. Come on, like it's one of your highlight games. Oh my god, I'm one soul short. That. Okay, well, I'm gonna eat one of these. Okay, I'm gonna eat one of these. Dragonrider, I don't actually need your shit. So that's the thing, Parade Fantasy, is that they don't need From Software to do something with Bloodborne, because Sony owns the IP. From Software, sadly, has no control over Bloodborne. Would it be helpful to have From Software? Yeah, probably. From Software would also not really be the one to do it, because they don't remaster their games. They would also just not be good at that. Also, I wouldn't even want them to spend their time on that. From Software is much better at making new things. And the remastering is much better left to Nixxes or Bluepoint, both of which are owned by Sony. Yeah, I know a lot of people would lose their fucking mind if Bluepoint was the one behind it, because they're afraid of artistic changes, and there would be artistic changes. But as long as they keep the original game listed, I don't see that as a horrible thing. Because we'll still have the original vision.
as it
You
has
know?
so
So you're not going to ruin the original, even if they did make new stuff. Oh yeah, the Dark Souls 1 remaster was done by Q-Lock. And yeah, that's what I spent 1,500 hours fixing, or remastering more. They might be looking to push for a sequel. Yeah, I mean, I think From Software would have been game for a Bloodborne sequel. They loved making Bloodborne. They did shut down Japan Studio, or Sony did, and that was a part of Bloodborne's development. Now, admittedly, Japan Studio has risen from the ashes in Asobi, who made the most recent Astrobot game. So, those people are technically still around, to a good point. A new Armored Core, they just did Armored Core 6, though. So, they could be making a new one. That's fine. Personally, shouldn't they just make Armored Core 6 DLC, though? It was only last year, so, they totally could be cooking up a DLC for Armored Core. Admittedly, the game, has a definitive ending if you play it 3 times. Which I'm almost through my second time. But I guess they could just do a DLC of, some other area. I don't know. Yeah, how the fuck is the Shadow of the Colossus remake not on PC yet? How the fuck is Demon Souls remake not on PC? Come on. Yeah. For FromSoft, they're just never going to remaster their own games. They've talked to Miyazaki, and he just goes, I think those are cool, but, he just has no interest doing it himself, because... And also, I don't think FromSoft would be good at that. They're not a technical powerhouse. And they're the ones who don't really care about texture quality. They're the ones that are always behind on stuff, which I love, because they focus on art direction. So they're the least equipped, I think, to remaster their own games. I just don't think that's... I don't think that's something that they'd be good at. They could do it. I don't know. I don't think they're going to spend their time doing it. I think they would give that off to Nixxes and then give them any source assets that they had. Curious if you have any opinion about the possibility of Sony buying FromSoft. I don't like it. I don't like it. I think it sucks. But the more that we're learning about the whole situation, it seems as though Katakawa had approached Sony. And apparently this has been going on for years, where Sony has always been looking at Katakawa, which makes sense because they have a huge anime portfolio. The deal is more about the 100,000 different properties and anime and manga things that Katakawa owns versus the game studios it owns. But From Software is a part of it. It looks like Katakawa had other offers from other companies or other interests, and one was a hostile takeover. And so apparently Katakawa, when they looked at their options, they were like, we would prefer a Japanese company own us than a foreign company. And that makes sense. So Sony, obviously, is a Japanese company. Now, of course, there's a U.S. wing of that, but that makes a lot of sense to me, that they would want to keep it in Japan. So, I don't know. I don't think it's the end of the world. I personally think that Sony is not dumb enough to make all future FromSoft games Sony exclusives. I don't see that happening. If I'm wrong, then I hate everything. So, I hate everything, but I don't think they're going to rip that. It's like how they bought Bungie, right? And Bungie still publishes their stuff on multi-platforms. Now, if that changes going forward, we'll see. But thus far, with owning Bungie, Sony has not made them do exclusives or announce things as exclusives. So that was part of the deal, was that they would stay multi-platform. FromSoft has made such an audience in a multi-platform nature. Miyazaki has talked about it. In general, they like multi-platform. I don't think they like doing exclusives. They did it with Sony twice, or 3 times. Deracine, Bloodborne, and Demon Souls. But they're so strong at this point, they could self-publish. They don't even need a publisher. They've talked about that they want to self-publish in the future. So, I don't know. I don't think Sony would be so criminally stupid to, and I also don't think that it would actually make financial sense, as the whole reason why you make a game or future games exclusives is you want to sell the console, right? Well, their PS5 is already selling like hotcakes. That's not the issue. PS5s are flying off the shelf. They're defeating the Xboxes 3-1. Xbox isn't even in that game anymore, and they admit that. They don't care about selling their box. They want you to play wherever you want to play. So PS5 sales, not the issue. They don't need to juice those. People are fucking buying them anyway. So you don't need a From Software game to push more console sales. And even if you did, I don't think it offsets the money you lose from not selling it on Xbox and putting it on PC. Like, I think you lose money by that. So I think the trade-off is really going to be, they're going to look at the projections and they're going to go, oh, well, okay, so we lose this amount of money, but we gain this many console sales by doing that. And I realistically think that, and also the PR, that's a PR nightmare. That's a fucking PR nightmare. If you strip that back and make it exclusive, I don't think that's going to go over well. I think you're going to lose a lot of goodwill. And also, I think you're going to make Miyazaki not happy. Now, we don't even know if the deal will have a cutout for From Software, because they're strong enough that, like, I don't know, Katakawa owns, I think, 70% of From Software. So they obviously have a majority stake. But I don't know. I think Sony can be stupid, but I don't think they actually are stupid, if that makes sense. So, I don't know. I think they do what is good for business. And I think making them exclusives is not necessarily good for business. It's on a case-by-case basis. I know Microsoft has apparently been interested in Katakawa. I don't think that's a good mix, really. I don't think their portfolios really have a ton of overlap. Like, I get why you would want From Software, but between the two, Microsoft would obviously keep From Software multi-platform, because of the two companies, Microsoft they've been very much not exclusive based for like 10 years now. They don't care about that. So of that, I would prefer that. That'd be my selfish option if they had to be bought. Microsoft would not make them exclusive because that's not their strategy. That's Sony's strategy. So, I don't know. I don't like it. I would just prefer Katakawa stays who they are, you know? Or From Software just is owned by no one. That would be my preference, obviously. Yeah, like From Software, here's the funny thing. I was reading an article recently. From Software makes up I think 30 to 40% of Katakawa's business primarily because of Elden Ring, right? And they also have really good long tail sales on the Dark Souls series, which some of that money goes to Bandai, obviously, but. Oh yeah, I think I can reinforce that. Oh, I actually used all my souls. Never mind. I'll just use the weapon as is. That's fine. Yeah, I would prefer them go private if somehow there's a cutout for them in the deal. Oh, look at that. He decided to boot up Vanilla DS2. He loves to see it. Love to see it. We had the same thought. I was like, you know what? This is going to be fun to play Vanilla DS2 because I haven't played it in a while. And I love that it's a little bit different. And so it doesn't feel like I'm playing the same thing for the 500th time, you know? I'm going to go get some coffee real quick. I need to get more of that. I need to drink more water. Even though I have water here, I just yap a lot. So much less ganky than Scholar. Yes, there are a lot of areas that are definitely less ganky. There's a couple like hallways or certain places where I found it technically slightly more ganky than Scholar, but that was like few and far between. There was only like a couple. Scholar definitely upped the shit ganking a lot. Iron Keep, Shrine of Amana, yeah, terribly. But yeah, I'm gonna go get some coffee. Remember Drangleic Castle entrance? So I played DS2 Vanilla last year. I don't really remember a lot of the differences as closely when it comes to like enemy layout. So I want to see how far I can get today. I don't even know how long I'll stream. Dude, I've already been streaming for like 2 hours. Are you kidding me? What the fuck? Well, this is flown by. Oh shit! I just realized I've been cutting off my Twitch chat the whole time. Hey, Twitch chat, I'm really sorry about that. I don't have them combined because it hasn't been working. Combined, it's not showing the YouTube chat. Rascal, what's up? Just Race, Sis Edit, EC94, Bad Adjustment. Sorry, it felt like I was ignoring you, but I forgot to look at that. I thought I was having a combined chat. I was not. Brad, what's up, Big Dog? Oh, now it's showing the... Wait, what? Huh. Okay, well, my combined chat is basically just not working that well. That's nice. Okay. Great. Huh. Okay. Well, streamer bot's being a little stupid, but now I have both up. Yeah, my bad. Twitch chat. I love you, but don't cross me, or I'll destroy you, but I love you, and you're my favorite. So, now I'm looking at both chats. My favorite helm in the series. Yeah, it's crazy that this helm didn't come back. In Scholar, I don't think. It was in the files, but like, I didn't use it. Okay, we're back in the game. I need to get coffee. I'm not even going to put the coffee message up there because I forget to take it down. So, talk amongst yourselves. I will be back in like 5 minutes because I'll probably grab a snack as well. I'll be back. Okay, I'm back. Not using the sit gesture? Yeah, that's my bad. Whoops. Do I not even... Oh, I don't even have the sit gesture. Okay, I'm off the hook then. You can't have it. I know you can throw a bomb at this wall on this side, and it will also blow up if you like place it perfectly, but I've never been able to. Well, I don't even have one. I just have like a magic bomb. I need a cherry bomb. That's what I need. Does anyone know that musical reference? Maybe, possibly. All right. So now I have the Heide. Oh, lock on? Lock on. Let's be real. Ooh, yeah, it's got a good moveset. Oh my god, I got lightning damage. I'm gonna be so toxic with this sword. You have no idea. Oh, actually, I need to go get the fire longsword. I won't be able to power stance him yet, but I want it. I want the sword. I need the sword. Okay, so I still can't open that. That's fair. Oh, check this shit out. I'm gonna beat Pursuer up here. Ooh, okay, actually, chat? I'll have chat vote. Do you want me to beat Pursuer up here? Or do you want to have him actually be the boss fight? Because if you beat him here, he doesn't show up in his boss room. But he will still show up in the other places where he stalks you. But yeah, he doesn't show up anymore. And it's kind of sad. I kind of wish he would still be a boss. An official one. I can let chat decide that one. Oh, there's no turtle guy. Interesting. Forgot about that. Oh my god, I am wrecking shit. Okay, we still got bomb thrower. I'm gonna try to get bomb thrower to... He did it right off the rip. Beat him with the parries? Hell yeah. Yeah, okay. I think I'm gonna save him for the boss room, because then I can beat him with the parries. Now, you can't riposte him, which sucks, but Bearer of the Curse mod, you can actually riposte him. Fun fact. Yozora added that. It's sick as fuck. Okay, I know you're gonna drop, but like, I just want the... Oh, there's like no items up here. Wow, that's different in vanilla. Well then fuck you, Pursuer. I'm not gonna fight you. If there's no items up here, then if I can't scuba, what's this all been about? Like... Oh, ow. Okay, ow. Wow, I need some stamina in my fucking life. Whoop. Come on. Alright, we're going. Oh, item down here. Okay, green blossom. I probably, you know, I've barely ever used a green blossom in my entire life. It's just not something I do. I don't know. Oh, Parade Fantasy. I'm probably too late with that, but have fun at work. You're probably not here, but... Oh, fuck. Oh, shit. They almost killed me. Oh my god, he got fucking stabbed through the chest by his own people? That's sick. I've never had that happen before. Despite playing this game like 20, 25 plus times. That's what I love about the Dark Souls games. It's very like emergent gameplay. I know that's the buzzword, but I always have different shit happen every single time. Damn it, poop out a life gem. Poop out a goddamn life gem. I almost never use any items. I am the same. He cannot handle the Chad energy of the Pursuer. I did see it, I shit my pants, and I ran. But I'm gonna get him back. I'm gonna kill him when I go to his boss room. I'm gonna beat him in his home, because that's more disrespectful. Blue wooden shield, nice. Great soul, oh, great soul arrow, look at that. Alright, let's go down here. It's very dark. I should have my torch for this, but I do have the player lantern at least. Technically, Pursuer should show up down here, right? At least I thought. Yeah, I don't have... Oh, okay, so I don't have any Ferrous Lockstone yet. Is this a trap? It is! Ah! Okay. Ooh, titty shirt. Nice. I can't remember if this is like a fake wall situation. I don't think so. I think it's just a Ferris Lockstone situation. Oh, it doesn't open from the side. Sure. Okay, I'm hitting A, hitting A. Okay, I need to come back down here when I have a Ferris Lockstone. Duly noted. Let's go up here. Yeah, just the Lockstone. Okay. Because it also like turns on like a bluish point light when you stick the stone in the mouth. Hey, what's up, Patches? What's up, Big Dog or Pate? I love this voice actor. I can't remember his name. I think it's Peter Frenowitz. Oh, hit the door. Oh, that's right. Let me go back down.
My name is Pate. I journey hither and thither.
This guy is also a big Dark Souls sicko. He loves Dark Souls, so he got to finally be in one of the games. He's so cool. I love his voice and obviously his acting. Just beef up the Pursuer and have him semi-hunt you like Nemesis did. Honestly, Pursuers, I like Pursuer. I think it's a super fun boss fight. His moveset's kind of simplistic, but I really like it. Yeah, hit the door, hit the door. I forgot about the door thingy. Okay, I already forgot where everything is. Yeah, don't you have to hit it and then a guy opens it for you? That's crazy. I so forgot about that. Thanks, chat. See, these are the little things about Dark Souls 2. Weird shit like that. Yeah, you gotta knock. That's so true. Alright, let me eat my hard candy here. Wow, he's actually leading with his fucking shield? That's crazy. Okay, what else we got? We got a chest. I really don't remember this room. Okay. Yes. Lost Bastille to the Bell Tower. That's the one I remember. Oh, life ring. I don't even have any rings yet. Well, I did, but I wasn't using them. See, look at this. I didn't even need to start with the life ring. I just fucking got it. Okay. Let's go back up the ladder. Okay, I gotta get my posture better. Okay. Yoink. For no reason. I'm gonna have them jump scare me. Or jump me. Pate, I'm gonna trust you. It's probably a terrible idea. Whoop. Got him. Oh, they didn't poop anything out? Fuck. Dude, unupgraded weapon, and I'm just melting people. I know in Scholar there's like 500 people that run out here. I think there's still a good number. Yeah, still a good number of people. Whoop. I think I've died once, right? I think I've died once, chat. I haven't really been keeping... Okay. You hoovered to my position. That is rude. Oh, did they nerf them in DS3? I mean, I know they still had, like... Yeah, I guess I didn't notice if they, like, a significant difference between them. Then again, I didn't really pay attention much to... I just popped on the rings and was like, alright, whatever. Okay, alright. I mean, God bless DS2 for letting me have 4 slots versus DS1. Going back to DS and DS1 and only having 2 slots, it's unbelievable. Oh, +1, +2. Oh, interesting. I didn't know that. Okay. I guess I never really knew how much better the +1 and 2. Oh, secret wall? Wait, no way. I don't actually remember a secret wall in here. Look at that. Okay, this is actually a secret wall I think I've never found before. Thank you. Thank you, chat. See, that's the back seating I like. No, I mean, I don't, you know, I didn't really need the items, but I love, yeah, always let me know if there's a secret wall I don't remember, because that is likely to happen. Hey, stop leading with your shield, my guy. God, yeah, weapon durability in this game is brutal. But I guess on the flip side, it's nice that it's like an actual mechanic. In Bloodborne, it's one where like I never had to repair my weapon. So it's kind of like, and that's why in Elden Ring they finally got rid of it. Because I think it had just been deprioritized so much in the games to where it just didn't make any sense anymore. Yoink. What's up, bitch ass?
Be careful. Oh. It'll
I'll take your
have
soapstone, thank you very
something
much.
with luck. Well, I hope that brave warrior. Be careful.
Come a cropper. Okay, so Spetsnaz, yes. So that's the other quirky thing about Dark Souls 2. You have to actually hit the A button, or I guess on PlayStation the X button, to open secret walls or hidden walls. You don't hit them. It's dumb. I don't actually know why that's the case. That does feel like a change that didn't need to happen. I don't know. Also, psych. Eat shit, Pate. I know you're the guy that fucked over that other guy that I'll meet much later. Oh, fuck. Okay, shit. He's activated now. Oh, fuck. Oh, no. He's got the really nice moveset that's hard to kill. You're definitely Patches. And yet, you didn't defend your backside. You didn't defend your backside. And, oops, Spear and Ring of Thorns. And slapping it on. Like slapping the base. Alright. Man, we're so jamming in this playthrough. I'm not speedrunning it, because obviously I yap too much. But I have not faced a real issue yet. I imagine I won't until I get to Iron Keep. If I had to guess. Oh yeah, so there's not two people hitting this. That's interesting. Also, this bench is from Dark Souls 1. I don't know if anyone cares to know that. Yeah, backstab ain't backstab no more. Okay, so yeah, here's the other thing, Spetsnaz. You're learning that backstabs in Dark Souls 2 fucking rock. Okay, they're awesome. They're so cool. And yeah, they're way not as cool in the other games. But here, they're over the top. It's great. Big fan. And they also have different animations based on the weapon that you're using, or like the weapon type. So like parries are also slightly different that way. They had some really cool things that they thought of for Dark Souls 2. That's why, I mean, I love it endlessly, because it's just so fucking weird and quirky. Hey, turtle guy. What's up, big dog? How you doing? Okay, I get in a nice flow state with these guys. Woo, baby! It's like watching a Dark Souls parody. Yeah, that's what I like about Dark Souls 2, is it was not afraid to be different. It feels completely different from the other games. Nameless Chad, this is actually vanilla Dark Souls 2, not Scholar. I've played Scholar for 98% of my Dark Souls 2 time, but I have finished vanilla Dark Souls 1 before, or Dark Souls 2, and I thought it might be fun, because it's pretty underplayed. Because Scholar is, of course, the more current version, but I actually really like vanilla. Vanilla is cool. And it has different like enemy layouts in many places. The item drops can be different. And I think I was surprised when I first played Dark Souls 2 vanilla, because I had only really played Scholar, and I assumed that vanilla would be like really broken, right? Because, well, why would they do a Scholar version if vanilla was good? Excuse me. And I was actually surprised by, like, vanilla's great. I think Scholar probably edges it out just slightly. But I was very surprised by, like, vanilla's cool. I don't know. Scholar had some better areas and some things that were changed. But overall, like, I don't know, I really like it. Oh, yeah, Nicola, yeah, I know. Yeah, so Bloodborne team was I guess you could say is largely the Dark Souls 1 team, and then you had the Dark Souls 2 team, which was completely separate. And then you had Miyazaki being a supervisor on Dark Souls 2. Now, what that actually means, we don't know. But yeah, so it's a separate team, but I wouldn't say it's because they were a separate team from Bloodborne. I just would say it's because it was Shibuya being a director, and then Tanamura was also a director. And so you kind of had a team not led by Miyazaki, so they ended up kind of getting fucking weird with it. And that's why I love it. I absolutely adore it. Yeah, the ragdolls, Dark Souls 2 in general, are very strange. Vanilla or Scholar. What did they change in Scholar? They changed some of the enemy layouts. They, like, which enemy was where. They added more enemies in some areas to the detriment, I would argue. They added, like, a dragon in Heide's Tower of Flame, where it was normally a normal guy. There's just a lot of little, like, item changes. They ended up putting the DLC keys in very specific parts that you had to unlock. Honestly, at this point, I think the non-Miyazaki titles are doing way cooler things. I mean, I would agree. Yeah, I think that's fair to say. I mean, Sekiro was helmed by Miyazaki. But the lead gameplay guy ended up being the director for AC6 after it was handed off from Miyazaki. Oh, I mean, Nameless Chad, you would have been fine with vanilla as well. However, Scholar is the one that has all the modding support because it came out a year later. Yeah, the Sekiro gameplay, true. Yeah, like, I think Dark Souls 2 has so many cool, quirky things that they tried. And, wait, you can do it on this door too? Oh, I never knew that. I just waited till I had the key. But Dark Souls 3, just by comparison, feels really safe. As, like, what did Dark Souls 3 add to the formula? Other than, like, really good boss fights. And it was faster, but, like, Bloodborne was already faster. And Bloodborne already had, like, really cool bosses. So, like, even from that, I kind of apply that to Bloodborne more than anything. And Dark Souls 3 had the Ember, you know, that was slightly different. But they took away the torch mechanic, they took away power stancing, they took away life gems, I don't know, like, the more I think about it. Oh, is it breakable? Oh my god. I literally never knew that door was breakable. What the fuck? Thank you, Nicola. Holy shit, I had no idea that was breakable. I've always just waited till I had the key. Alright. Duly noted. But yeah, I don't know. Dark Souls 3 just didn't... I don't think it had a lot that it tried. Oh, Bloodstarved Beast with the whole arena had a vertex explosion? Oh god, yeah. Been there. Been there, big dog. There's a crystal lizard. That's right. Okay. I do remember that part. And let's see. There should be a guy in here, right? Or at least in Scholar, there's one enemy in here. Huh. I was just trying for a fake wall there, just for fun. Okay. Remember the chest. Okay. Oh, there is a guy. Where the fuck did you come from? Okay, also got your bitch. What's the deal with the Bloodborne emulator? Every time I die or warp, 20 FPS is gone. Yeah, honestly, hey man, doll here. Break the door. I've always thought Dark Souls 3 is the best hits album. Yeah, Ava, I would agree. I think it does come off like that, for sure. I think it obviously takes a lot more of the hits from Dark Souls 1. Oh, Estus Flash chart. Well, so this room is actually, like, really useful in vanilla, where in Scholar, I think the item you get from the chest isn't, like, anything amazing. Yeah, the Bloodborne emulator is just, the performance for me is really variable, where sometimes it'll be great, sometimes it won't be, sometimes it'll go down to 10 FPS, sometimes it'll go up to 40, sometimes it'll... I don't know. I think that right now they're just going through regressions, and some things are getting better, some things are getting worse. It's still really early, so... RAM spike is part of it. There's a mod on Nexus, which is called the RAM spike fix, I believe. And that should help. A little bit. Yeah, Baggins fork. Yeah, Baggins is the one with tessellation. True. Diego has folded that, I think, into some of the builds, but not all of them. Most of them, I think, not. I personally use the Baggins one. In my most recent video, you'll see the link to it, or the most recent Bloodborne video about what mods to use. I do link the Diego, or not the Diego build, the Baggins build that I personally use. Because it has all the effects I want. Performance is about the same as the other builds, from what I've noticed at least. Hell yeah, I can get the hard leather set now. Fuck yeah. Okay, so I got the shortcut. I got a bunch of things. I now can kill the giant. The last giant. I do have 4,000 souls, but we're going to risk it for the biscuit. You got to play with some risk. That's what I've learned. Also, I love how you can literally jump down on these lizards and drop attack them, and then you don't get hurt. So cool. Fire arrow, nice, nice, thank you. Okay, let's go down to last giant. Sword is almost gone. That is true, but I rested at the bonfire to reclaim my weapon durability, which is another reason why I don't even know why the weapon durability system exists. I guess for certain bosses it goes away, so you have to kind of like manage that. But I think Lies of P handled that a lot better, where you could sharpen your own weapon and you didn't need like a consumable to do that. Although they did have a consumable that would repair your weapon immediately, but you could just use the grinder thing. He fucking parried me, chat. Chat? I've never had this guy parry me. Are you shitting me right now? Oh, okay, so this one you can't open by hitting it. Now I have to try it on each one. Alright. Do I have any Viagra in my pants to make this go by quicker? Yes. Repair powder is a nice thing to have. Most of the time you can make it between bonfires without breaking your weapon. It depends, of course, how successful you are or not. They could have done the Monster Hunter Sharpness, but that would be cool and fun. Yeah, you know, Monster Hunter is one I have never played. I have never played a Monster Hunter game, not even for a second. I've always sort of like admired it from afar. I don't really understand it a lot. I've seen the combat, and I kind of just don't like it. But I haven't played it. I need to play it to feel it, because I know it's obviously one of the most popular series ever. And it's beloved, so like, my opinions are not valid yet, because I have not played it. So I admit that. It's probably with the VRAM and RAM. Yeah, I would make sure you have the RAM spike fix. That will help a decent chunk. And then yeah, I would recommend just for funsies, I would probably not have my remaster mod installed if you're having like just to see if there's a performance thing. I always have mine installed just because I'm working on it, so you know. But it doesn't help to soak up a bunch more VRAM. I bet. It's Yorm's uncle. It is. It's Carl. Oh, I forgot he bum rushes your bitch ass pretty quick. The last giant walked, so Fire Giant could run. And also Amygdala. How Amygdala rips off like both of its arms to use as weapons. Last Giant rips off one of his to use as a weapon. So I do like that DS2 inspired some of that. Obviously Elden Ring is Dark Souls 2 too. I tried yours, my laptop couldn't take it. Yes, that is completely fair. My mod is not performance friendly generally. Oh, no wind. I know, I don't have the he pulled off his arm. It's so heavy metal. I love it. Yeah, I don't have the God, why am I forgetting the name of that sword? Which of course, fun fact for anybody that doesn't know, probably all of you do know, but that sword was originally Storm Ruler. That sword was originally from Demon Souls, which is another one that I think is kind of weird about Dark Souls 3, where they just randomly included Storm Ruler for no particular reason from Demon Souls. They just went, it's a cool sword, we'll name it the same thing. I would have preferred how they did it with Elden Ring, with Snake Guy. Where you use the like spear sword, but they didn't call it the same thing, but it essentially had like the Storm Ruler-ish effect, but they didn't call it Storm Ruler. I don't know. Dark Souls 3, I always found that really weird, where they just, called it that. Okay, so we killed him. That was easy. Yeah, you're going to find that a lot of things in Dark Souls 2 come back in Elden Ring. DS3 did do a lot of callback. Dark Souls 2 should have had Maiden Estrella. Fuck yeah. I love her OST. It's so sick. DS3 unfortunately had some really shoddy fan service, I would say. I don't like it. It also feels very not Miyazaki. He's obviously generally subtle in his, in his, strategy or viewpoint. Once you play DS2, you go, oh, this is where a lot of Elden Ring came from. Is your DS2 Scholar mod safe online? I would say no. If you want to be 100% safe online, you basically would just stick with DS2 Lighting Engine, because the game doesn't even know that that's happening. So that one ends up being safe for online. But no, I don't really recommend any of my Dark Souls 2 mods for online usage, because of the anti-cheat system, and specifically because they all rely on UXM to unpack your game, right? And that's just not going to go well. You probably won't be banned, because I've never been banned in Dark Souls 2, despite using a shitload of mods all the time. But I did get banned-ish in Dark Souls 1, and I don't even know for what. It was before I was modding. Modding myself, I just installed mods. So honestly, their system doesn't make a lot of sense, and we don't fully know what does and what doesn't trigger it. So it's usually best to be safe if you really don't. Now in Dark Souls 1, it's not really a big issue, because I still see phantoms, I still see messages, and bloodstains, right? And that's because they put me in a different pool of people who apparently did get soft banned, which for me, well, then there's no fucking difference, because I'm still playing with other people, so I don't give a shit. I don't care if they've been soft banned or not. I wouldn't have known the difference until someone told me, and I went, oh, well, okay. I don't fucking care. Estrella? Fuck yeah. Estrella is so sick. That OST haunts me. And I despise what the remake did to that song. They fucked up that song. Like, it's still decent, and if you listen to it with no context of the original, you're like, oh, that's great, whatever. But the original is very different, and it was meant to be sparse, and it was not meant to be orchestral. And it was meant to be very, very stripped back, and the remake just amped it up and didn't understand the point of that song. I'm convinced. I don't think they understood what Estrella, the OST, was supposed to be. So that one pisses me off a little bit. I think a lot of the other songs they did just fine, but that one to me, I'm like, nope, don't like this. You amped it up. It's supposed to be very haunting and sort of, cut back. They did. They essentially tried to make everything epic, and it was like, I get why you're doing that. I get that the Dark Souls series went more and more orchestral as it went on, but respect the original. Respect the original, and you did not respect the original on Maiden Estrella. I think a lot of the other ones are fine, because they're in the same vein, but with that one, they completely bungled it. And how they don't have a fucking toggle for the original OST, I don't understand. Oh shit! Oh, dude, I forgot about you. And you. There should have been a toggle for the original OST in that game. There's no reason to me. You could have figured out the legal things. You are the one who recorded the original one. So, Sony, you own that. There's no way you could say you didn't have the rights to that music anymore. Come on. Oh, yeah, DS2. So every time you die, DS2 cuts your maximum health down. And that's what you can see at the end of my health bar, is that little cross-looking thing. That will move all the way down until it gets to 50%, which is a callback to Demon Souls, where in Demon Souls, when you would die, you would immediately go to half health, because that was your soul form. And you then would have to use whatever the fucking item is, or kill a boss to get back to human form and have your full health back. Now, Dark Souls 2 makes it easier, where it's a gradual loss of health as you keep dying, But then at any given point, you can use a human effigy here and get your whole health back and look human again. So it's basically just a consumable to get your health back. Yeah, the ephemeral eyes. Yes, thank you, Mike. So I kind of like it because it's kind of a punishment for dying. And you know, the human effigies in the game, they are a finite resource. They are not unlimited. Generally, I don't see most people having issues with that. Now, here's another thing that they took from Demon Souls. So there's a ring I picked up, which is called the Ring of Binding, which limits the health reduction. So instead of basically getting all the way down to 50%, it now gets down to 75%. So even at your maximum worst case dying, you're only going to get down to 75% of your max health if you ran out of human effigies. So like, it's not a big deal, but yeah, that's one where people end up learning that mechanic a lot later because they're like, oh fuck, what happened to my health? But yeah, it's a callback to Demon Souls, which I appreciate. I love Demon Souls. I think Demon Souls is another one that was really quirky and tried a bunch of weird fucking things. Like the world tendency system, are you kidding me? That's the most quirky shit of all time. And I love it. It's so hard to understand, and what your tendency is, and what enemies pop up, and the enemies are harder, but you get more souls, but and then full white tendency if you get full black tendency, and then you can get different. It's just a lot of shit that can happen, and like things that are inaccessible if you don't get the full tendency. And isn't the effigy also used for one of the hardest bosses? So you can end up not being able to beat the boss if you die too often. I'm catching a blank on that. The only one it's useful on is probably the final boss of the base game, which is Nashandra, because she curses you. And curse works differently in this game, where when you get cursed in Dark Souls 2, it's not immediate death. Like Dark Souls 1 was brutal, where you died immediately, but it also, when you respawned, you had half health, and you had to then cure or fix that curse. And that was not easy, because you had to buy the whatever fucking consumable item is that fixes that, and they're not everywhere. But in Dark Souls 2, it just lowers your... It basically looks as if you had died, and so it lowers your max health. So Nashandra doing a lot of curse. You can also put a curse bite ring on that makes that less like susceptible to that. I'm not sure if there's a specific one. No, it's not a soapstone. It was... I kind of forgot what I was talking about. There's too many games I'm flipping through. I don't know. There's some fucking item that helped with that. Oh yeah, in Dark Souls 1. What's the item that fixes that? It's not a soapstone. It's a fucking item you use in Dark Souls 1 that cures your curse. And you can buy it from like the one vendor that's past the metal bars on your way to Capper Demon. And then there's another one you can buy, or you can get your curse fixed by the guy in New Londo Ruins. Man, I can't remember what the name of that is, but yeah, it's pretty brutal in Dark Souls 1. Purging Stone, yes. I believe it's a Purging Stone. And that will fix it. So Dark Souls 2 is a little bit nicer in that way. Now, technically Dark Souls 1 originally would not just lower your health to half, it would keep lowering your health. That one was worse. Oh, you mean Dark Lurker. Oh, Abyss, you're totally right. Yes, if you do not have enough human effigies, you can actually not get the Dark Lurker, because you need a human effigy to give to the dollar store Gurman to get into the portal to even fight, Dark Lurker. So yes, Abyss, you are 100% correct. Yeah, it's the skull in the cube, 100%. Yeah, one cracked red eye equals 2 purging stones. Oh shit, really? Huh. Except Cling Ring boosts your phantom HP. Yes. And as Old Monk, that means you get a massive boost to your boss HP. Really? Okay, well I didn't know about that. Luck would determine the chance of triggering a scripted sequence of making it out with 1 HP. Oh, hell yeah. Hell yeah. Dollar Store Gurman. A little bit. He's basically... I mean, he's pre-Gurman, to be fair. He was before Gurman. So, like, is Gurman the dollar store, whatever the fuck that guy is? But I also feel like the guy is like a Hot Topic emo guy, because he's really depressed, and he really loves darkness. They nailed the Bloodborne transformation. You literally turn into a werewolf and attack like one. Oh yeah, the other ones where you just had like a dragon head or some shit. Yeah, didn't really love that. Ooh, I need to go level up. And I think I have some chores to take care of. I think I have an Estus shard. I can upgrade my weapon now that I have actual souls. I think I have the fire longsword too. Although I can't use it yet. Yes. So I can use it, but I can't power stance it yet. Because I need 1.5 times the stat. So I need 15 strength and what would that be, 14? 14 dex? I was just playing the Beast Embrace rune yesterday. It's so much freaking fun. I don't think I've ever done that in Bloodborne. I need to do that, but I've not used that transformation one. Dude, look how cool this shield looks. I gotta put this on. Whoop. Dude, look how cool this fucking shield looks. It's just called Tower Shield. They did not need to go this hard with the design. But, oh my god. Dark Souls 2 also wins for Fashion Souls. And to be fair, it's not even close. The closest one is Elden Ring. But even then, actually a lot of the sets in Elden Ring I don't like. I don't think they mix and match well. But Dark Souls 2, dude, there's so much cool armor. It's the best Fashion Souls by like a fucking mile. Bargain bin Old King Doran. Oh yeah, I love Old King Doran. I love when he gives me the big suck. Also clip that out. You can quote me on that. I liked when he gave me the big suck and took some of my levels. Okay, can we talk about that for a second? They had a final boss that literally would steal levels from you. That's heavy metal. That's fucking awesome. Yeah, Elden Ring has a lot of like really odd looking armor. There's just a lot that I didn't love. They have a lot of armor, but I just didn't love a lot of them. And Dark Souls had so many sets that I really liked. Oh, Ava, you are correct. It is False King. That is true. Little slime guy. Little slime guy. Or no. You're talking about False King, not Old King. Old King is the slime guy. Isn't he the little dude at the end of the game? Spoiler alert.
Oh, hello again.
Old King. Oh my god. You're talking about, okay, my Demon Souls knowledge. I'm showing my ass. Yes, that is the guy that is that has the really cool sword, and he's like that fucking crazy enemy. I ended up just kiting him and then having him fall to his death, and that's how I killed him. But optional, obviously. Yeah, Old King Doran, he fucks. I don't like how the statue behind Old King Doran is really fucking cool in the original Demon Souls. And then in Demon Souls Remake, they just made it a fucking like default looking knight. Yeah, I cheated. Ava, I cheated. I agree. I watched a video and I had him just fall to his death. But it was difficult kiting him. His leash distance is really hard to manage because he'll keep walking backward, but then, yeah, dishonorable combat. I agree. But also, he fucking deserved it, and his bitch ass, and I wanted his fucking weapon. Soul Brant and Demon Brant, like, are you kidding me? That's the coolest fucking name of all time. I will never forgive Elden Ring for ruining the Havel set equivalent. Oh, yeah. That is essentially the equivalent. Level stealing is brutal. I love it. That, yeah, the King Allant. King Allant, the ability to steal your fucking levels is so cool. Because as y'all know, I like to be raw dogged by these games. That's the whole point. I love that if you didn't dodge that grab attack, he fucking stole a level from you. And it happened enough that I couldn't even wield my weapon anymore. Because I didn't have the stats for it. And that's awesome. That's so cool and so heavy metal. And I think that'd be really cool if they bring that back. I think they did have another enemy in another one of their games that had some sort of similar mechanic. Yeah, Doran he's a toughie. And that's why I ended up deciding to just kick him off, essentially. I was like, let me bring you over to one of these towers, and you can just fucking fall to your death. Even though you have 1,000,000 HP, it will still work. you know, let's reinforce. Let's reinforce the weapon. Well, that was quick. I will also reinforce the fire longsword while I'm here. So we have +1 on both. I'm going to actually change my mind, and I'm going to use all the souls I have. Because I actually want a power stance really bad. The Brain Sucker. Yes. Nameless Chad, you are correct. That is what I was thinking of. They steal your insight. Yeah, False King Alant Grapple is so awesome, and I hate that they never brought it back. At least Remake had the balls to keep the mechanic. Yes. I think the Remake doesn't get enough credit for what it didn't change. It kept a lot of the jankiness. Almost all of it. The one thing that they did add that everyone's pretty happy about is that the way that you could send stuff back to storage. I would say that's arguably probably the best thing the Remake added. Like, because I hated when my pants were just over, you know, I was over encumbered or whatever, and I was like, fuck you. Fuck you, I can't pick this up. God, that sucks. So they took that away. Okay, fuck it, I'll just use the souls, I don't give a shit. Yeah, they never brought back the world/character tendency. I agree. I agree. The closest they got was the insight system, right? Because then you'd have the new enemies pop up and shit like that. So like that was as close as they had ever gotten back to it. Yeah, the original Demon Souls, the equip load was fucking brutal. You were essentially meant to drop off a lot of your extra shit to the Thomas guy in the fucking whatever. I can't think of words. There's too many games and too many words. But yeah, your stockpile Thomas. You were meant to essentially always go back there and drop your shit off at him and barf all your loot on him so you could just go get it back later. But yeah, the Remake was like, nah, we'll just let you send it back because all the other games didn't punish you for that. And yeah, that was one where I'm like, you know, okay, but here's the other thing they should have fixed. Let me tell you, the Man-Eater is the most fucking broken ass boss. Like the AI for Man-Eater is so like he can still get stuck underneath the bridge and then you can't fight him. It doesn't happen very often, but they never fix that. And the way that he flies around looks so fucking stupid. And he's one of the most janky bosses. It feels like it's held together with duct tape, that boss. And I'm a little surprised they didn't massage that AI a bit to just, I don't know, make it work a little bit better. But in the Remake, I was finding myself rubbing up against oversized enemy collision a lot. Oh, really? Oh, I forgot to ask you what your overall opinion of the Remake was, Trivia. Because I know from a visual standpoint, it's obviously one of the most beautiful games ever made, I would argue. It still probably is. At least for me. It's so good looking. It's almost unbelievable how good looking it is. I thought it was absolutely amazing. Fuck yeah. Yeah, I love the Remake overall. Yeah, exactly. They kept the soul of Demon Souls. I don't agree with people who shit on the Remake needlessly because it kept the soul of Demon Souls. It really did. It felt like Demon Souls. But like, it looks just unbelievable. They obviously have like world-class talent of material quality. Like it's just, and it's all like the best rasterization has ever been. I can't wait till it comes to PC because we know it will. It has to. Like we know that they announced that when they announced the game, and then they went, "Oh, we didn't mean to put that on there," and we know it was on the Nvidia leak. Sony, I don't know what you're waiting for, but that would do numbers on PC. Also, the modding community. Come on. Are you kidding me? Like we would love to. I of course don't have the like ability to make high quality assets that are like good enough for that game that then match the original, but that's the dream mod, right? Is to essentially put back a lot of the original creativity that was removed from it, I would argue, which was a little overblown, but there are areas where I'm like, nope, don't like that you changed that. The first mod will probably be putting back the original OST. That's probably the first mod that will come out. Here's a mod where you can have the original fucking OST, because that's what I would want. Or a goddamn toggle. Let me toggle. The original OST is very special. And I get why they upgraded it. I totally get why they upgraded it, because they wanted to match the more recent FromSoft games. So like I totally understand where they were coming from with that, but I think they lost the essence of some of the songs, for sure, and it lost some of the quirkiness. Maiden Estrella, I will never forgive them for. Yeah, upgrade in quotes. I know they made them sound more full-bodied and orchestral, which does match where FromSoft ended up landing with their OSTs. Also, I agree that like the actual sound quality, because I've actually talked to like musician people who are actually into music engineering, and they were like, yeah, the original OST didn't sound great. It had a lot of recording issues. The channel, like they were like, it's not great from that angle, and I agree with that. But I thought they could have remastered them a lot better. I don't like how they trampled over the original, I think, in a lot of cases. But Maiden Astray is the one I point to. I hate it. I hate it, I hate it. I don't hate all the other ones. The other ones are fine. Like, on their own, they're totally fine. But I fucking hate what they did to that song. Because the original is so god tier. It's one of my favorites in their entire discography of OSTs. Maiden Astray stands alone for me. And even the encounter, you're not even fighting a boss. Like, there's that one guy that, like, defends her. But, like, come on. That song playing as you're going down to talk to her, and then she basically just kills herself, and, like, I don't know, man. That's special to me. And I do think they trampled on that a bit. And I don't appreciate that. Because it was not meant to be epic. It was not meant to feel triumphant. It was not meant to feel, so, I don't know. That one I take issue with. Okay. So wait, I need to look at my weapons real quick. Because I do want a power stance, just for funsies. So we need, is that 16 strength? And 15 dex? I think so. I might be wrong on that. Don't quote me on my math. Oh, did I give her the shard yet? I did not. Okay. I want the ha 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 track from the Tower Knight fight. Oh, I didn't notice that. Going down on Maiden Estrella with you. Oops, I may have said that wrong. I mean, look, she's a baddie. Now, she's in her apartment is pretty nasty. Let's be real. She's living in a real dump. You do what you gotta do. I would happily, I would happily do whatever she needed as the Slayer of Demons. Let me just put it that way. Okay, so let's level up. Oh, I'm so close. Okay. She's an 11 out of 10. She absolutely is. Maiden Estrella, she's a baddie. So, also, you know, the other person who I would devote my life to is the False Idol, or whatever. Is that what she's called? Fool's Idol? Fool's Idol? She also looks a little weird in the remake. They changed her face to kind of... It looks a little odd in the remake. And they kind of lost a little bit of the original intent. So there's cases like that where I'm like, eh. Yeah, the Majula theme, oh, so good. If they ever do anything with Dark Souls 2 again in the future, they better not fucking touch the theme of Majula, specifically. Yeah, Fool's Idol, she's got it. She's got it. She could, I mean, look, I would join her crew. I'd be like that guy up there casting that spell, keeping her alive. Basically, that's me after I served her for like 100 years. I'd be that crazy guy up there just casting a spell to keep her alive. 100%. 100%. Okay, so we got our souls. We did the last giant. Now we can kill Pursuer, which is gonna be pretty sick. I love the Pursuer fight. So much fun. Okay, so let's go there. Also, how's everyone's Thanksgiving going? Does anyone have any big plans? I mean, obviously you're in the stream now, so I'm assuming the plans currently are not amazing or great. Maybe you have this on during Thanksgiving dinner. That would be weird. But later tonight, does anyone have like any big dinner plans or something? I don't, personally. Oh, shit in my fucking ass. This is the crystal thing that always gets away. Oh, I got it. Yes. I hate when people draw Ranny and give her... Yes, okay. So this is a big issue. Ranny and then Marika, they give her just absolutely massive tits. And it's like, okay, we don't need to... And look, I love boobs. Clip it and ship it. I love boobs. I've talked about it on the channel before. I love big naturals. But also, we don't need to add them to everyone. Okay? Like, come on. We can just have normal size boobs. And also, respect the original design of the character. Now, to be fair, these are just people doing like their own artwork. So I don't really care that much, but it's something that I'm like, we don't need to do that for everybody. Okay? We don't need to do everybody like that. So, and I say that as a huge fan of boobs, but I'm like, you could, oh, wait, why is there another? Oh, I think that's bugged. I think I found a glitch. Yeah, Crystal Lizard is not going away. Oh, Ace12306, thank you for subscribing. All right. I know I've been bugging people to move over to Twitch. Now I'm just going to be multi-streaming, so like you can watch me wherever you want. I do think Twitch is a more interesting streaming platform because if you subscribe on Twitch, you don't get ads. And that's just not how it functions on YouTube. You have to have premium. And I think that kind of sucks. I think it should be the same setup. I think you should be able to pay like $5 and not have ads on somebody's stream on YouTube. I don't like that. You just don't get any benefit from that. Like I have a membership, but it doesn't really do anything. And even if you do set it up, you can't really... Oh, their corpse does not despawn. Really? Oh, it just looks like it's still running because it's glitched into the wall. Got it. Yeah, okay, but I also don't really support ad blockers because as a creator, ad blocking, as far as I know, deprives creators of money. So I don't like that. Like, I think that kind of sucks. Like, I personally don't mind watching ads. Specifically if it helps out, like, the streamer or whatever. Because I grew up watching ads. I was born on broadcast TV. So ads have been part of my life the whole time. Yeah, well, and that's where premium, I honestly think, is a really good deal. For taking away all ads on YouTube, that's amazing. And I still make money from premium people, right? That money still goes to creators. I don't agree that... I don't know, because I've changed my opinion on ad blocking, partially because obviously I became a creator myself, and that ad blocking is just essentially saying, well, I don't want to support those. Well, now, of course, they could be supporting them in other ways. Don't get me wrong. But I think the idea of just, I don't want to see them, when we know that advertising for decades has been the vehicle that allows content to exist. Like, not everything is subscription based. Because I think people would bitch about that too. They'd be like, oh, I have to pay for a subscription for YouTube. YouTube wouldn't exist without advertising. Google wouldn't exist without advertising. Advertising is what allows any of this to exist. So I think it's naive to just go, oh, well, we can just do away with ads. Well, no. I mean, we couldn't. The money would not be there. You would not get an equal trade-off of people subscribing to a subscription because they'd go, well, fuck that. I don't want to pay for a subscription. Well, then what? Do you want it for free? Things aren't free. Facebook isn't free. Technically it is, but they are selling your information. That's the trade-off. You know, like, we can't run companies off no money. So, I don't know. I have complicated thoughts on that because I think it does deprive... Like, if we had broadcast TV where there were no ads, well, we wouldn't have broadcast TV. They can't run it for free unless we were in a society that didn't function off money. So, I don't know. There's a lot of thoughts about that, but I think a lot of the I've been getting so many ads for ad blockers, which is ironic. It's stupid. It pisses me off. And I've been trying to block this ad. There's this new ad blocker extension for Chrome that fucking annoys me because they basically just go, hey, y'all don't need to get ads, and you are yourself a fucking ad. So, okay, I don't know. It annoys me. But I think people are living in a fantasy land if they truly believe we could just not have ads. That's just not the world we live in. We'd have to be... I don't know. That's just like we're living in another universe that doesn't function on money. But like, I don't know. That's my thing. Subs also give emotes, and yeah, exactly. Subs on Twitch I think are much more helpful and cool because you get emotes and channel points, and it's just a really cool thing. And YouTube, I don't as much like how it functions, to be honest. So, it's just kind of, and then on YouTube you can't like raid another channel. You have to like go to your streaming dashboard and then add a link after your stream ends, and then it kind of sends them there. When on Twitch you can literally type in /raid someone else's channel. It's much more community minded, and YouTube just isn't yet, unless they figure out some way. But I don't like how on YouTube you're streaming in your own little bubble, and like that's it. You have to actually like post a link to someone else's stream and hope that people go there, but it's not an actual like mechanic. I really don't like that. Also, setting up a stream is also just not as easy as Twitch, so I'm hoping they fix that. Also, Pursuer, fucking cool. Yeah, premium being $15 and it covers every single channel. That's like on Twitch. If you get Twitch Turbo, it's a good deal, specifically if you sub to a lot of different people. Like, it's obviously a good deal. I think the creators make more money, obviously, if you just sub to them, right? Oh, I'm going to parry with my hand, by the way. I love that you can parry with your hand. It's so stupid, but I also love it. Okay, well, I fucking ate that one. Hey, thank you for the $2. Okay, shit. Okay, he needs to chill. Oh, I didn't like that. Okay, I need to get one parry off on this guy, just so you know. And I know you can use the ballista to like attack. Oh, fuck. Okay. Oh shit, I actually dodged that. I love how janky that move is with the hitbox. Okay, I'm gonna get it. I'm using my hand, so I don't know if that's just like a really bad idea, but you know what? Get ready to get bucklered. There you go, bitch ass. Got him. Can't riposte him, which is stupid, but you can in Bearer of the Curse mod, by the way. Nah, you ain't gonna get me with that. You gotta get up pretty early in the morning for that. There's a place for everything. Yeah, I mean, I think morally. I mean, I guess if you have. Yeah, I don't know. That's a tough one for me. 'Cause I think there are people who will use ad blockers just to avoid watching any ads, which then deprives support for creators, and that's just the reality. Now, unless I'm wrong, and magically the money still gets to the creators, and you still don't watch ads with an ad blocker, well then I'm fine with it. I don't give a shit. I don't need to defend the companies on that one. Like, fuck it, they make enough money. But if it is truly depriving creators of money, which I believe it is, then that sucks. I don't like that. Because there's people I really like, and I would not want to deprive them of money and make their livelihood harder, and that is what happens when you do not watch ads, because people don't realize how much money that can actually generate. It's not a lot, but it's something. Oh shit, you don't do that move very often. Yeah, fuck off. That move is very seldom, just so you know. Okay. Yeah, I think it's an ethical thing for me. It's not to say I've never used an ad blocker, but that was like 20 years ago. Or 15 years ago. I don't even remember. I've been on the internet so long at this point. I honestly just... Now, I do think you can go too far with ads. I think for me, I'm more okay blocking some of the ads. Like, there's certain websites that... And, like, we're not even talking about video content here. I think that's a different discussion. Video content, I'm used to ads, because I grew up on broadcast TV, right? So, like, that's just been the case. But when it comes to websites, I do think there's some where the ads are so fucking stupid and over the top, and they cover the article, and they make you hit X, but then the X doesn't actually work, and then there's 500 different ads, then there's one on the left, then there's one on the right, then you have to scroll past it. That is where I think you have gone wrong. And I think that's where, one, you are forcing people to use an ad blocker, because you're making it to where I can't read the fucking content. And I get that websites are not getting a lot of money, and it's really hard, but you make me not want to go to the website. Like, that's where I'm at. Like, there are websites I just don't go to anymore because their ads are so fucking draconian and awful. So I'm on your side on that one. I think we could agree on that. I fucking hate when websites spam the shit out of ads. I get why they do it, but you're harming yourself in the process. because I don't want to go to that website. So, in my experience with Twitch streaming, most of the revenue I made off of was ads. Yeah, and I really hated how I was making people watch ads. Yeah, I agree with that. Even if you try to turn ads off as much as possible on Twitch, your viewers will still get ads. Yeah, I mean, I can go in my settings and like change the frequency, but yeah, you can change it even to the minimum. There still will be like the pre-roll when people join if you don't run them enough. Yeah, I guess I don't personally view ads as something that's that bad. I don't know. I grew up with them. And I grew up with more ads than there are now. Like in terms of like internet videos, broadcast TV had vastly more ads, and they were longer, and there was no way to skip them. So like, I guess I come from that world where I'm used to that. And I understand it, you know, we've moved on, but when people complain about it, I'm like, yeah, but it was way worse. And I kind of liked it because when there was an ad, I could go do something. I could go make a sandwich. I could go make a drink. I don't know. Of course, you could just pause your video you're watching, but they play 2 ads at the start, then every 10 to 15. Yes. So I think if you're going to do sponsors inside the video and you're going to do ad breaks, and then if you have like 2 sponsors, like now we're getting into, I think you're pushing it. I agree with that. I think there's definitely, you can go too far. Well, 8 minutes of ads for 22 minutes of TV is a lot less than 1 minute of ads for each video when you're watching. Yeah, so if you're watching short videos, I could see that being a problem. I don't really watch short videos, so I agree that's different. I personally think there's an argument to make that if you pay for YouTube Premium, that those paid ads should be blocked or outright banned. Oh, you mean like the sponsor-related stuff? I think that's tough because they're baked into the actual video itself. And so it's actually just the video file that's being uploaded to YouTube, and it has that sponsor segment to where I don't know how YouTube would reliably cut that out for premium members. Like that would almost have to be tagged by creators. I guess you could do it that way. So if creators had to upload it and had to timestamp when the sponsor segment was, then YouTube, it would take longer to process, but then they could skip that for premium users. Now, what's difficult about that is what if they're doing a live premiere? Well, then it's live and you can't do that. Or what if it's a live stream? Well, you also can't do that. So then you are going to be playing the sponsor thing because, oh, sponsor block extension. It's amazing. It doesn't take money away from the creators. Oh, that's the ideal situation. I am personally okay with fucking over companies to a certain degree. Right? Like, I don't know. I don't feel like I have to stan corporations, right? Like, I feel like their creation is to make money, like their whole goal. So I'm more on the creator side for sure. That, like, what could help or hurt, I'm going to be on that side. Also, I'll be right back. I love your moral flexibility right after your hard ethical stance. Okay. I mean, I think you're expecting me to have like an across-the-board opinion there? I mean, it depends on the situation. Like, there's nuance to every conversation. So if you're expecting me to have a hard ethical stance across the board on everything, I guess I don't know what you're saying there, Abyss. You're calling me out for something, but I don't really get your point. I have like 7 ad blockers running on Chrome. Yeah, it's kind of shitty, personally. I think it's kind of shitty to creators, honestly. I mean, look, you can be tired of ads, but like, you just have to understand that that deprives creators of money. So, if you're okay with that, that's fine. But I do think that's kind of shitty. Also, yes, I'm eating pizza. My brother made pizza and then I forgot about it. I told him, oh no, I'll hear it. I'll smell it. I totally just didn't think about it. But, yeah. Alright, Betsnaz, thank you for watching. Have a good sleep, fingers crossed. I'm just used to content creators being hardliners. I mean, I think it depends. It depends on the topic, depends on the, like, what we're talking about. And I think even inside the discussion, there's nuance of, I don't know, it's hard for me to have an across-the-board opinion on a lot of things because it just really depends. But I do have certain hard lines of like, if you're anti-trans or LGBT, then fuck you. That's an easy one for me. That's not a hard one for me. That one I don't have to have nuance about. Life goes on. I ain't going to waste my time on Earth watching adverts. All those seconds add up. Yeah, but also you're watching their content and then directly refuse. I'm assuming, unless do you sub to them? Do you give them money in other ways? Or do you just watch their content and then give them no money at all? Because if you do that, then that's kind of shitty. Because if you don't have the money to give them, then the only way that you can support that creator is through ads. And if you refuse to do that, well then you're just taking their content for free and you give them nothing. So, I just think that sucks. You girl. Ooh, somebody subscribed. I think it was a YouTube subscription, which is very different from a Twitch subscription. Back in the early days of radio, the commonly held opinion of broadcasters was that ads were bad for the platform. They assumed viewers would turn off the station if ads existed. And they were wrong. That's true. Yeah, radio ads. I've grown up with radio ads. That's how you support. I mean, you have two options, right? You either pay them directly, which people are way less likely to do, just statistically, or you watch ads or listen to ads. So, like, those are your two options. Well, the third option is fuck everybody, I don't care, and I'm not going to support creators, and I'm just going to, sort of siphon the content from them, and fuck it. So, like, if that's your third option, well, then that's fine. So I must feel guilty now. If your revenue was not dependent on advertising, will you be so pro ads? No, I mean, it's just the reality. Those are your options. You don't have to feel guilty. If you don't feel guilty, then like that's whatever. I'm just saying I think that's shitty. So that's my stance, is that that's shitty. And you can say that, oh, you only believe that because you get money from ads. I barely get money from ads. Most all my money comes from Patreon and, you know, well, I guess YouTube I do get a decent chunk there. But on Twitch, it's like fucking nothing. Yeah, you can say views, likes, and engagement. Yeah, I mean, if you retweet their thing to make it seen by more people and you have a decent number of followers, that is a form of support. That is true. I agree with that. Viewing, yeah, on YouTube, I guess on YouTube, the default sort of, because it doesn't work on Twitch for that, but on YouTube, if you watch something you like and you comment, that's true. That is a form of support. Is it enough support? I mean, I guess it depends on the creator. If you don't really like that creator a whole lot, like you like them a medium amount, and that's the only amount that you're willing to do, I get that. I still would say that, like, watching 2 minutes of ads, people act as if that's like getting punched in the face. Like, I'm sorry, but if you're complaining about 2 minutes of ads, you have lived I feel like you've lived a very soft life if that is truly like that bad that you have to go out of your way to block them. I don't know. And plus you get to skip most of them. Like, I don't know. I guess I feel like that's a weird overblown thing of like, I don't know, man. You can't watch an ad? You can't go get a soda while the ad is running? Like, what are we doing? Like, I'm sorry. If people are going to bitch about ads, I think you have too much time on your hands to be thinking about that. Like, you know that money goes to support them. So, like, I don't know. That's just an easy one where I'm like, at Ramasamy Studios, like, you can try to attack my integrity, and that's fine. But I'm just saying, I think what you're doing is shitty. If that's truly, like, you're not subbing to them, you're not giving them money in some ways, if you're not supporting them in any way and you're just taking their content, that sucks. Like, I mean, I feel like if you can bitch about not making enough money off playing video games, that's a pretty soft life. I mean, I didn't say it's necessarily about from that angle. I'm saying it's from the other angle of, like, if you're knowingly not supporting creators, that's shitty regardless. I'm not saying that they think they're not making enough money. I'm just saying from the angle of going, I'm not going to support the creator in any meaningful way or in any monetary way because it's too much of an inconvenience for me, then I think that sucks. That sucks. And I know that that's hard to hear for some people, but that fucking blows. Like, so, and if you can't sit there and watch a 2-minute ad or wait the 5 seconds to skip it, that's really, really weak. Like, I don't know. I'd be like, I think you have bigger fish to worry about than if you can avoid the 5 seconds before you can click the skip. I don't know. I think that's a little sad, but, so we must be obligated to watch adverts now. Did I say you were obligated? I said that I think it's shitty if you don't. That's all I'm saying. So, like, whether you want to change what you're doing, that's fine. That's so bullshit, dude. If your job is playing video games, you have clearly found a way to make that work. Otherwise, all of us would be making money by playing games, but we're not. No, I mean, there's plenty of people who stream as, like, a really side thing. If anything, that's like 98% of the streaming market. Like, that is what you're implying. No, I mean, I'm just saying I think that's shitty what you're doing. So whether you want to take that and change your, like, what you're doing, that's fine, but you don't have to. Yeah, exactly. So Netflix, now they do have an ad version now. But I think that's a good option where, like, you pay less and then you get some ads, or you pay the higher price, which they've raised it a lot. I used to pay $8 for Netflix, but obviously costs have increased. But yeah, I don't know. I like, most people just stream as a side thing. I think we've gotten away from the purpose of the stream, fellas. Fair, but also, like, if people are going to call me out, like, nah, I'll just call them out back. I don't have any problem with that. I mean, that's my stream, so I ain't got no problem with that. The one thing you'll know about me, I'll tell you my opinion. You don't have to agree with it. You can think something is shitty, but also not think that it should be required to be otherwise. I didn't say it was required. And of course it's not required. You can just close the browser tab. Like, I don't know. Oh, not saying that to me. Yeah, yeah. In no way am I saying it's, like, forcible. I don't know. Oh, sorry, I was on your side. I meant to say that even people who's... That's not easy. Yeah, I mean, I would say streaming... I mean, that's a whole other discussion. Is like, is streaming games as hard as other jobs? I mean, God, I mean, that depends on the job. Yeah, that becomes like a whole thing. Like, I'm not even saying it's an effort thing. I'm just saying, like, if you like that person and want to support them, then specifically choosing a way to not give them any money, and by passively not even giving them any money, like you're just watching an ad and that ad goes towards them, I think that's shitty. I don't know why. I mean, people can take that really personally, but I don't know. I just think that's pretty straightforward, right? Like, if you're not going to, try to support that person at all and actively try to avoid ways of supporting a creator that you enjoy their content, I mean, yeah, that sucks. Like, I don't know. I think it's pretty straightforward. I don't know why anyone would be confused by that. I mean, they may just not like it, but I don't know. I don't think that's a hard concept of, to get. Radiant Life Gem, you love to see it. God, you love to see it. Does Pursuer show up here? It should be when I open this. Oh my God, I have 18,000 souls? When did I get that? Wait. Really? He doesn't show up? Oh shit. Alright. Interesting. But hey, I mean, if that opinion, annoys people enough that they'd not want to watch my content, I'll go about that. I mean, I've always said that anytime there's, like a huge disagreement or something, like, that's fine. Also, we don't need to agree on everything. Definitely agree about that. We can agree to disagree on that. Ah, shit. Okay. The auto lock-on, or lock-on thing here is fucking me up. I think it does take a toll on people. I mean, obviously, yeah, I don't stream very often because I'm exhausted usually at the end of it. I'm a big introvert and I don't talk a lot. So when I talk on stream for a steady, like, 4 or 5 hours, that is not easy for me. But do I think it's as easy, or do I think it's as hard as, like, working on an oil rig or being on a railroad? Absolutely not. Of course not. There are obviously, I've had harder jobs. Like, I mean, my job is not streaming. I make YouTube content and I mod. Those are the things I actually do. Streaming is a side thing that I like to do occasionally. I think I should probably do it more often because obviously if I do it more often, I make more money from it. So, and I'm lucky I have enough people who watch me. And I know plenty of creators out there who, I remember when it was early on, I would stream to like 1 or 2 people, right? And so even if you have like 20 viewers, you're in the top 0.1% of streaming. I think people forget that most streaming is like streaming to no people, right? Oh, isn't this the one you throw? I think you throw a thing at the wall. Oh, does it need to be an actual like bomb? Probably. Fuck. Okay, that's fair. Also, I need to finish my pizza. Yeah, I wouldn't say streaming is easy. I think people get into discussions of like, is it easier than this job or easier than that job? And I think that's a bit, I think that's a bit of a fruitless discussion, Yeah, I would love to stream as a hobby to a small group of people, but the fact that you'll sit at 0 viewers forever, yeah, it's pretty tough. Yeah, I feel bad for that because a lot of people will start from absolute 0. I was lucky that I took the shortcut. I mean, I wouldn't say I took a shortcut, but basically I was known for something else. And so it's a lot easier to transition that into, oh, well, what if I streamed? And people were like, oh, yeah, okay, I'd watch that, I don't consider myself like a good streamer. I don't know. I watch people who are way more entertaining than me. But I also understand that like why people watch certain streamers is different. Some will like chill vibes. Some like really entertaining. Some like really loud. Some like quiet. So I do understand that like it's not an across the board type thing. But yeah, it's starting out streaming and streaming to like 0 people. It's hard. Oh, I knew Trivia was gonna. Trivia is very sweet. Thank you. She's always been my cheerleader. Yeah, like I know people. Oh, the only top streamer thing you're missing is a webcam, like with bisexual like cool room. Yeah, that's true. I could actually. Oh, actually, I don't even have my webcam plugged in. I could have enabled it, but I was wondering if there's a psychological connection between people being less likely to subscribe to somebody if they don't see them. I don't know the answer to that, but I would assume slightly, because if they see the person, they can connect it much closer. Like even VTubers, they have a persona that is on screen, like they have an avatar, right? So you kind of wonder if there is a connection to that. Like if having my doofy ass little face on here would be beneficial. For me, it's 100% true, but actually the opposite. Oh, really? Oh, that's nice to know. Okay, I like more data. Yeah, because I know when I used to have my face on like some videos, when I asked, people were like, "Oh yeah, we don't need that," which of course some people could take as like, "Damn, all right, I guess I'm fucking ugly," which is not what people were saying. They were just like, "We don't need it for the content you're making. You being on screen is covering up something we could see." And I went, "Oh, yeah, that checks out. Like I'd be covering the souls, or I'd be covering something, just to have my doofy ass face on here, and that just isn't like needed." And I was like, yeah, okay, that checks out. So I just stopped doing it. It also means you don't have to like shower. Like right now you have thought out opinions and are sharing them, and then you have to also defend them. Yeah, I actually enjoy the talking about opinions, and you know, I try to have thought out ones. I can't say all of mine are. Thankfully, the like Souls player character is usually in the middle of the screen, so you can try to get the cam over your character's head. Wait, do people do that? I feel like I watch a lot of people who play Souls games, and I've never seen anyone have their camera over their actual like character. That's interesting. That's a thought. Okay, I've talked to you long enough. Hey, this guy's got the right idea. Yeah, I mean, I try to have thought out opinions, and I try not to be like specifically nasty about them, but I do like to be direct. Like if we're not going to agree on something, that's fine. And I also think like the quicker you can get to that point of like, oh, I know we're not going to agree on this, then that's fine. And it doesn't mean like, you're my mortal enemy. No. This is crazy. So there's not 2 guys here. Interesting. Oh, I probably should have. That'd be a cool way to do the camera. Yeah, I've never seen that either. That's interesting. Just as like a test, that'd be interesting to put my face like, because I guess it'd be my face on the back of my character, because that's how it always looks, is the back of my character. That's interesting. Oh, hey buddy, I think you're bugged. You're straddling that line. Very good, though. I'm gonna let you know that. Am I on the Rune Sentinels level? I don't know. But I can do anything. I have beaten the Shinobi Owl. I have beaten Father Owl. I think those are the 2 different names for him. I've beaten Demon of Hatred. Was I lost in the sauce on Jin? Yes, I was. Have I beaten Armored Core? Yes. The first time. And that final boss was ridiculous. You can take the road of TikTok clips. Yeah. I've never gotten into short form content. Yeah. Owl Father? Holy shit, that fight was hard. That's definitely on like my top 5 hardest bosses. Easily. So good though. Such a good boss fight. Demon of Hatred I don't like as much. But I did finally do it. Oh god, level 1 Millennia? Nah, I don't think I got it in me. I don't have that dog in me. Not for that. I'm not good enough for like challenge run related stuff. I'm so bad at that. I guess I could try one day, but mad respect for anyone that does. Oh shit. There does seem to be less enemies here. That's nice. Okay, that is a fall towards death. Fairly certain I remember that. When I beat the AC6 final boss, I got the special dialogue where you pop your last flask at 1 HP when he's nearly dead. What? I didn't even know that was a thing. Oh shit, hey, don't hit me. Don't hit me. Don't hit me. Yeah, I'm almost near the end of my second AC6 playthrough. And I obviously am loving it. I do feel like it might end up being like the best game I've ever played. To be honest, like I'm genuinely fighting bosses in that game feels almost like nothing else. And I would have always said that about Souls games, and I obviously do love fighting Souls bosses, but like AC6 is different. It's crazy. I just love it. I love it so much. I love the look. I love the sound. I love the combat. Yeah, it's just that's when your damn grit of yours kicks in, and then narrowly won. Yeah, most of the time with any of the AC6 bosses, I usually barely won. I don't consider myself good at AC6 at all. I feel like I need 4 hands and 4 controllers to do everything they want me to do. I just can't believe some people get so mad just because someone wants to earn money doing what they love. Yeah, I do agree that some people can look down on content creation a lot. I think it's a minority, but there are people that'll be like, oh my god, you're just on your computer. And I'm like, you try doing it. Let me know how that goes. You start up a YouTube channel, you start up Twitch streaming, you let me know how that goes. Get back to me in 6 months. Let me know. Until you've done that, I don't respect your opinion that much. Like, I respect it like a little bit, but until you've tried it yourself, and I would argue that's pretty true for most things. I think real lived experience is probably the best way to... I try to only have an opinion on things that I know about. Which sounds like a weird concept maybe, or maybe pretty straightforward, but I do try to like... I think one of the biggest things I've learned as I've gotten older is knowing what I don't know. And so if I know that I don't really know much on a topic, I don't tend to show my whole ass and put out a giant opinion about it because I don't know a lot about it. So like, I need to learn. And I gotta, so you hear from a lot of different people in different aspects, and you can figure out what your opinion could be and where you come down. But like, until I know a lot about it, like, you're not gonna hear me have like big opinions on F1 racing. I only watch the Netflix series every year when it comes out. Do I actually know much about F1 racing? I do not. So you will not see me come out with hot F1 takes. Also, I should probably pop a repair powder. Oh, I got the sticky white slime, which they call aromatic ooze, but... Truth, brother. Yeah, I don't know. That's always been kind of my... As I've gotten older, that's more so where I am, where I'm like, I don't need to have an opinion on everything. I think there's plenty of things I can not have an opinion on. Like... on Asmongold, or anytime the internet will show me some person I'm either supposed to hate or love, there's a lot of times where I just go, I don't need to know this. I don't need to know it, and I don't need to have an opinion. I think that was, oh god, what's his name? That's gonna bother me. There's a guy who did, Bo Burnham. He had a really good quote in some podcast, because I've actually never watched any of his content. I just know of him, but he had a really good quote where he was like, you know what, I think people feel they need to have an opinion about everything. They don't. We legit just don't need to have an opinion about everything. I don't know how you support yourself, but I'm so glad I get to play your awesome mods for free. Well, that's very kind. Yeah, I luckily do not spend a lot of money, so that's part of it. Yeah, Reddit users... Yes. I when I enter Reddit a lot of times I'll be like, oh, I don't need to know any of this. I don't really want to be force-fed any of this. I don't care who that person is. I'm gonna be real with you. Like lately, it's been all like Hassan things of like, this person hates Hassan, this person loves him, and I'm like, I just don't care. I'm gonna be real with you. I don't care. I think he seems okay. I don't know, whatever. Like, it just doesn't rile me up because I'm like, eh. He seems like a person on the internet and he makes content, so like, whatever. And now there are certain cases where they show me clips of like genuinely shitty behavior. Like lately there's been a lot of clips of that Tectone guy who's like part of OTK, which I barely fucking know what that is, but like I've seen some clips from him and I'm like, okay, you seem kind of shitty. But do I really know anything about him? No. I just know the shitty clips that they're showing. Yeah, I don't know. The clips I've seen of Hassan, he seems fine. Hell, he even plays Souls games, so I'm a little biased towards that. But Hassan seems cool. I don't know. Like the people who hate him, I'm like, I don't know. Yeah, that one I've never really bought into because I've seen clips of him. I've even watched like, I've watched like 10 minutes. I've seen some clips and he seems perfectly fine. I don't know. You know, he seems like it's just a dude. He's a dude on the internet saying things. Oh shit! Damn, I didn't know he was gonna hit me like that. That's rude. Okay, I need you to do that attack so I can pop my little candy. No! Don't fall down. Fuck. Oh shit! Now we got both of them. Oh, okay. Okay. Now that we have both of them up here. Oh fuck. Oh no! Oh, I don't even have any flasks. Chat, this might be bad. This might be bad. Oh, fuck my ass. Shit. Shit in the taint and the... Fuck my... Sorry. Sorry, everybody listening. It's not family friendly. Just so you know. Oh, shit. Okay, good. He pauses. I love how they designed most of the DS2 bosses and enemies to have this pause before they do their attack, and that's what allows you to get out of it. It's a very smart design. Because they knew the actual players have slow movement, so they kind of had to program that in. Fuck! I didn't know you were jumping like that. I didn't know you had the hops. Okay, which one is Ricky? Oh, fuck. Okay, shit. Yeah, now there are 3 of them. Okay, I altered the quote. Don't worry about it. Dude, their moves are so sick, though. And they also reuse this OST that we all know bangs very... Okay, that's Ricky. Okay. I got Ricky in my goddamn sights. Ricky... What am I thinking? Ricky Martinez? Ricky... Who am I thinking of, chat? Ricky... I'm thinking of like a musician. Ricky... Oh, hey, your shield was not up. I want you to know that. It was not up. Oh, fuck. Fuck my ass. Shit, the taint and the... God damn it. Ricky Martin, yes! Thank you. Rick Sanchez. Wait, why does Rick Sanchez sound so familiar to me? Who the fuck is Rick Sanchez? Now I gotta know who Rick Sanchez is. I know Rick Santorum. He's kind of stupid. I don't know why I had a Rick Santorum slam ready, but fuck that guy. Rick and Morty, that's true. You know, I've never seen like 2 seconds of a Rick and Morty episode. I have no idea what it is. People always like reference it, but I go, I don't know what that is. I know it's like an animated show. From the clips I have seen, the humor hasn't been doing much for me. I don't know. Then it felt like they're trying to be too clever, but that's me once again not knowing almost anything about the show. Oh, that Rick and... Got it. That's Rick Sanchez. He's the guy with the white hair, right? That's my best way of describing Rick and Morty. I know he's like the scientist-looking guy, right? Okay, got it. I know things. I know popular culture. Ooh, that was a clutch dodge. Oh my god, I'm so killing it. Look at that, chat. That was not bad. No flasks, just a shitload of life gems, which admittedly I used every single one of them. And now we're going to open up the 5,000 different walls that are fake walls in this place. I forget which one they are. I know there's some down here. Isn't it over here? Nope, not that one. Nope, not that. Really? Hey. Oh, okay. Wait, do they have less in vanilla? I feel like they might. Oh, okay, there was one. Oh no, I think they probably have the same amount. Okay. Yeah, I love life gems. They give me more flexibility. And I know some people think, oh, they make the game really uneven, but I don't know. I think they're clutch. Like, I think if I go through the trouble of making sure I have some on hand. Oh, this one is always weird to me. They didn't put anything in it. I'm like, okay. But I also think that's a classic Dark Souls design, that not everything is worth doing. That's actually a key design principle that I think gets looked past a lot, where people will be like, I want there to be an item behind this waterfall every single time. And like, I'd go, no, actually, I very much don't want there to be, because it's the not knowing that keeps it interesting. If there was always something really cool, then you've defeated the purpose of the fun of like, oh shit, there might be something there, you know? Yeah, the sound effect is very satisfying. Oh, this is just for the ladder. I know there's another couple up here. They're awful for game design. You just never die. I mean, I guess for me, I feel like you still have to dodge correctly, because they don't regen fast enough to truly, like this boss, they could have killed me had I let them hit me many times during that boss fight. The life gem, I mean the base one, obviously they regen faster depending on which one you're using, but even the higher ones that I was using, their hit did vastly more damage than what that was healing at that time. So I still had to avoid them enough. So I don't know, I guess for me I'm pretty okay with that, but I could see how it does stack, but even then I feel like I have to be avoiding them to then use the life gems to get multiple, because the timing that it takes to take one with the three of them flying around, yeah. I still feel like there is skill there. I'm still finding the windows where I could even put them on. And even stacking them, it's not like a ridiculous super mondo fast, even when you stack them. I don't know how many you can stack at once. I think the most I've ever done is 3, because then I didn't have time to do it. Like, the boss was going to fucking wreck me, so. I don't know. I've never found it to be a big issue. But, so that's, wait. Okay, y'all shouldn't be able to leave messages there. I understand that, oh, so there's no limit. I guess the limit is a more natural limit, right? The limit is that there's barely any way that you'd be able to use like 10 of them in a row, because the boss is gonna hit me if I keep putting those on. I'm slow and I can't dodge. So like, I don't know. I feel like that's just a natural limit. That where if anyone can use 10, I don't know how the fuck they would do that. I've only ever been able to do 2 to 3 before I get fucking hit, and their damage way outpaces what the life gems do. So he's gonna explode. Okay. Yeah, you can have 99 of them. Yeah, I mean, they could try to make them like more expensive. I'd also be fine if they made them not infinite for the base ones. I'm pretty okay if it was like a finite resource that you had to really think about using, and then your Estus could be the infinite ones that when you refresh at the bonfire, right? So, I don't know. I could see that. Man, I am playing with some risk. I have a lot of souls right now, and I know there's going to be a guy try to rip my dick off down here. I just don't know where he's at. Wait, why is... Okay, well, I don't remember there being a dog down here, so that's interesting. Okay. What's up, big dog? Are you playing online? That's a great question. I believe so, yes. When I launched the game, it said there was no new information, so I believe it did. Oh, Priest Charm, that's... Yeah, I still don't have any Pharaoh's Lockstones. I haven't come across any. which I feel like I've gotten this far in the game. Maybe I'm just really bad at garbage collection, so I didn't find where it was, but haven't found any. They are cheap to buy in mass quantities. I think another potential thing that could negate them a bit is how they do it with blood vials in Bloodborne, because obviously blood vials get more expensive as the game goes on. Probably as you level up, I'm assuming, is the sort of I won't push too hard because you mentioned you don't want people being wet blankets about DS2. Oh, I mean, I think it depends. I think if people come in, I don't mind people having criticisms about Dark Souls 2, because I have criticisms of Dark Souls 2. Like, oh yeah, no pursuer fight. Wow, okay, shout out to Scholar. I like the pursuer fights. I know some people find them annoying, but I actually like them. No, so I don't mind people having criticism of Dark Souls 2 because I have plenty. I definitely do. I have a lot. I think what I don't like is when people come in and say this game is shitty, or man, this game is so shit, or oh god, what a shit ass mechanic, or oh. I think when they come in like that, I don't respect that a whole lot, because I also think it's this is maybe it's just a me thing. I prefer to say, I think this game is bad, versus this game is bad. A lot of people, understandably, will say, yeah, but you're the one saying it, so we already know that you're saying, I think the game is bad, when I'm saying it's bad. But I think words matter, and I think how it comes off to other people is important. And I think there's an actual difference between saying, I think this game is bad, and this game is bad. That's exactly, the power of I statements. I think that's very different. I think it comes off differently. I'm saying, I felt this game was bad. I am not, because I think a lot of times when people say this game is bad, what they're actually meaning is, I think this game is bad, and I think everyone else should think this game is bad. That's the difference. And I think a lot of people are making that point. They're saying, I think it is objectively bad, which is not a thing when it comes to like games or art. So if you say that Dark Souls 2 is objectively bad, I immediately throw out your opinion, because that's not a thing. I think some people don't understand what objectively means. You're saying it's subjectively bad, and that I accept. If you subjectively think that it's bad, that is fair. Because I think certain things are bad, and some other people don't. But I think it's once you start trying to apply that to everybody else and make everybody else think the same way, that's when we start getting into a whole different territory. So yeah, I kind of like how you approach it. I kind of want the Elite Knight set. And I know if I drop cash on him, he will grant me that Elite Knight set. There has to be a valid why. So actually, Ash, I tend to disagree with that. I think you can have an opinion, and you're actually not, like, honor-bound to give a whole why. And I also don't think that the other person has to ascertain whether that is a valid why or not, because that's like a whole other discussion. I think someone could literally just have an opinion of, I personally think Dark Souls 2 is bad. I don't think they actually have to explain past that, unless they want to. And if they do want to, that's fine. But I accept it at face value. But I take it a lot differently when they come in and say, Dark Souls 2 is bad. Like, even when I posted the YouTube community thing, saying I was probably going to stream Vanilla Dark Souls 2, there was like 3 different comments that were like, well, that's because Vanilla Dark Souls 2 is hot fucking trash. And I'm like, that's what I don't like. Yeah, exactly. Like, I don't think you owe anyone the explanation on that. Like, yeah, if you say, I just feel this way, that's valid. To me, at least. You know? I go, okay. Hey, man. We're not all going to agree on everything, you know? And I think there are plenty of things to dislike about Dark Souls 2. I'd argue there's plenty of things to dislike about Dark Souls 1 and 3, to be honest. And I have my criticisms of all of them. But I also love them like my children. So, I love them despite their flaws. Let's just say I have interacted with people in my life, sometimes close to me, that don't respect that. And they will say, you have to give me a reason why you feel like this. But you haven't explained why you feel like this, so it's not valid. And I go, I don't owe you that. Like, I don't. I just don't owe you that. if I want to tell you, I will. But if I don't, I'm just not going to tell you. Like, I don't know. It definitely is a consent thing where it's like, homie, I didn't enter into like where I need to tell you this, you know. So I can't remember how much money I have to drop on this guy. I didn't know we were going to get philosophical, but I'm okay with it. Our streams always end up that way, where we can talk about that kind of stuff. I mean, the people that claim they love Dark Souls but hate Dark Souls 2, I understand where they're coming from, because Dark Souls 2, I feel, is easily the weirdest out of the three. And it's also the most distinct out of the three. So I can understand if somebody likes 1 and 3, but they don't like 2. Because 2 did try a lot of different things that were not in 1 or 3. And it's also running on a different engine, so it also feels different. Now, to be fair, 1 feels very different from 3. So, like, there's also difference there. But I don't know, that one I get, because it's a very weird game, and I love it. Yeah, life gems make the game too easy. That's true. That is not an objective statement. I agree with that. Yeah, that is a subjective statement, because I have not felt that way. It's so fake to absolutely hate 2. I mean, so I still am... I think you're allowed to hate it. I don't know. Like, I guess that's never been my point against the Dark Souls 2 haters, is that they should therefore love it. It's more so that I think I would argue against that, in that could you not try as hard to talk other people out of it? I think that's more where my issue comes into it, where I'm like, and that's once again just an opinion of mine. I'm just making an opinion of saying, I would prefer if you didn't try to talk other people out of playing Dark Souls 2, because they might actually love it. And I've actually seen countless people this year, new creators I've found, new streamers, whatnot, who have tried Dark Souls 2 after not playing it and skipping it because other people told them to. And when they did play it, they went, oh shit, I actually kind of like this. That's cool, you know? And so that happened to me. It's because it's a personal thing. Yeah, I would say the overall conclusion is subjective. I think you can look at how it impacts the game and how quick the healing is, and I think you can look at the objective things. Oh, are the gifted subs on sale for Black Friday, or have they always been $3 on this channel? That's a... Wait. Oh, this is a YouTube chat. Oh, God. Okay, hold on. I gotta ban somebody. There's somebody who's trying to do followersnation.russia. Nah, bro. Get out of here. First person I've had to ban. That's cool. Yeah. Are the gifted subs? Yeah, on YouTube, I think my memberships are $3. To be honest, the memberships, I don't think they really grant people that much stuff, which sounds like I'm not selling them well. I think they're really just there if you want to support the creator. Like $3 a month. I'd say the subs are much more useful on Twitch, because you actually like get rid of the ads. So I don't know. YouTube, the memberships never have made a ton of sense for me. It's basically just like, I think you can do early videos for members, but I don't like doing that, so I haven't, you know. I have members, but like I don't gate content early for them, really, you know. I guess, and like I also don't gate content for Patreon members. I literally I post it the same time for both YouTube and Patreon, because I don't know, I feel like that gets weird for me. I don't like to artificially make the YouTube people wait longer, if you know what I mean. Like, I don't know, that one feels weird to me. I mean, it's certainly not the direction I wanted for the series, and the series has gone in that direction, and I really don't like it. Oh, you mean like the... What's up, Yadig? Happy Thanksgiving, thank you. You mean like the way that Dark Souls 2 went? And because Dark Souls 3 did pick up on a decent chunk of what Dark Souls 2 did in terms of like having warping from the beginning. And then the Estus upgrade system. Like, we still have that in Elden Ring. So, you know, shout out to Dark Souls 2. Do I prefer it more than like the Estus system in Dark Souls 1? Where you can get like 5, 10, 15. DES and DS1 were special games, and DS2 and onward have lost that. Yeah, I mean, I would say that is obviously the most subjective thing of all, is whether they're special or not. Like, obviously that's going to be a personal thing as to whether they're special, because I personally find DS2 incredibly special. If anything, I think it's the most unique out of the series. I personally hold Dark Souls 1 as the top, but that's because it was my first. And I think the first half of it is amazing, but these are all subjective statements that I'm making. But I think Dark Souls 2 tried so many new things and had the courage to do that, and not all of them worked. But I kind of like it for how flawed it is. And I didn't even like it at the beginning. I think I went like 5 to 10 hours in this game, and I didn't really fucking get it. And then eventually, I really loved it, you know? Dark Souls 2 is a weird game, but it introduced a few quality of life changes. It really did. It had a lot of quality of life that ended up going forward in DS3. Yeah, I think DS3 being the favorite of the trilogy is certainly a popular take overall. I mean, I think DS1 probably takes it if you had to poll the Souls community. There's more people that would probably say DS1 than DS3, but DS3 definitely wins over DS2. And technically, do I consider DS3 probably a better standard Souls game in the vein of DS1 than I do DS2? Yes. I think DS1 has way better bosses. Dark Souls 2 has very bad bosses in the base game. Yeah, I would agree that we don't really need to rank the games. I totally agree with that. I think that gets into a whole other thing of like, we really don't need to be doing that. And if you want to, that's fine, but I don't think we should be forcing everyone into a tier list, when I actually think DS 1, 2, and 3 are all actually very different in how they play. And that's great. I would actually hate if they were all super similar. I don't know. That'd be boring to me. And why is it Cuphead? Yeah, I still haven't played Cuphead. I'm not a big 2D guy, you know. I don't know. I used to when I was a kid, but now I find it more difficult to, specifically like really difficult 2D games like Hollow Knight or whatever. I miss my third dimension. I played Demon's Souls for the first time after Elden Ring. Oh, interesting. Yeah. I actually think that's a great experience. I love when people, my brother, who's been in the chat a little bit, he started with Elden Ring. And that was his entry point, which is the entry point for so many people. Yeah, let's get that. I think that's enough to power stance. And when you go, and then you can see how the formula has evolved, and you can see it in all those games. I would say, as an Elden Ring fan, there are objective connections between Elden Ring and DS2 in terms of what was reused. Obviously, Tanamura being a co-director on Elden Ring, a co-director on Dark Souls 2, also a co-director on Dark Souls 3. I think people forget that when they try to like make a fight between Dark Souls 2 and 3, and it's like, homie, there was the same director, co-director on Dark Souls 3, and then a co-director, the main director of Dark Souls 2. So I think people try to get way too much into battling between the two, when it's like, I think we're lucky we live in a world where these games exist at all. I found a Dark Souls 2 texture in Elden Ring? No way. That's awesome. You gotta, if you have a screenshot of it, I would love to see it. That's awesome. I love that. Is it really subjective or fact? As the streamer, your word is basically lie. No. Luckily, I'm just another guy. I don't hold any more. I've had people try to do that too, where they're like, hey, I mean, you're the expert. You've modded the games for so long. And I'm like, nah, I'm still just a dude. It's in the LE Discord somewhere. Oh, okay. Yeah, no big deal. This like super chipped up wood used on the log spokes here. Really? That's cool. No, I'm just another dude. My opinion does not hold any more validity. IMO. Okay, what was... Oh, yeah, power stancing. Hold on. I'm trying to get better with my yap to gameplay percentage. I know I'm very bad at that. Elden was trying to be an action game in a world where Devil May Cry exists. I would have to disagree with that. I think Elden Ring is very much just like a Souls game. The difficulty was never the point. I mean, I would also disagree with that. Miyazaki's talked constantly about the difficulty is core to the experience. Does Elden Ring have more ways around that difficulty? Yes, but the having there be a challenge and you overcoming it is the goal. Now, he has said the goal is not to just purely punish you. The goal is to show you breadcrumbs of what you could do to get around it, but it's the sense of victory after overcoming something difficult. So the difficulty, they've been very clear, the difficulty, that's why they said we're not going to do difficulty modes, because we are tuning it very specifically for a certain experience. So I would say Miyazaki's been clear, but once again, Miyazaki's the only one who can talk for himself, and we are parsing his words through a translator, so like, I can't say that what I'm saying is objective, but from what I've seen of his interviews, he's been very clear about difficulty is a core part of the games, but it's not meant to just, it's not, Prepare to Die, that moniker being put on Dark Souls 1 did a lot of damage to the brand, I think, in making people not try out the games when they should have, or could have, and really enjoyed it, because they thought, oh my god, I won't be able to play it. And that's just not true. You have to adapt, and I think a lot of people would end up enjoying it. But I would say the difficulty is very core to the experience. So, and they want you to overcome that challenge, because that's the rush. That's the, once you finally beat like Smelter Demon and Iron Keep, you're like, fuck yes, it feels so good. Or when you finally beat Melania, and like, yeah. So now I'm power stancing, which feels pretty good. Do I have titty shorts? Do I have titty shirts? Oh, I have two. I actually have large titty shirts. Oh my god. A Souls MMO game with old school rules where grinding and skill is a must and you can lose it all within a single moment. Yeah, isn't there like a, yeah, I know there's a hardcore mode of like World of Warcraft where it's permadeath. I'm like, yeah, I don't know, big dog. I don't know if I could do that. That's too hardcore for me. I feel like the Legacy dungeons are easily the best part of Elden Ring. I would agree. I don't need my Souls games to be open world. Yeah, they only brought back power stancing in Elden Ring. What a shocker. The game that brought back many DS2 things, it also brought back the Pharos Lockstone. They just called it a Stone Sword Key, but it is very much a Pharos Lockstone. But yeah, yeah, I really don't like that DS3 took a step back in terms of player freedom. You know, obviously hexing didn't come back, power stancing didn't come back, life gems didn't come back, and then they had this weird like dual wield weapon that was weapons that were automatically set up to be dual wield. And I'm like, that's not the same thing. I'm glad you put in something like that, but to me that's not the same. Yeah, let's go to this room. I think we're making good progress. I can't believe I've streamed for like 4 hours. Huh. That's crazy. I feel pretty good, too. We're just jamming. I feel like I need to just stream... Oh, Jude Knight, my bad. I'm really bad with Twitch chat. How long are your streams usually? That's a good question. So normally I would have already ended stream at like 3 hours, because I suck and I can't. It's very taxing, but I gotta admit, this time I'm actually feeling pretty good. Do I know why? No. Maybe it's because I'm playing Dark Souls 2. And everyone in the chat's being pretty cool. So that helps. Like, there's been no one who's like transphobic and shit that I have to ban, because that gets... that's taxing. I don't want to have to deal with really shitty people. So, no one has been shitty thus far. Except for that one guy that was a little shitty about ads, but whatever. Can you power stance different weapon classes in Elden Ring like you can in DS2? That's a great question. I don't think so. I think Elden Ring is a little bit more constrained on that, where they limited it to the same weapon type, but I could be completely wrong. So don't quote me on that. I'm certainly no expert on that. Actually, yeah, let me go up first. Yeah, power stancing is probably one of the biggest things that, like, I don't think they ever should have gotten rid of. It just was such a cool addition to the formula. I also understand that, like, Dark Souls 3 apparently was a pretty rough project early on. So it could have been that they just were like, dog, we just got to finish this game. We don't have time to add every single feature from Dark Souls 2. Because unfortunately, yes, it's a different The different engines, which were based originally on the Dark Souls 1 engine, but then a lot of it did end up moving forward. Like the file structure for DS3 is much more like Dark Souls 2 than it is for Dark Souls 1, but it's a bit of a hybrid. It's the whole thing. Dark Souls 3 has the coolest cut content stuff. I haven't actually looked into that a whole lot. I do want to play like the Dark Souls 3 network test. I have not been successful in finding a package file for that. Because of course there's no way to legally get that anymore. You know, that's one time where piracy, I'm like, well, it's not available anywhere. And I'm not playing it to like, I don't know, mess up your IP. I think it's just cool to play network tests, you know? Ah, fuck. Shit, fuck. Oh my god, thank god for the iframes. Woo, baby. Oh shit. Oh my. Alright, be cool, everybody. Oh, also, look at this floating geometry. It also has UV mapping issues on the side, but of course these are from a destructed thing, so I understand they thought no one would see that, but... Hidden path ahead, I agree. Jailbroke my PS4 so I could play the ER network test. Oh, nice. Yeah, I never got to play that. I wasn't cool enough when that was out. I didn't even have a PS4. I believe the boss who became Pontiff Sullivan, yes. Yep. That was originally the final boss, which does make sense, because Pontiff fucks. Damn, no Pursuer here either? Damn, okay, I have to admit, I really like that change in Scholar. I really like... also, I would say Dark Souls 3 is definitely an example of... It got a bit of a downgrade, graphically, as did Dark Souls 2. That's kind of a very common thing, it seems. And of course, trivia can tell you all about that, but I think Dark Souls 2 has the more well-known graphical downgrade. Because it just, man, it had to run on PS3 and 360, sadly. Oh, I meant to use a life gem. Fuck. Removed all the fake walls and explored Stormvale. Lots of claymores, really? That's weird. I still only have my weapons at a +1, but I feel like I'm melting shit. Maybe Scholar did do a better job of, like, difficulty? Because I do feel like I haven't really faced any struggle yet. I think I've only died, like... Have I died twice? I don't even know. Also, my cat's sneezing. I don't know if that's on microphone. Oh, hey. In Scholar, y'all don't attack. Damn. Yeah, fuck my goat ass. God, I hate you guys. The explodey enemies are definitely one that, like, I would delete from Dark Souls 2. I don't think they're fun. I don't think they're fun to fight. I just don't have fun with them. So I'm just going to do my little swing here. Yoink. Oh, I don't even have a Fragrant Branch of Yore. What am I doing up here? Damn. Oops. Oh, cat. Yeah, he's a little sneezy. It's weird because in Scholar they don't attack me. They just stand there. Now the ones from downstairs do. They run after you, but like the upstairs ones, they just don't move if you don't attack them. At least for me, I've always been lucky that like they don't. So I don't know. Yeah, I don't like the exploding enemies. I think they suck, honestly. They're just very not fun to me. Yeah, Scene, thank you for the, I think, YouTube subscription? So essentially YouTube follow. I think it's weird that Streamlabs treats those as the same things when they're absolutely not. Like, those are very different things between Twitch and YouTube. But regardless, thank you for subscribing. I don't think you can hear this probably at this moment. Yeah, so they got rid of the big... I'm just going to say it as if it was like the second version. It's not. Vanilla was first, but yeah, Scholar added a big guy there, which is fine. Best bonfire coming up? Hell yeah. All the homies love this bonfire. Yeah, Iron Keep, man. Oh, hey, since when do you kind of try to like body block me up here? Right, I don't remember that. Whoop, he pooped out an item. Oh yeah, the weird gargoyles. What's up, guys? I don't think I'm going to do your boss fight, because I really don't care about that boss fight. I think that's one of their other ones where I'm like, oh, okay, I don't think you guys needed to include a DS1 callback as obvious as that. You know, that and Ornstein, I think they could have deleted from the game. I don't think they needed it. Oh man, I love lighting the torches. I love it. I haven't been doing it a lot in the stream yet, and I feel bad about it, so I'm gonna light this one. Yeah, this one is odd. I think it's very odd that someone will just attack you as you rest. It's like, well, okay, that seems like bad design, but I'm just, you know, just gonna throw that out there from software. I don't. Maybe that was them on purpose, going, "Aha, you thought you were safe." Like, yeah, it's just more annoying than anything. Oh, interesting. So this guy is standing here, but in Scholar, he's closer to here. Okay, small change. It wasn't tested. Yeah, it could be that it just completely went past the QA, because it's like, I don't know about that. Oh my god. Jesus Christ, that hurt. Okay, let me just suck down a life gem. God, look at that shadow casting. Come on, Dark Souls 3, how dare you not have this by default? And you have to turn this on. Also, to be fair, it is with my mod, and I enabled more shadow casting. But, you know, point stands. They kind of went back on shadow casting a bit in Dark Souls 3, but maybe that was for performance, because everything else looked a lot better. Yeah. Also, how crazy is it that Scholar came out really near Bloodborne? That's crazy. Is Bloodborne playable on Steam Deck yet? I mean, on a technical level, I believe it is. Now, why is DS2 anti-aliasing better than DS3? I would say in this case, on this stream, it's actually because I'm not using the Dark Souls 2 anti-aliasing at all. I'm actually using Reshade, and I'm using temporal anti-aliasing, where it actually creates its own motion vectors, and so it looks a lot cleaner. Yeah, they share a very similar like FXAA by default, and it's not great. It is very shitty. And it doesn't even work that well, because Bloodborne has the same shit, and it's nasty. It's real nasty. I guess if I had to say, one reason why it seems worse in Dark Souls 3 and Bloodborne is that those are a lot more geometrically complex. So you're going to notice more aliasing, because there's just way more edges and way more things to cause issues, partially. Alright, so this is a big change from Scholar, where they actually, in here, they actually have these really big, creepy looking guys that they ended up putting in Aldia's Keep in Scholar. But I thought they were cool. I don't like what they did in Scholar, where they're like, we're going to put the dwarf boss here. Because reasons. Like, I don't know. I never understood why they did that. Okay, I'm going to power stance your bitch ass. But I try reshading on DS3 TA. It looks bad, like blurry in motion. I would be sure which one you used. So there was a reshade shader that was called TAA, but it was not TAA at all. It looked like fucking dog shit, and I never understood what the fuck the point was, because it wasn't temporal anti-aliasing. So this one is Vort Motion. So Vort Motion specifically and importantly creates its own motion vectors. And that is what you need for temporal anti-aliasing, and that's what these games lack. And only Sekiro had that, and Onward, of course. But yeah, Vort Motion actually creates its own motion vectors, and it like hooks into the motion blur of the game or something. So it actually ends up looking really awesome. So yeah, if you give that a try, I think I even have a mod for Dark Souls 3 that does that. But really, you can just download Reshade, download Vort Motion. And it actually looks awesome, because I'll actually show you. Oh, you probably can't see, because, oh no, I am doing display capture. You can't see this. So you'll see Vort Motion at the top here. That's the shader that you're looking for. Because in the settings for Vort Motion, you'll notice it has V enable TAA. You can even enable its own motion blur on top of it if you want, but I don't tend to. And you literally just make sure the TAA is enabled, which by default it is. And then you even have your own TAA settings, but these are default. I didn't even change these. And And then you'll notice I also have enabled the AMD Fidelity FX sharpening, because I actually find that sharpening to be better than the built-in sharpening you can enable on this. Yeah, so Vort Motion, it's really good. So yeah, no problem there. I'm glad to share that with anyone, because it's very nice for games that have shitty anti-aliasing. You can just disable it and turn that on. Really nice, really nice. It's a little bit of a performance hit, but it's not too bad. The boss is on the boat that goes to Lost Bastille, I think. Oh, yeah, that's true. I guess there is a connection between Lost Bastille, the boat, and No Man's Wharf, so maybe that was their thinking. Oh my god, we got the stamina shield. Although I can't use it because I'm power stancing. Oh no, this is where Sublime Bone Dust is. That's right. I remember that the Blossom Crest shield is like way later in this game. Also, hey, what's up, big dog? Okay, don't attack me. You know what? I'm not going to mess with you guys. I'm just not in the mood today. I also don't have the Bastille key. So I'm not going to be able to make the arena lit, which kind of sucks, but... Okay, please open quicker. Oh my god, I'm so glad that that gate opens very quickly. That's very nice. Yeah, Flexile Sentries were the jailers of the Bastille. Oh. Oh, okay. Well, that actually makes sense. I guess it makes less sense that there's just a random... Oh, fuck me. Hey, leash distance. Oh, thank God. They leash there. Whew. Also, look how their animation rate cuts down to like 15 FPS. I love that. That's a nice little optimization. What build are you doing? That's a great question. I have no idea. I've basically upgraded my strength index high enough that I can dual wield the Heide Knight sword and Fire Longsword. That's about it. I haven't done a whole lot. My vigor I put up a little bit. I put my ADP to the right number so I get DS1 iframes, and beyond that I don't care. Also, I didn't finish my pizza. That feels like a mistake. I guess I'll try to eat cold pizza. I've never been a huge fan of that. It still tastes pretty good. Oh, how did you begin modding? That's a good question. Oh, I'll answer this other question really quick. You have to buy separate from Scholar to play the vanilla? That is true, Plastic Chemo on Twitch, yes. It is actually a separate purchase. It's the original one. It's still on Steam. But yeah, it's a different version of the game. And then Scholar was like a year later, and they remixed a lot of things. I think some things got better and some things got worse, personally. I would be personally okay with Dark Souls 2 if it never got Scholar. I like Scholar, but I didn't find Scholar good enough, like big enough of a difference that necessitated it existing, if that makes sense. Like, I wonder what the conversations were like in FromSoft of like, we're going to spend another entire year working on a remix of a game we already released. Like, I don't know. That feels weird to me. Like, did they really think it was that bad? Because I'm having a grand time. I mean, I haven't died a lot, but I've also played Dark Souls 2 like a fuckload, so, you know. Oh, I still have no flask, but you know what? I got my goddamn life gems. And Divine Blessings. And Rouge Water. Oh, I do have Sublime Bone Dust. Okay, I'll use that when I get back. And Sticky Slime. And I did take my flask off my bar just so I don't, like, accidentally grab it. Oh yeah, remember to level up Dex. Randomly awesome 7W468. DS2 over DS3. Hey, I mean, I accept that opinion. I also accept if someone says they like Dark Souls 3 more than Dark Souls 2. Or Dark Souls 1 more than Dark Souls 2. Or maybe they hate all of them. I'm also okay with that. I am a lucky one where I love all of them. So I get to play all of them. The remaster for 1 seemed a little pointless. You are correct. I mean, the best thing it did was from a performance standpoint. It runs fantastically well. It had a new renderer. It added normal maps to every surface. It had better particle effects. So it's a much more stable version of the game. Unfortunately, it made some artistic changes here and there. It washed out some textures. And did it really have high resolution textures? It absolutely did not. Dark Souls Remastered is absolutely I would say, as someone who has spent 1,500 hours plus between both games, mostly remastered, but I have played Prepare to Die Edition. I played every like 3 months or so. And having modded both games and looked at almost every single file, Dark Souls Remastered is the better one to recommend to people. It just is. It is a much, much easier game to play in terms of like, well, performance. Just in general, it's much more stable. Shockingly more stable in frame rate. So, but I love Prepare to Die Edition. Obviously, my entire Dark Souls remastered mod was taking things from Prepare to Die Edition and the textures and altering the lighting to make it more like PTV. So, so obviously, I don't want anyone to question my love of Prepare to Die Edition. I obviously love it endlessly. Oh, I can't put the sticky slime? Oh, bummer. Okay. Okay, chat. Do we think one try on Lost Center? I need to drink up. I need to get some Dr. Pepper, some DP. I know people don't really call it DP. Doesn't, you know, obviously. We know what that means, but I think it's funny. I gotta go grab a DP. And people go, yeah, wait, what was that? Easy first try. Dr. Phil. Hell yeah. Come on, Dr. Phil. We got this. Yeah, I think this fight's actually really cool. And it obviously connects to the Witches of Izalith, right? And I love that this drops the old witch soul in New Game Plus. All right, we got this. I feel like we got this. We're going to play the cutscene, obviously. Pretty heavy metal. Oh, come on. Hey, lady, you can't let a bug crawl up in your eye. I mean, maybe you didn't have a choice, but I guess that's like the chaos bug or something. Ah, that's so sick. What a sick intro. This is actually the boss that gave me more trouble. This is like the first one that gave me any trouble, realistically. Versus any... Oh, fuck. Well, I also have no stamina, so this is actually very bad. Fuck. Oh, thank God there's a... Oh, I still got hit by that. Oh my God, that move is hard, because like... Okay, my stamina management is so bad right now. Also, I feel like this is darker than usual. Oh my God. Crazy. You bitch. Oh my God. See, the fact that she runs at you for like 6 football fields. Oh, I'm stressing. I'm stressing. I'm stressing. Okay, I gotta lock in, chat. Oh no, no! I didn't want to use the divine blessing. That was too long. Oh fuck. Okay, I don't have enough stamina. Oh my God. Sir? No, actually, lady. Sorry, always forget. Okay. Oh, clutch dodge. Oh my God! I left myself open. I need to get back to full stamina. Ugh. Nice. Okay, we're in a rhythm. We're in a rhythm here, chat. Oh, still got her. Okay, I keep wanting to say him. I don't mean it as a gender thing. Ooh, you're doing a little block with your sword. I don't see that very often. Oh shit. Shit my ass. No, you didn't. You bitch. Okay, I am locked in. I'm not going to see any chats, because actually this is the first one that has required any skill IMO. But I've always said that I think Dark Souls 2 bosses are pretty weak, generally. Except for Smelter Demon. He's the only one that, like... Well, this one too. I think this one I've seen on most playthroughs will sometimes give trouble, because if you don't light the fires, it's harder to see them. You know, so there's that. But even without the fires, it's not too bad. It's just, it can be a little tricky, because I think her moveset is definitely more advanced and more tricky than some of the other ones. and more like less one note, right? Okay. Oh god, okay, the lock-on is hating me. Alright. Oh man. We are in a flow state right now. Oh my god, we're doing so good. That's also not the attack I wanted to do, just so we know. Look at that. Look at that. That's the Witch of Islip? Hell yeah it is. Hell yeah it is. Her vision continues. Oh, wrong one. I can't see shit. I wish I had a flame butterfly right now, but I do not. Heyo. Yeah, the range is pretty... Oof. Some of those moves, a little tricky. A little tricky. Yeah, Lost Center Sword, pretty sick. Pretty sick. Thank you. Yeah, it's pretty tough. Some of those moves, like she hoover, oh, Fragrant Branch of Yore. That means I can go towards Shaded Woods. But I also haven't done Pirate Town yet. And as y'all will probably don't know, I really enjoy Pirate Town. Also, Pirate Town is actually harder in vanilla. I would wager, precisely because that shortcut across like the bridge there does not exist in vanilla. So you have to make your whole way through Pirate Town to get to the boss. And I'm like, ugh, I want my shortcut. Okay. Wow, good amount of souls. Check that out. Yeah, there's my first big one. I will keep that soul. I'm not going to spend that one. In Elden Ring, I can select a higher resolution than my display, almost like render scale. Why is that not in DS3 and DS1? Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I guess if you choose a higher resolution than your display and then it downscales, it's essentially downsampling, which would be better for anti-aliasing. I don't know. Could have been an engine upgrade at some point. I wonder if Sekiro lets you do that. Yeah, I was shocked to find the shortcut gone. Yeah, it's a great thing added in Scholar. So nice. Because in Scholar, that's a game changer. Once you make it through, you're like, oh, okay. Now I get a quick run to the boss. It's not a big deal. In Vanilla, they go, no, you're going to make it through the town the whole way. Fuck. So that's where, like when I say that vanilla, there are certain spots in vanilla that can be considered a little bit harder. It's not often, but there are some areas. Oh yeah, I want your Elite Knight set. Or not yours, but just the Elite Knight set. Yeah, rendering Elden Ring. Yeah, if you have the graphical power to render something at a high resolution and downsample it, yes, that is much better for anti-aliasing. Yeah, it kills your weapon durability. Yes, yeah, Pirate Town is definitely like a speedrun type thing where you can like really get your rolls down. There's so many enemies, but I really like the vibe of it. That's my favorite thing about Dark Souls 2 is how varied the areas are. They're just like completely different. Yeah, extra NPC summon. Oh, that's right. Yeah. Yeah, Scholar definitely improved some things. I think the biggest area for me that was an uplift in Scholar was Dragon Eerie, which actually also answers the question that Yermit has, which I'm probably saying that wrong. Dragon Eerie, I think it's just, specifically in Scholar, I think it looks cool in both, but functionally it's awesome in Scholar. And the way that you have to like duel off against all those knights to make it to the top to then have the face off against the one dual wielding guy. Come on. That shit's so cool. And obviously it was the inspiration for a little bit of the aesthetic of Majula with all the flying dragons around, naturally. Dark Souls 2 too. Hey, do you have new stuff? Yes. Oh, we're so back, chat. Oh, wait. Okay. I can buy 26 of them. Okay. Chat, we are so back. The Elite Knight set is goated. I fucking love it. And it looks so good in Dark Souls 2. It's very blue. I love how like primary color it is. And in Dark Souls 1 Remastered, at least specifically, it's a little washed out. Even in DS1, it's not as blue. So I fucking love it in Dark Souls 2. It looks so good. It's probably my favorite version of it, is Dark Souls 2. I can't remember Dark Souls 3. Okay, I'm spacing. Is it in Dark Souls 3? Is it in Dark Souls 3? It has to be. It has to be. But I feel like this is the version that, like, just look at that. And look at the specular on the armor. Oh, it's so good. Okay, it is in DS3. And then, so DS2, one of the big benefits of it over Dark Souls 1 was the addition of cloth physics. Huge thing. Huge. Oh, Henri. Oh my god. How did I fucking forget that? Sheesh. So that's how you get it. Maybe that's why I've never gotten it in Dark Souls 3, because I don't think I've ever actually gone all the way through her quest. I've known what the ending of her quest was, and I knew all the things you had to do, but it was just a lot. Damn, I gotta get that for my next Dark Souls 3 run. Yeah, I do hope Demon Souls Remake comes to PC. It's supposed to. Like, it's in the leak. They originally announced it. Then they reneged on it and said that was an accident, but I don't believe them for a second. Oh yeah, an intern left that on the trailer. I don't buy that. I don't buy that. I think y'all were going to put it on PC. Why it's taking longer? Oh, dude, the Alva set is also goated. Unbelievable. Dark Souls 2 has the absolute lock on Fashion Souls. I mean, the Elite Knight set, just look at all this leather and cloth and chainmail and metal, and it's just so good. And obviously Dark Souls 1 gets the credit for the armor set, because obviously it was in Dark Souls 1 first, but I think the Dark Souls 2 version is just pitch perfect for me. This is exactly what I want it to look like, and it has cloth physics, which is a minor thing. But every time I go back to Dark Souls 1, I'm like, fuck. Yeah, Dark Souls 2 has still not been beaten on the Fashion Souls area. I think Elden Ring is the closest in terms of like the quantity, but I don't actually like a lot of the armor in Elden Ring, unfortunately. I don't know. There's just a lot that I go, it's fine. I don't know. But it's never stood out to me. Like in Dark Souls, I can name off all the armor sets I love. In Elden Ring, I can't. Hey, Patrick Higgins, whoa, we got a member. Thank you for joining the membership. I wish I could say there were better benefits to it. There's not. But thank you. It's very cool. Oh, Dark Souls 2 cover art guy looks very cool. 100%. I'll never forgive FromSoft for making the crystal armor so trash in DS1. Yeah. Oh, okay. Ultimortal Moth, which that name is still amazing. The fluted set? I'm upset that the fluted set did not, like, come back. It's actually in the Dark Souls 1 files. It just wasn't active. It was on their, like, debug character. Of course, there's a mod that puts the fluted set in Dark Souls 1, but, yeah, the fluted set is so cool, and I'm so pissed that it never came back. Why would we not have that come back? It's amazing. It's awesome. You brought back Storm Ruler from fucking Demon Souls, but y'all didn't bring back the fluted set? What are we doing? What's this all been about? That's the most iconic Demon Souls set. I mean, that's what I would say. I mean, I could be wrong on that, but like, when I think of Demon Souls, I think of the fluted set. So, I don't know. That one doesn't make any sense to me. I'd love to talk to somebody at FromSoft of like, did you guys run into some reason why you didn't continue it? I don't know. It bugs me. As you can probably tell, it bugs the fuck out of me. Because I want to wear that all the time. Yeah, I thought it was weird to bring back Storm Ruler the way they did. And they also trivialized Yorm's fight. Oh, Penetrator set. Absolutely rips. I 100% agree with that. And I actually like that the remake brought that as an actual armor set you could wear. Because I believe in the OG you couldn't wear it. I could be wrong on that. Don't quote me on that. But yeah, Yorm's boss fight, I was disappointed. I was like, what? You're gonna force me to fight with that? Because you can technically kill him the other way, but it takes like 18 years. I'll admit, I didn't like that. I was like, you did him dirty. He could have had a really cool boss fight. And I admit, when the Onion Knight comes in and he does his own little Storm Ruler, see, that's how I would have done it. Okay. I've just thought about it, chat. I would have much preferred that if you were to do the quest with the Onion Knight up until that point, and then he would do the Storm Ruler. But if you were to fight him on your own, you get that boss fight. I think that would have been cooler for me. I don't like. I don't know. Yeah, I just don't like what they did with Yorm there. I think, that was just Yeah. Once I was summoned to help a guy fight Yorm, new game +7. Shoot. No Storm Ruler, no bows, no headshots. Oh my god, that must have been crazy. If it wasn't the same Onion Knight yet again, yeah. That's my issue with Dark Souls 3. When it does fan service, it does it in such an ungodly, overt way that feels very weird to me. At first I loved it, and to be fair, I still love the game. I love Dark Souls 3. But it does feel odd to me that they just dumped Andre in Firelink Shrine. And he's just there, and that's it. And he's using the same model from Dark Souls 1, and he's just there. Why? I don't know. He just is. And I'm like, okay, I mean, yeah, I get time is convoluted, but I don't know. It just, a lot of the ways that they did it. And then they also were like, oh, you're in Farron Swamp, and you look in the corner, there's a bunch of those mushroom guys. Oh, this must be Darkroot Garden, or what it became, and they look exactly like they were in Dark Souls 1, they're just dead. And I'm like, yeah, but that's not how... Isn't this like after endless cycles? And I get the time is convoluted, so like all the universes are collapsing in on itself, and I don't know. There's little things like that bug me. Yeah, I'm gonna buy all of those. Absolutely. Heide Knight, yes. Fire Longsword, yes. Heide Knight's sword, yes. Fire Longsword, yes. Oh my god, we're so jamming right now. We have +4 on both. Yeah, because like DS2 overall, I think handled it a lot cooler. And if you exclude Dollar Store Ornstein and the gargoyle fight, if you take those out of it, I think everything else is really cool. Like how they have the broken, this isn't confirmed, but I'm fairly certain it is, the broken shards of the Lord Vessel underneath that manor. A lot of the characters will talk about the kingdoms that came before. Obviously in the DLC you have the Daughters of Manus, and you have all the lore surrounding that, and I think that was really cool. And then the Lord Souls, but only in the New Game Plus, and then, like, I think they did really cool things, and they reference it and hint at it, and do things like that. Not to mention Aldia would talk about Gwen and the Lord of Light, so like we know that obviously they're very much connected. But Dark Souls 3 was just like, here it is, you know that stuff, and here we go. And it's like, okay. And then like you're in the catacombs, and they go, hey, do you remember all those demons you fought before? I mean, here's all the statues. And it's like, yes, I do know of those demons. I don't know, it just felt very like, here's that thing that you know. I'm like, yeah, yes, it is the thing that I know. So I just prefer Dark Souls 2's way of connecting it, but being a distinct new experience that was not 1000% tied to Dark Souls 1. So, not to mention Dark Souls 3, obviously the final boss, Gwen takes over. So even there, they can't help but reference Dark Souls 1. And I admit, I love when I first had that happen. I got goosebumps, and I loved it. So I'm of a mixed mind of it, where I love it, but I also go, yeah, but you could have been a little bit more clever with it. IMO. But okay, I gotta level up. Oh, I gotta burn a shard. Let's burn a bone dust. Rage just updated DS3 LE with a bunch of Sekiro stuff and a new thing. Oh my god. Hey, can you whisper to Rage and be like, hey, you should let more people download DS3 LE, because I would really like to play with it, and I'll even promise not to make a video about it. I would just like to have it. But I also understand if not. But it'd be really nice if it was downloadable, like I guess for me it's like the Sekiro thing is downloadable, but the DS3 one is not. I know. I should just ask him. Okay. Yeah, I guess I don't know. I felt like it was probably not included for a very specific reason or something, because the Sekiro thing was just publicly available. Oh, it's not going to be publicly available until at least March. Oh, okay. I'll DM him. Be like, hey, big dog, like, can I play around with that? And if you're okay with me making a video, I would like to, because I think it's awesome, and I think people are going to fucking pop the fuck off for it. And if he doesn't want me to, I obviously won't, but that's a good call. I should just ask him. I should suck it up. Just ask him. I was hoping it would just be really easy and it would just appear and I could just download it, but that's awesome. I love how he's like cross-pollinating between all the different... Oh, you pinged me? Thank you. I will look at that after stream. I do love how he's like cross-pollinating between, you know, DS2 LE, DS3 LE, Sekiro, and it's all just like, all the things are going to each different version. Pretty cool. Okay. Level up. I'm honestly okay with my damage as is. Now, you gotta look right now because it's gonna make you explode. Oh, shit. Okay. Alright, hold on. I do have Discord on my phone now. It's been fun. Hope you all have a very, very nice day. Thank you, Rash. I was going to say Rash. That's my bad. I did not mean to connect those. Thank you for watching, and I hope you have a cool day. GTAO with visibility bitmask. Love me the visibility bitmask. That made a huge difference. SSGI using the same methods and screen space shadows on local lights. That does look pretty nutty. And that's even on like my fucking phone, but Jesus Christ. Oh my god, that looks so good. Wait. Oh, it does have parallax on the floor there. Oh, so I'm assuming he's doing the same things. With adding like the height maps, or even using the ones that are already present in the alpha channel, because there are ones that are already sitting there. Interesting. Isn't in DS3 LE? Well, then, wow, this cutscene really, or this screenshot, I swear to God that's Palm. I swear to God that's Palm. Oh, it's just a vanilla one? Interesting. Oh, this area. Really? Oh, that's in... Oh. That's interesting. Okay, so that's just a default one. Okay, nice. I had not noticed that that's where they used Palm. Fuck yeah. That's... Oh, shit. Okay, so that's my DS3 knowledge is not as good as other things. What room is that? What room am I looking at? Because I can't place that in my head right now. What room am I looking at? Because I need to check that goddamn floor after stream to check the Palm setup. It is the Yorm. Okay, in my mind I was thinking Yorm, but I'm like, fuck me, that looks so much cooler than what I remember it. So, okay. I bet that floor, I bet that has a blend Palm setup. Because if it has a blend Palm setup, I get to rob those GX bytes, and then I can put Palm in fucking anywhere. Most places. I'm in. Okay. I hope I remember that after stream. Okay, so... Oh, I'm excited. Oh, I need more stamina. I think we all can agree I need way more stamina. It's not a blend? Fuck, it's just that texture? Damn it. Okay. Okay. I was hoping there was a blend in there somewhere. Fuck. Alright. You're getting a hit a lot on your rolls. ADP needs upping. Yeah, but see, I'm at the 100 agility. So I'm like right near where the DS1 iframes are. I just don't think I'm rolling well enough, to be honest. But I have the 100 AGL. I know some people recommend like 110 or something, but I've always beaten the game with like 100, so I'm pretty okay getting hit a little bit. I've tried playing the game with not updating or upgrading your ADP at all, and I fucking hated it. I fucking hated it. It was so bad. No thanks. That's DS2 gaslighting you like an abusive spouse, yeah. Hey, I love your videos. They're all very informative and well-made. I disagree about the well-made, but I appreciate you. I was wondering how you rank the Souls games 1 to 10. Oof. Well, I'm not going to do that now. Oh, 107? Shit, okay. I'm close. Okay, I was wondering what the actual number was. I always end up just getting around. Currently at 89. Yeah, if I just dodge well enough, I should be fine. I will not do the 1 to 10 rank type thing, because that I feel like would take a while, because that's the amount of like obsessive thoughts I would have of which one goes where. I'd have like 3 different tier lists because I rank them differently based upon how I think about them and from what context. But I will be making a video about that, or maybe I'll just do a whole stream where I just rank them, because a lot of people have asked me and I've never given a full answer. I've never once given a full answer. I've always been like, oh, I rank that one above that one. So if they cut all of my different comments together, they might be able to glean which one it is. But actually, I don't even know if my list is complete, to be honest with you. I've never sat down and like fully listed them because they're like my children. So it's hard for me to, I don't tend to do that a lot. I'm pretty sure 36 ADP? What? Oh my god. Really? Oh fuck. Oh yeah, it's not elephant guys. It's these jabronis. Hey, look at that. Didn't get hit. Didn't get hit. Oh fuck. Oh, I rolled too early. Whoops. Ooh, green blossom. Alright. I think DS3 is better than Bloodborne. At least they don't have any DLC. I was actually pretty underwhelmed by Bloodborne. I mean, yeah, the Bloodborne DLC is, for me, goated as fuck. It has not been surpassed by any of their other DLCs. Personally, that's a giant IMO, but I think the Old Hunters is just a galactic level of amazing. It's, yeah, the amount of content you get and how fucking awesome it is, and to have Lady Maria, Lawrence, Ludwig, and Living Failures, they're fine. And Orphan, like, come on. That's so much sauce in one DLC. I'll buy it when I get 60 FPS. Yeah, it's pretty common. One day, I would obviously say it's worth playing at 30 FPS. It plays fantastically well. The input latency is actually fantastic. Precisely because of the frame capping method that they use. I find Bloodborne to be very responsive. Of course, visually, no, but from a controller input latency standpoint, it feels quite good to play for me. It has great motion blur, a great shutter speed, but I do understand people who are like 60 FPS or nothing, right? So I do get that. I've always been of the case that I think 30 FPS is a perfectly suitable frame rate to have as an option, because it should be. It is the lowest frame rate that I think is acceptable for gameplay. And I think we should always have that as an option, specifically for consoles, because I think if you're going to push graphics forward on console, you have to have 30 FPS as an option. It's definitely hitting sub 20 FPS. Yeah, there's definitely instances where it would drop. I always had a pretty good experience on base PS4, to be honest. I don't know. I didn't have that many problems. I don't know why. Now, it does have frame pacing issues, to where even when it is at a solid 30, like a locked 30, it doesn't feel like a locked 30. I think that's the problem. Yeah, exactly. But I literally get motion sickness from 30. Yeah, exactly. So that just depends on the person. 100%. That's fair. Because it will be, certainly, your eyes definitely have to do more work when it comes to 30 FPS. And obviously we watch movies at 24 frames per second, right? The rare exceptions that did like 48 or 60, they obviously did not do terribly well. I would agree that 30 FPS probably is unplayable on mouse and keyboard. I've never tried that. I don't think. I don't play mouse and keyboard that often, to be honest. I am a controller jabroni. Souls games were obviously designed for controller, but I know plenty of people play on keyboard and mouse. It feels so bad to me, but I understand that's a me thing. Yeah, I do know that, yeah, keyboard and mouse does not work well on DS2, because obviously you can have proper support for keyboard mouse, and I think Souls games commonly have absolute dog shit keyboard mouse support. So like, there are ways you could do it better. I could see Armored Core actually being really good for keyboard mouse, if I had to bet. But I still play with controller because that's what I grew up with. I've always just played on controller. As early as the Xbox, you know, or no, PlayStation, Nintendo. Like, that's just been my thing. Hey, what's up, Luca Teal? How you doing? What's up, big dog?
You haven't changed a bit, have you? The longer I am here,
I haven't changed a bit. I would agree. Oh, that's right. Like back in the day with like 640 by 480. I remember that resolution. I used to play at that. Yeah, that's true. I guess I was playing some first-person shooters at a lower frame rate back then, but that was so long ago that I was young. I low-key want the DS3 remake just so they can add cloud saves. I think it is hilarious that DS3 does not have cloud saving. Like, what are we doing? FromSoft. You gotta patch that. How is that still the case? I've lost all my DS3 progress numerous times because I reformat my computer, and I'm not gonna fucking save a little folder in my app data folder. It's not gonna happen. So, yeah, that to me always blows my mind that it doesn't support. Yeah, I would agree. Luca Teal is easily my favorite. Yeah. Yeah, Luca Teal's story is always just really sad, and I love it. I actually think the highlight of Dark Souls 2 probably is the NPC like dialogue. I think it's really good. I also love Vengarl. I love Vengarl. I love talking to his head. And I love that he's just like, you know what? I haven't felt this in a long time. The joy of talking to somebody, of flapping my, I think he says flapping his lips or whatever he calls it. But I really like his story. And then of course his body tries to kill you, which as we all know, ended up moving to Promised Consort Radahn in terms of moveset and even body type. That's where it started from, which is very cool, and I love that. Have you played Lies of P? I absolutely have. I've played it twice, and I love it. I love it, and I put it up there with the Souls games. I think it is that good. And I do not say that lightly. I genuinely think it is a fantastic game. It's so good. And we're getting DLC and a sequel? Like, are you kidding me? Come on. That's so good. It's very linear. That's my biggest criticism. And I also think the second half, or like the last third of Lies of P, got a little status effect heavy. I didn't like that. But I fucking love the game. I also like how emotional that game got. I love the NPC storylines in Lies of P. Like, at the end, they got really sad, man. It was rough. Yeah, Lords of the Fallen, I just retried because they had put out patch 1.6, and so this like had been after so much patching. Yeah, which Lords of the Fallen? Admittedly, yeah, the newer one. Yeah, the old one, I don't like that one. I never made it even past like 2 hours into it. The new one is obviously way better, and I had some good time with it. I've tried twice. I made it like 15 to 20 hours in both attempts. So this most recent one was like 2 weeks ago. I had gotten 15 to 20 hours through the game, and I'd gotten to around the same point that I quit the time before. And I quit again, because it just got to a point that I didn't find fun, I didn't find the enemies fun, I didn't like the area I was in, and it was consistently getting worse for me. I didn't like what I was doing. And yes, I got lost a lot. And performance was much better. Like, that wasn't an issue. Bugginess wasn't an issue anymore, because I wanted to give it another shot. I liked what they were trying to do, and I think they were trying stuff, and I am glad they're making a sequel. I really am, because I think they're talented, and I think they love the Souls genre. For me, it felt like they learned the wrong things from Dark Souls 2. That was the vibe I got, is I feel like you played Dark Souls 2, and you took away the things that I don't necessarily like. And then you made a game that was more or less focused on that. And I don't know. But I had a lot of good times. I think for me, another weird thing is that IMO, the best boss in Lords of the Fallen, of what I played, 15 to 20 hours, so I'd say a really good chunk of the game, was Pieta. And that's in like the first 30 minutes. And her boss fight is fucking awesome. I love the spectacle, I love the music, I love her design, I love the moveset, I love the second phase, I love it. I absolutely love it. And then everything past that was sadly worse. And that sucked. Yeah. I tried replaying it the other day and put it down. Yeah. It was better than I remembered because they had patched it a lot. But it still was not, it was not worth it past a certain point. Yeah, Unreal 5 has been a mixed bag in terms of what we're getting, because it's got a lot of stutter. Knight Rider, yes, I am back on YouTube. I relented and I was like, you know what? That's where everybody is. So I think the best thing you can do as a streamer is meet people where they are. So I'll just stream on both. Yeah, I like the idea of Umbral. The Umbral thing for me felt like their sort of like added mechanic of like the torch mechanic in Dark Souls 2. It felt kind of cool. You know, I like what they were doing. I think, unfortunately, a lot of the Umbral ended up just being like, let's go run over to this corner, grab this thing, pull down a shortcut. It didn't, I don't know, it wasn't as cool as I thought it was going to be. They've made improvements to it, but even when I tried it like a couple weeks ago, I just wasn't having the necessary amount of fun in the game, honestly, to keep continuing, you know? It got to a level that I fucking hated, and I just, yeah. I haven't tried Black Myth Wukong. I haven't tried that. I mean, it certainly looks cool. I think performance is not going to be great, but it looks cool. Yeah, the medium did have dual worlds. That's true. I guess I'll put on this shield. You know what? I'll put on this shield. Oh yeah, I was going to light my torch. God, I'm so bad at this. Have you seen that Black Myth Wukong uses 30 FPS on performance? Yes, I have seen that. And I it's such an odd choice to do your performance mode specifically using frame gen from 30 to 60. Like that's a bad idea. Now, to be fair, I have tested the lossless scaling. Oh, your Fursona's girlfriend, thank you for following the channel. I did try lossless scaling on PC, and I tried using frame gen from 30 to 60, and with their frame gen algorithm, right? I have to admit, it was pretty good. It was pretty good. Now, what I was rendering was not as complex. It was Bloodborne. Black Myth Wukong, like, oof. I think y'all are going to get some latency with that. But as your performance mode, I find that very odd. And it's not even recommended by NVIDIA or AMD with their frame gen. They're like, do not use 30 as your base frame rate. There's not enough information there. Like, it will technically function, but there will be artifacts out the fucking ass. Yeah, lossless scaling is honestly really good. I was pleasantly surprised by the quality. I was like, this is doable. Like, the artifacts I was seeing, they were not a deal breaker for me. I felt they were cool. I don't know. Like, I mean, not cool, but you know what I mean? Like, they were fine. I don't know. I didn't hate them. I could see the artifacting, but for what I was doing, it felt pretty responsive, you know? But yeah, Black Myth Wukong, their modes, their display modes on console are very weird. To where, don't they have like 3, and one of them doesn't make any sense, and then their performance mode, yeah, using frame gen is like, ugh, you're gonna have just a shit image at the end of that. That was a game that, like, shouldn't have even been on Series S, to be honest. Yeah, man, this area without the shortcut, oof. Hey, I don't have a shield, big dog. I need my torch for this area. Oh, I only have 4 seconds left? Oh, big dog, somebody drop me a torch. Wait, this one's already lit? Oh, look at that guy. He did a superhero jump? Oh my god. Ow, 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 ow. Dude, you're kind of popping off, I have to admit. Yeah, they have a 40 45 FPS mode. That's right. Okay. So I remember there being something very weird where I'm like, why would you do that? Why would you set a mode at 45 FPS without VRR? That's just not, that's not a thing. That's not anything. That sucks. I don't know. Yeah, that one I just genuinely don't understand. Now playing DS2 and LSFG 2.3. Yeah, I was pleasantly I was happy to be proven wrong, because I genuinely was loading it up going, you know what? I think this is going to look like dog shit. And I was wrong. It honestly... Hey, why the fuck are you guys down here? How did they get down here? I do know one Scholar change was that they run away from the torch in Scholar, but they don't in Vanilla. Yeah, it is kind of funny. It's definitely one of those like, okay. What? Hey, they don't have Carl? They don't have Carl, the torch guy? He's only in Scholar? Damn, I didn't remember that. I love Carl. Are you a fan of Elden Ring being nominated for Game of the Year? I am. I think, honestly, when I think about it, what they gave us is amazing. So, like, and I think a lot of people forget that Jeff Keighley is not the one who nominated it for Game of the Year. Those were the judges, which are like gaming publications and a lot of different people, you know, individuals are part of that, and they're the ones who voted for it. So like, those are the people voting for it, and I agree. Like, I don't know. I don't think Jeff should have put his thumb on the scale and been like, we won't let you nominate it. Instead, he was like, well, let's just have it in the pool, and if people do, then they do. And if they think it's good enough, and I would argue, it is absolutely good enough, and it's also longer. I would wager it's longer than some other games on that list. So if it's a length issue, that's not an issue. If it's a quality issue, that's not an issue. Now, the one thing I do agree with is I am not thrilled that to access it, you have to play through the whole game. I understand that being a little weird for Game of the Year, that you have to literally play another game to get to this game that is being nominated. I agree that that's not ideal. But I also think in the grand scheme of things, awards are all made up, and they don't matter. So that's probably my overall opinion of like, they're all just made up. Like, none of these awards are tactile, real things. Like, these are all just, we made them up. We just made them up to celebrate our own industry. So, you know, when you think of it like that, I'm like, oh, I don't care. Like, I think you could nominate Hello Kitty Island Adventure, and I'd be pretty okay with it, to be honest. Like, if you thought it was good enough, like, I don't care. The fact that there's no games to give Game of the Year, so they choose a DLC in the PS5's demo thing. Well, okay, hold on, Knight Rider. Okay, we gotta disagree on that one. Astrobot fucking rips, by the way. And there's been tons of good games this year. I think every single one of them on the list absolutely deserve it. I think they're fantastic. So we can agree to disagree on that one. So yes, Hello Kitty Island Adventure. I was blown away to know that that was a real game. It became a real game. I don't know if it was prior to the South Park reference, but I think it was after it. But anyway, there's so many good games that got snubbed. I think people get way too into like what gets snubbed and what doesn't, when it's a category that only has a certain number, and like, you're never going to get everything that you want. Like, I don't know. I think we had some really fantastic games. I personally wouldn't have put Pal World in Game of the Year, as I don't think the quality of it was... I also didn't think it really did much new, but once again, that's just my opinion, right? Concord was at least a good game. I think it was a fun shooter. I just think it didn't do anything new. I think that's the biggest flaw of Concord, is that it was just perfectly okay. It wasn't exceptional. It wasn't amazingly bad. It was just, I think the business around it was stupid, of charging $40 or whatever the fuck they were charging. Like, yeah, that was a bad idea. But the actual game was perfectly fine. For those who played it, they all were like, well, it's fun to shoot. Yeah, Balatro, I still have yet to try that. But yeah, I don't know. I don't really get into the whole like, oh my god, I can't believe they didn't nominate that. And it's like, well, I mean, this is people voting for it. And dude, Astrobot fucking rips. Yeah, it's just a platformer, but it's fucking awesome. And I'm not even a platformer jabroni. I think it's awesome. So, you know, yeah, I do think it's a shame that they just shut down the whole Concord thing. Because I think if you did free to play, it probably still wouldn't have worked, because that's just an incredibly like competitive genre. It's incredible. Like that to even try to make any space in that is unbelievable. Yeah, I mean indie or something like that. Yeah, like Astrobot. Honestly, it's just really good execution. Like, I mean, and I don't even like platformers. It's not my thing. I don't play Mario games. I don't really, but I've been watching a lot of playthroughs of Astrobot because it's just kind of chill and cool. But honestly, what they were doing was kind of fucking awesome. Like, it's just really cool. And just so fun. Like, it's the most video game ass video game. And I think that's nice. I see the Game Awards and award show as more of like celebrating games, and I'm okay if not everything I like got nominated, because I'm happy for the games that did, you know? I don't have to love all of them, but and if Elden Ring didn't get nominated, I really wouldn't have cared, because it doesn't change anything. Like, FromSoft has enough awards. Like, they could fill up an entire state with the awards they've had. So, like, I don't care about that, because they're going to make amazing games regardless of if they ever win a Game of the Year. Who gives a shit? Sekiro would be amazing if it never got Game of the Year in 2019. I don't give a fuck about that. Hell, I only learned that after playing Sekiro. I was like, oh, I mean, that checks out. Like, it's amazing. But I don't need it to win that award. And FromSoft, they're not even the company that, like, they're bigger than that. They don't need awards anymore. They're already one of the best and respected. So, I don't know. I tend to just find award shows to be fun. You know? Like Oscars and all that kind of show. Like, Balatro, I've never heard a negative thing about it. Metaphor Ray Fantasio is absolutely not my kind of game. But for the people who love that shit, it's the most their shit of all time. And it's awesome. So, I think that's really cool. I love that they're making those kind of games. They're not for me, but my brother loves it. It's so his shit. And I don't know. I've seen some of those posts where people are like, you know what? I think this whole gaming year has been awful, and there's only one game that has salvaged it. And I'm like, I just don't think you play a lot of games. Like, that's just an opinion, of course, but I don't think you play a lot of video games. Like, this year is stacked. Like, every single year I've been alive has been an amazing year for games. In terms of, like, which ones are released, there's always, like, super bright spots. I don't know. I feel like that's just, like, an overly negative way to look at it. Because there was that PC Gamer article, which I'm pretty sure was, like, clickbait, right? Where it was like, Stalker 2 is the only thing that salvaged this year. And I'm like, I don't think you were playing a lot of video games. This year fucking ripped for games. Are you kidding me? This game is awesome. This year's awesome. But I would say that for almost every year I've been alive. I've always had so many games to play. And so many good ones. So, like, I don't know. I don't get into that sort of pessimism. I hope The Witcher 4 is next year. Oh, that is not happening. Unfortunately, Lunar Proxy. They have just entered full production. So we're talking Witcher 4 like 2028, 2027, unfortunately. I can't say I'm excited for The Witcher. I liked Witcher 3 a lot. And I played it like when it came out. I tried replaying it recently. And I enjoy the story. But I did not like the combat. But did you see the GOG listing? Oh, shit. No, I didn't hear about that. Is there like some GOG listing saying that it is coming out next year? I'd kind of be worried about that. Like, ooh, I don't know. That seems quick. Because they literally just announced they got into full production for it. So, like, I don't know. Hey, if they think they can do it, like, okay. And I trust CD Projekt Red. Because I am one of the few that loved Cyberpunk on release. Now, I played it on PC. That has to be said. Because it was very broken on console. I totally accept that. but I fucking loved Cyberpunk on release, and I didn't have any qualms with it. Yeah, there was a little bit of bugginess, but realistically it was totally fine. For me, on PC. I understand it was not for everybody, but I had a fantastic time. And it's honestly one of the best gaming experiences I've had. I have not revisited it, but my first playthrough, I absolutely adored it. Yeah, I love the single-player story. I didn't need it to be open world, as per usual. That's my general rule for anything. I don't need it to be open world. Okay, I can't see shit. Oh, God, look at that low-resolution text. Oh, no, that's actually depth of field. Okay, I was like, hold on. Now, that would be like 2004. Yeah, I don't like The Witcher 3 combat. The funny thing is, I had no issue with it back in 2015 when I was playing it. But after playing the Souls games and playing a lot of other games, I went back and I went, oof, I don't like that combat. I don't like that combat. I'm floating around a lot. Oh, can I drop here? Do you guys know that? Oh, dude, PlayStation 2, Xbox, and GameCube / PC, that era is like, that's goated, right? That shit is awesome. Oh, there are. I do need to look into like the combat mods because I know there's plenty. Oh, throw a stone. That's a good call. Do I have any of those? No. Soapstone. That's a cracked orb. Damn, I don't think I have anything I can throw. Geis. Happy Thanksgiving, man. Thank you. To you as well. It's been a fantastic turkey day. I hope yours is going well, and I hope that maybe tonight you have really cool plans. I don't. I'm literally just playing Dark Souls 2. I don't have any big family plans or anything. I wondered this for a while. What do you do as a job? Yeah, so I actually do stream /mod /YouTube as a job. I can't say I make a ton of money, but I also don't spend a lot of money. Prism Stones, yeah. Have you played any of the Zelda games? This is actually a good question. No one's actually asked me that before. Oh, fantastic. Yes. I only played Ocarina of Time and Majora's Mask. I'm an old school Zelda fan in that way. I have not played any of the newer ones. I kind of aged out of the gameplay mechanics, I think, of Zelda a lot. Oh, okay, I forget. I've also tried Breath of the Wild, and I didn't like it. And I know that that puts me in, like, a super minority, and I don't want that to take away from... I do think it's an amazing game. I do. I personally did not enjoy it. I think it was open world fatigue. I just didn't love it. I don't like the crafting. I don't want to have to do that. I had a lot of issues that were issues more of taste. Yeah, so there's no shortcut. This is going to be tough. Oh, fuck. Oh, I almost fell off. Got dono walled without the dono. Just got walled. Oh, shit. What does that mean? I don't know what that means. Ocarina of Time and Majora's Mask are the best. I think a lot of people would say that. I do have very fond memories of Ocarina of Time. And I kind of leave them there. I don't have a sense of like revisiting that. But I'm really happy for the Zelda fans who have consistently got a lot out of that. Yeah, I could see Breath of the Wild being very good for like a car ride. I didn't like the weapon durability system, which is a complaint I have of Dark Souls 2 as well. I don't like my weapons breaking often, and Breath of the Wild is like that on crack. And that's just, once again, a personal preference. I just don't like that. And I don't want to have to cook, because I don't craft a lot. Crafting is just not my thing. I don't play crafting games. And so I think also the story is very, very, very sparse. Like, you know, I don't know. It didn't speak to me. But I do have fond memories of the earlier... oh, my favorite Dark Souls 2 boss. Sorry, I think you asked that earlier, and I got streamer brain there for a second. Favorite Dark Souls 2 boss? Ooh, that's a good question. I mean, if we have to go for the entire game, including DLCs, that would be Fume Knight. Okay, it might be a tie between Fume Knight and Sir Alan because they're so fucking awesome and heavy metal, and I love both of them. Yeah, Ivory King is great, but what I don't like... Okay, it's a mixed bag. So I love the spectacle. I love dropping down into the whole whatever the fuck of chaos you call that. I love it. I love it. Literally the bed of chaos. And I don't super love having to fight all the guys to get to the boss beforehand, but I also understand that kind of is what makes it epic, right? So it's bittersweet. Now, of course, I love recruiting the knights. I think that's so cool. I think it's cool that you can drop before you get the knights, but they teach you about the knights by showing you the one that does drop with you and then all the empty chairs, which I love. That's great game design. And so, yeah, I still want to do hitless Sir Alan so he can commit seppuku. Like, I don't know if I'm saying that correct, but that to me is also one of the coolest like additions or Easter eggs in a Souls game. Dude, okay. Yes, randomly awesome. You're very correct. Looking Glass Knight is one of the coolest boss arenas and boss designs they've ever done. Oh, Covetous Demon? Absolutely. Big flopper. Yes, the run back to Sir Alan, I think, does dampen it a little bit. I don't love it. But Looking Glass Knight, from a visual perspective, also, it can summon players through the mirror. I've never had that happen. I just have like normal... Oh, Seaman of Dong? Yeah, absolutely. Yes, I would agree. I think visually, Dark Souls 2 has a lot of cool looking bosses. I don't think it has a lot of good, fun to fight ones in the base game. Smelter Demon deserves a small shout out, because Smelter Demon is one of the only bosses in the base game that I think is legitimately difficult. I think he has a lot of what went on in the series later on, where it literally, he had like variations in his moves. He would sometimes do a move, sometimes do the exploding move, but sometimes not. But then he would also input read you, and then he would attack you, and then getting the timings down, and then the phase 2 transition. And he was fast, but then he was also slow, but then he was both at once. Smelter Demon I thought was a fantastically designed boss. I really loved it. Like, in the first one. Not the blue Smelter Demon, because I don't care about that. That's a reskin. Not a huge fan of that. But I really like the Smelter Demon. Ancient Dragon... Yeah, not a huge fan of the Ancient Dragon fight. I actually like him because he's a homie, so I don't generally attack him. I know you get a giant soul, but... I actually think it's awesome that you go through a whole fucking area to get up to somebody thinking it's going to be a boss, and then it's not. He just gives you an item that helps you go into other memories, which is so cool. Actually, that's true. Velstadt is pretty cool. I would put Velstadt in that conversation because his fight is actually pretty cool. Even from just a spectacle, the music, so cool. Yeah, Ancient Dragon, the fight is not great. But I did like Velstadt. I agree. That's true. I do actually really like Pursuer. I wish he was a little bit more difficult. Bearer of the Curse makes him a little bit more difficult with his variations, but I like his design. I love that he keeps showing up. And in vanilla, he did not. I'm not learning that or relearning that. I kind of miss him, to be honest. I like when he keeps popping up. The red blood on the cutscenes. Yeah, there's a quick mod to get rid of that shit. That sucks. I don't like that. The weird red eyeball bullshit. I am on a 1440p monitor, and then on my other monitor I have a 4K one. But I run it at 1080p because I only use it for like fucking chat. So I don't really care if it's 4K or not. But I would prefer that it's not. Also, I like this boss here. The actual fighting of this boss, I don't care as much. But I love the arena. And the fact that the water level goes up as you fight him, the longer it takes. Like, come on, that's so cool. I don't know. I really like it. Ooh, you're going to die and lose your souls. Ooh, design ethos. I mean, that is... The design ethos of Dark Souls is losing your souls. Oh, yeah, I'm powerful. Oh, fuck. Oh, shit, my ass. Okay. His moveset always kind of fucks me up a little bit. I'm going to gobble down some Rouge Water. Every time I see Rouge Water, I always think of like playing World of Warcraft. and people would always misspell rogue as rouge. It was never so cynical. Oh, what are we talking about? Are you American? I am. Am I proud to be American? Yeah, not really. I think America's pretty stupid, generally. Some of America. I also think we have so many problems, and I think we also try to like tell the world how to live, and like we're God's gift to the fucking earth, and that annoys me because I'm like, no, other civilizations were here way before us. Please shut the fuck up. There's my random like America rant that I'm just like, eh. I don't know. I think America, like, if I didn't live in America, I'd be totally fine. I don't need to live here. I don't have, like, some sort of big connection to America. And obviously we just, yeah, we don't need to get into politics or anything, but yeah, I don't have some huge connection to, or, like, giant amount of patriotism. I think we've done good things. I think we've done bad things. And I don't agree that, like, we're some massive, insanely good, like, force for good. I think sometimes, and sometimes definitely not. So, I think Dark Souls had some cynical moments, but we've never had cutscenes where people say, whoa, you're gonna die. Yeah. I do wish they would have not marketed Dark Souls 1 Prepare to Die edition. I wish they had marketed it as that, because I think people read Prepare to Die and they just assumed it was a game that just artificially made you die all the time. And it's like, well, no. I mean, it is tough, but I think it set the expectation for the games going forward that they were meant to, like, destroy you. And so a lot of people avoided them. And that sucks. So my life's goal has now become getting more people to play them, because I think the people who come to them, usually it's Elden Ring. I always tell people, play Elden Ring first. Dip your toe in. It's got the most freedom. And then once they like the formula, they can then start to play the other ones. But yeah, I wish it had not scared off so many people, because I think people underestimate their ability to learn and play the games. I feel like the team that did DS2 missed the point of Dark Souls 1's gameplay. I don't necessarily agree with that, which is fine. I think Dark Souls 2 was made in the context of Dark Souls 1, in that it's similar to what From Software does all the time, where in their early games, you could just strafe around and backstab people, right? You could literally just strafe around and backstab and win all of Demon Souls. So the team obviously noticed that and went, we're going to make that more hard to do. And that only took until like Dark Souls 3, realistically. But they've always generally looked at what the player base does, and then they alter it in the future. And Dark Souls 2 was made in the context of Dark Souls 1, which I would feel huge pressure to try to follow up Dark Souls 1. And so that's why they changed how you get into fog walls. It takes longer and there's less iframes, because I presume they saw a lot of Dark Souls 1 players run past everybody, hop into the fog wall, avoid all of the enemies, and they went, we would prefer if players engaged with the environment more, which I do understand is annoying. And it was annoying to me. But I get it. I guess that's the thing. I get it. I get what they were going for, and then having more enemies leashed to you for longer distances also is meant to punish DS1 players for consistently running through and going past all the enemies. So I think when it's looked at in the context of coming right after Dark Souls 1, well, not right after, but like 3 years later. See, I disagree that it's like, in your opinion, it's a trash idea. And I also don't think they thought it was a trash idea. I think they picked whatever combo that they thought was best for Dark Souls 3. And they did not continue with some of those, but they continued with a lot of them. But I think the people who, and it's just an opinion, but the people who relentlessly will trash DS2 are the people who tried to play it like Dark Souls 1. And if you try to play it like Dark Souls 1, you're not playing it correctly. They designed it like Dark Souls 2 to play it like Dark Souls 2, and you're trying to play it like Dark Souls 1. And that's not going to work. And you're going to have frustration. So that's kind of where I come down on that, of having played them for hundreds and hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of hours and scouring through the files and the modding. And is that if you are literally trying to play it not like the game that it is, you are going to have a tougher time. That's like trying to play Sekiro as a different game. I don't think that's going to work very well. It was designed as the game that it is. Now, you can disagree that I don't like these mechanics, but I don't like when people immediately jump to like, I think it is objectively trash. And it's like, no, I don't know. That's a whole conversation but I get what they were doing. They wanted to make the game harder because the fan base expects the games to get consistently harder, even though at that point you only had Demon's Souls and DS1, but presumably the fan base would want a new challenge, right? So, could you give some more explanation of playing it like DS2? Yeah, I mean, in DS2, they were going for and this is all just my opinion, so none of this is objective, but from what I can tell, they went the direction of making it even more deliberate than Dark Souls 1, where combat was even slower in many cases. Sometimes. It was a little faster, but the actual delay between actions was larger than DS1. And so you had to actually commit to your actions even more because it took longer. And so they took that actual aspect to the areas as well, where they wanted you to engage with the areas and take it slow and you go through each area, kill the enemies, not kill all of them, but you have to understand which ones are going to leash, which ones are not, how many of them are in each area, instead of just running through, which is constantly what people would do in Dark Souls 1, where they would do it once and then they go, oh fuck, I can just run through this shit and get to the fog wall. And so Dark Souls 2 was like, we're going to make that much harder for people to do, which is exactly why the fog walls took longer and they had less iframes. So you were punished for trying to do that. So playing it like Dark Souls 2 is actually strategizing, make sure you have repair powder because your weapon actually degrades faster. You get to the area, you actually kill the enemies, you make sure which enemies you have to kill, which ones you can aggro, which ones you cannot. Where commonly in Dark Souls 1, you can just run past. You can just run past and they're going to leash and they stop running after you and you've gotten to the thing you need to get to. So I think I understand how that is frustrating. But when people go, I fucking hate that, it's like, that is fair to hate it. But I think to say it is objectively bad game design, I personally find to be unfounded, as I think it was a very clear A plus B equals C. Players are doing this, we would like to challenge them with this. And if people just bash their head against the wall and say, no, I still want to run by all the enemies, well then you're going to be punished. And it's not going to work very well. And they go, yeah, but that's just because they're ganking me all the time and there's enemies everywhere and they're just running past me. It's like, yes, but you're trying to run past all of them. That's how Dark Souls 1 functions. That's how Demon's Souls functions. That is not how Dark Souls 2 functions. You can not like that, but to say it's objectively better or worse, I think is a whole different discussion. So, yeah, I do think it's interesting, the having them go away. I don't agree that it's 100% because they said, we know that one part of this is shit, so we're going to come up with this other mechanic to band-aid over it. I don't think that holds up. I also don't think that makes a lot of sense. I think as a game developer, it doesn't make much sense to go, I accept that the base mechanic is shit, or the base, like, we have too many enemies, or we have whatever, and so now we're going to let you despawn them. That's a really stupid way to fix it. Like, I don't agree that that's their reasoning behind it. I think that was another one of, wouldn't that be cool? Wouldn't it be cool if you're in one of these areas and you could progressively make it easier for you to traverse through it? Like if someone hit an area that they were having so much trouble with, over time they could make it easier that they could traverse it, where in previous games you did not have that option. Now, have I ever despawned an area in Dark Souls 2? Only like once. So it's one of those where it's a mechanic that most people never even run into. And I personally don't think it needed to be in the game, honestly. But I also think it was player choice. If somebody wanted to, here's what it also could be. It could be that they also wanted to stop players from infinitely farming enemies earlier. I could see that. I could see that they were like, okay, we will let you farm areas, but we're not going to let you. So that would be reducing player choice, which I don't like. So it's a mixed bag. It's not something, it's a mechanic that like I don't think they need, but I also don't think it's objectively, we think our game is shit, so we're going to come up with something to band-aid over it. That doesn't hold water to me, but like, and see, that's where I disagree that they were trying to fix it at all. I don't really think that was the thing. But we will never know the true answer to that unless we heard it from Tanamura himself, That's also my viewpoint. Like, we can talk out our ass all day, but realistically, the only one who's ever going to know the answer to that are people who worked at FromSoft and were in the discussions, and we just don't. So really, we're just speculating based on what we're playing, and he's the only one who's going to know that. But I just genuinely don't agree that they accepted that their game was shit, so they were going to come up with some weird way to fix it. Like, I think the only way that would make sense is if it was in Scholar and not in Vanilla, right? Because obviously Shibuya ended up leaving, and then Tanamura ended up becoming the main game director. But yeah, I don't know. I think people will find a lot of reasons to not like Dark Souls 2, and I find some of them to be a little overzealous. Yeah. Also, I think the discussions around Dark Souls 2 are usually I think they're missing context, in that it is a game that was a commercial success. It was a critical success. The vanilla Dark Souls 2 actually has higher scores than either DS3 or DS1 in terms of averages. Do review scores actually matter? No, but it's a point that people bring up all the time because they assume it got way worse scores, and it's like, no, it actually did not. And in terms of like actual player satisfaction, yeah, it is loved by the vast majority of people who play it. There's a very vocal minority who do not like it, and they have made it their life's mission to make sure everyone else skips it and or hates it. That's the only situation. Its biggest crime is that it was not Dark Souls 1. As far as I'm convinced, like, do I prefer Dark Souls 1 to Dark Souls 2? I do. I am a Dark Souls 1 hoe. I'm in a unique position where I have spent over 1,000 hours playing Dark Souls 1 and modding it and looking at every single file. But I'm also somebody who fucking loves Dark Souls 2 and has spent hundreds of hours. So I'm in a unique position where I am not biased towards one of them or the other. I love them both. And I do tend to prefer. Now, DS1, it's because it was my first. So I think a lot of it can be nostalgia. But I still love Dark Souls 1. Are you kidding me? I fucking love it. That's the game I've played the most in my entire life. And will continue to play the most. So I'm in that position of like, homie, I play both like a fuckload. So I'm not in that situation of, oh, I only like Dark Souls 1. I think it's sad that people will actively try to bifurcate, is that the right word? The fan base. When I think we're so lucky that these games exist. And we're so lucky that they're so different. And that's a blessing, not a curse. Haha. I don't agree that Dark Souls 1 through 3 should have all been way more similar in mechanics. That sucks ass, bro. Like, I don't know. That sucks to me. I love that they're different. I love that they try shit. And of all things, I love that Dark Souls 2 tried the most. And it didn't succeed with all. But I will never stop defending Dark Souls 2 from what I find to be the more unbelievable criticisms. I have my own criticisms of Dark Souls 2. Don't get me wrong. I think the base game bosses suck. For the most part. I don't think they hold a candle to... I think Dark Souls 1, I think their bosses, held up a lot better. And I think Dark Souls 2 bosses, there's quite a few of them that are just pushovers. And they're not difficult at all. So... And the weapon durability. Not a fan. Don't like that they break very quickly. That sucks. So, you know, no one can ever say that, like, oh my god, he's so, you know, disposed towards loving Dark Souls 2. And I've been very open with the criticisms I have of it. Oh, I don't have any repair powder. And that's why this year has been a very beautiful year for me, for many reasons, but most of which, or partially, I don't know. There's been so many people, so many mutuals of mine, who have started Dark Souls 2 for the first time, and they ended up loving it. They acknowledged the flaws, but generally their takeaway was always like, damn, I really shouldn't have skipped this game. People told me to skip the game, but I shouldn't have listened to them. I should have tried it for myself, saw how I liked it, and if I hated it, I hated it. But I should have tried it. That's my biggest, the biggest crime to me. And something that I think is ethically weird is disliking something so you try to convince other people to not even try it. That I think is very like shitty. I very much dislike that. I will hate something with my whole ass heart, and I will still tell someone you should absolutely give it a shot, because the chance is they might fucking love it. And I think if we're just going around telling people, fuck you, you shouldn't even try this, it's so shit, like that, no, I think that sucks. I think that's shitty for art. I think that's shitty for art. I think that's assuming everyone is like you. And I don't know. I think that's weird. Okay. I mean, so the connections between the areas in DS2 don't make a lot of sense, but that's for a very specific reason, because the development was fucking hell behind the scenes. So we could still say it's bad, but like, I would also say Dark Souls 3 doesn't do any better. If anything, its hub world doesn't connect at all. Dark Souls 3's hub world is totally fucking on its own. You can only warp to the other shit. So Dark Souls 3, if you're gonna, I'd say if you're gonna actually critique Dark Souls 2 for that, you have to critique Dark Souls 3 for that. And I feel like a lot of people don't do that. And I'm like, well, you can't give Dark Souls 3 a pass on that if you don't give Dark Souls 2 a pass on that. And Dark Souls 2 level design, the actual like DLC level design, specifically Shulva, with the like shortcuts and the elevators that went back, that is actually the template for Dark Souls 3. They literally use that for every single Dark Souls 3 level. That is how they function. So, if you save me time and money by telling me not to play a bad game, I'd consider that a service. Yeah, but see, you don't know if it's a bad game or not. You're literally just believing that you would equivalently think it is a bad game. Which, yes, you could say that my friend knows me so well that he knows that I wouldn't like it. But there are so many cases where that has not been true for me. Which, of course, maybe you would say, well, maybe your friends don't know you that well. I disagree with that. There are plenty of cases where they did not like something, and I like that thing. That is a very common thing. That's called being open-minded. And I think if you're not even willing to give something a shot, that is genuine. If I have a lot of good reasons to believe it, I'd argue a case for it being a bad game. I think that is a very, now this is just my opinion, I think it's a very hollow argument if you don't even try it yourself. That's like me saying, I think Monster Hunter is a bad game, simply because I've seen a lot of gameplay of it, and I've seen reviews, and I go, I think it's bad. But have I played it? No. Well, then that's why I don't say that, because I haven't played it. And so, yeah, I find that to be really hollow arguments of, well, they just told me it's bad. Like, damn, dog, you gotta think for yourself on that one a little bit. Not that, like, you're not thinking for yourself, but I think that's like taking too much advice. But once again, these are all, like, my opinions. I can't say someone is inherently wrong for not trying something. I just think you're potentially missing out on a shitload of things you might actually love. And if you're willing to just cross things off the list because someone else told you, damn, that sucks. I don't know. I think that sucks. Yeah, I think it depends. Yeah, I think if you see, like, there are games that I see, okay, but I'd also say that's a little bit different. So there are games I see that I go, that's not for me. But I don't immediately see something that I don't like and then say, I think that's objectively bad. I think that's kind of a logical, like, fallacy type of thing. I'm like, well, because I looked at it and it, okay, that got fucking fell. I think I can see a game, and if I go, that combat, yeah, I don't know. That combat may not be for me. That may not be for me, but others will fucking love it. And so there are people out there who love the Dark Souls 2 combat better than the Dark Souls 1 combat. But does anybody have the room to say they're objectively right or wrong? They do not. They do not. Well, but see, here's where we actually expand the discussion even more. There is no way for a game to be objectively bad. That's not possible. The only way, well, I would say the only way that's technically possible is, let's say a game crashes within the first, like, 5 seconds. I think a lot of people, and if it's unplayable, like, if you literally cannot play a game, okay, you could probably say that's a bad game. But I would say on the whole, on most games that are released, because 99.9% of games that released are at least playable, And we can discuss about what playable means, but you can actually finish the game. No one can objectively say a piece of art is either good or bad and say it is objectively. Everyone else agrees that it is bad. No. All that is if 51% of people say that is good, that means 51% of people say that is good. It doesn't mean it is good. It literally just means those people think it's good, and more people think it's good than people that think it's bad. See, now we're getting to philosophy. Like, if anyone comes out and says, I think this painting is bad, I would argue that's a very dumb statement. I would argue that's an incredibly ignorant statement. That's not a thing. You can say, I don't like that painting. But to say, that is a bad painting, that sucks. So, that's where I come down on that. I think if you're going to critique art and then try to make it into an objective statement, that sucks ass. And I think that is really not going to vibe with a lot of people. Because I think that's kind of shitty. I don't know. Those are the people I don't hang out with, to be honest. I don't like people. When I was younger, I would do that. That's also why I'm a little bit sensitive about it, because I legit was that person. I was the person who would go, I know the truth, I know what is good, and I know what is bad. And guess what? I was wrong. I was fucking wrong. That sucks. And of course, once again, we're talking, that's my opinion that it sucks. Someone else could say, I love telling other people what is good and what is bad. Yes, anime is a great example. I think if I have friends that come up to me and say, here's the only good anime, don't worry about the rest, you are robbing that person of, they shouldn't follow your advice in that case, because there's going to be a ton of anime they love that you don't like. That's how people function. People are different. They have different interests. Oh man, it's a cancer to creativity to have someone out there who's actively telling people not to check out certain things. That sucks. I want to live in a world where we're actively telling people, hey, big dog, I bought you this game. I didn't like it. You might like it. Okay, so here's a good example. Here's my ultimate example. My brother played Elder Scrolls 3 Morrowind way back in the day. This is on the Xbox. This was only the Xbox was out. And he's going to go on summer vacation. And he was like, you know what? I put a lot of hours in this. I don't like this. I think this game fucking sucks. And he gave me the CD for Morrowind and said, you know what? Try it out, big dog. I hated it. You might like it. I played that game. I lost my entire life to that game. I loved it so much, and it was a formative experience for me. And you know what? When he came back, I showed him every fucking thing I did in that game, and he went, what the fuck? And he installed that game, and then he loved it. So that's where, I have actual examples where someone didn't like something initially, and he didn't even need to come back around to love it. That's fine if he just ended up hating it the whole time. Yeah, exactly. So I hated it at first. Absolutely. And there's a lot of good reasons why someone would dislike Morrowind, I think. But coming back and showing everything I had done, and I had found what I enjoyed, and I was able to show him all the things that I ended up nerding out a little bit too much, and then I had overflow loot bags, and I had literally gained every legendary item in the game, and I had created this big room of all the shiny special equipment that you could possibly get. And this is back when you just had game facts. So we had disparate information of where things were, but we didn't necessarily have what it is now, where there's just wikis where everything was easy to find. I don't know, that's been my lived experience of I love if people can like something that I don't like. That's awesome. I love if they love music I don't like. I don't need to listen to it. But I will never, ever, ever, ever tell somebody, you should never listen to Coldplay because I think you'll fucking hate it. I would much prefer they try it themselves and then fucking hate it. I don't know. I can't imagine robbing people of that. I don't know. That to me feels very weird. But if that is your jam, that is your jam. Well, no, I agree with saying so. I think if you say to someone, I don't think you will enjoy this, that is fine. And then if they choose to not play it, that is their decision. But I think if you're actively making the case that you shouldn't even try it, It's so bad that you'll never even... I find that very weird, and I do not like that, which is, of course, an opinion, but I don't like that. I think that could be doing a disservice to that person of robbing them of something they may actually love. So, but we all have different methodologies for how to live, and that is fine. Also, of course, you could say it's on the friend, where maybe they should push past that and say, you know what, you say I shouldn't play it, but fuck you, I'm going to play it. So I get that too. Like, I don't think you should 100% follow everything your friend says. Hey, that's this last shirt. Sick. Okay, I need to blow up the wall. No, I think it's nice we can have conversations about all this kind of stuff. And disagree. What a wild concept. And no one calls each other names. Don't have to... Oh, he already blew up the wall? Really? Oh, shit. Yeah, Pursuer does not pursue you in vanilla. I am relearning that, and I don't like it. I like when he pursues me. I know I'm probably in the minority on that, but I like Pursuer. I think he's such a generational hater that I have to respect it, you know? Even in philosophy, there are a wide range of thinkers who have different views on aesthetics, including whether or not art can be objectively good or bad. Exactly. None of that is... There's no way to settle that. We're literally just... We're just talking. That's what I love. We're just yapping about this. No one can ever come up to a conclusion to that because it's not possible. But I think I'm just going to voice my opinion based, even if it's super duper negative. Oh, I mean, yeah. I 100% agree with if your friend says, hey, what do you think about this game? And if you genuinely hate it with the passion of like 18 different suns, I think that's fair to say, I genuinely despise this game. And here's why. Oh, I love that. That's great. You should be honest with your friend. Like, in that case, I think being honest there is great. I think it takes a step where I just don't like it. I'm not saying it's morally wrong. I'm just saying I don't like that. I think it sucks if you actively convince them so much that they skip it. I don't know. I still like I like to buttress. I don't know how to say it. Where I like to end it with, however, you should give it a shot if it's on sale or if it's on Game Pass. Game Pass has made it a lot easier. If a game is on there and I don't know if I'm going to like it, and I've heard bad things, I still download it and I go, you know what? Let's try it out. And then if I fucking hate it, I fucking hate it. And that's happened. There's been plenty of games where I go, that's not for me. And there are some games like Metaphor ReFantasio, I do generally know that's not for me, but I don't ascribe that to it being a bad game. I think there's also a difference there. I can go, that is not my jam, but I can still look at the craft and I can still appreciate what is being made there, even if it is not tailored for me at all, you know? I decided to start a fresh Scholar of the First Sin run as I listen to this. Oh, hell yeah. You'll love to hear it. I hope it goes well. There will be some tough spots. Game Pass is awesome. Yeah, Game Pass has made it a lot easier to be like, hey, download it. Try it out, man. Well, because I think on Steam, you can also, like, give people access to your library to, like, play a game, but you can't both play it at the same time, right? I think that's a good thing to do. Where I'll be like, here is a game that I have. I ended up not liking it, but I can't get a refund. So, do you want to try it? And they may end up just not liking it, but I do like the... Oh, God. This guy is so tweaked out of his mind. Also, the Dull Ember is not where it is in Scholar. So, like, I don't remember where the Dull Ember is in Vanilla, to be honest. I played Vanilla a few months ago and interested. Yeah. Oh, that's fantastic. It's good that it's fresh in your mind. So when you go into Scholar, you're going to be like, oh, that's different. Oh, that's different. And you can get a really good consensus. I'd be interested to see where you come down once you finish Scholar of what you think between the versions. Because luckily it's kind of like a coin flip, I think, for a lot of people. I mean, I think overall Scholar probably takes it, but there are plenty of Vanilla fans out there who still prefer Vanilla. as I've played it today, my opinion is still the same, where I think it's good enough that, like, I don't know that they needed to do Scholar. Like, I still think I prefer Scholar overall. Oh, dude, Patrick, you're so right. It is an Iron Keep. Dude, that's so far in the game. I think Scholar made it too easy, though. Scholar literally dumped the Dull Ember in a chest right in front of your face as you land in Lost Bastille. I think that's a little too on the nose. Like, okay. Okay. You still could have had me hunt for it and not just, like, throw it at me. But to be fair, Vanilla also did that, where they just dumped the DLC keys on you for reasons I don't fully understand still. They just go, here you go. We couldn't. Oh my god, I love when that happens. Oh fuck. Oh shit. Oh, I hit a wall. Ah. I heard Scholar adds enemies. I would say it honestly still has like really long aggro ranges. I am not 100% the expert on the changes between the two, but it does add more enemies in some areas. There are a couple that have less enemies than Vanilla, but commonly, yeah, Scholar adds enemies for sure. Shrine of Amana is not going to be a fun time. I'll let you know that. It's Shrine of Amana is not my favorite area at all. Oh, Domo 3000? Yeah, you know, I've actually never watched videos comparing the two. I've only just ever played between them and heard people talk about them. But I did my first vanilla playthrough last year, and I was like, oh. I was expecting this to be, like, really bad. Because why else would you make, like, a whole new version of the game? I guess was my thinking. Oh, fuck me. Dark Souls 2 is underrated. Yeah, I mean, I think it is getting more of an appreciation now, partially with Elden Ring being a thing. And Elden Ring, everybody that I've seen this year, they've all played Elden Ring. And when they play DS2 for the first time, and they get a certain percentage into it, they all go, oh, I get it. I do feel the soul of DS2 in Elden Ring to a degree. Completely? Absolutely not. Elden Ring is an amalgamation of everything they've made. But I think there's enough examples that, yes, a lot of energy from DS2 had continued into Elden Ring. And, yeah, I kind of like when they see that and they go, that is the lineage that I thought. I watched someone stream Scholar as I played Vanilla. That would have been interesting. Yeah. I find them pretty equivalent, mostly. That's kind of what was the original idea for the Bearer of the Curse mod, which is for Scholar, because that's the only version that really has, like, big modding support, right? Was to bring the good things from both versions. So if I actually had to pick my favorite version, it's actually Bearer of the Curse. That's actually my favorite version of Dark Souls 2. Because it brings in some stuff from Vanilla, it keeps the good Scholar things, and then in between, it changes certain things in between, so it has its own identity as well. Also, the combat is made much better, and Estus Flasks are quicker to use, and there's a lot of, like, rough edges that you can kind of sand down with Dark Souls 2. But, I don't know. That's a very generous way to say it. Oh, which one? Which thing that I said? I just said a lot of things. Now I'm curious. Which part? Oh, responding to base. My bad. Got it. Oh, I don't even know who Domo 3000 is. You have to take out his strong bias for DS2. Oh, does he like shit on the other games? Does he like shit on DS3 and DS1? Because I don't support that either. Oh, I mean, I'm okay if he makes a lot of DS2 videos. I think if he starts shitting all over the other games, I don't support that either. As like a big DS2 fan, I don't agree that you should shit on the other ones. I think there's so much to love about all of them that the Soulsborne fandom, there's a percentage of them that constantly focus on what they like and dislike, when in reality there's so many things that we agree about, and there's so many really awesome good things that we could be talking about, but they will focus on the negative aspects that they don't like, and I think that's unhealthy. I think there's a healthy discussion you can have about that, but I think it's the amount of time that people will spend doing battle over which one is best. And I think that is a very fruitless conversation, because there's no winning or losing. You're literally just arguing with people on the internet. Well, he doesn't fully poop on them. It's just that he compares them a lot and says why DS2 does things better. Yeah. Yeah, okay. And he calls DS2 reviewers. Oh, wait, he calls DS2 reviewers. Oh, I'm assuming what that means is he calls people who didn't like DS2 stupid? Because if that's true, I really don't support that. That sucks. Oh, and dislikers? Yeah, I don't like that. No, I don't support that. You shouldn't be doing that. I think that's immature. I don't think we should be calling people stupid for liking a certain game more than others. I feel like that's when you're 17 and you're drinking Mountain Dew Code Red in your parents' basement. I feel like that's when you could do that. But once you're like an adult, I think you have to grow the fuck up. And I don't think you should be calling people stupid for liking or disliking something on the internet. Unless it's like them liking Nazis. Like, okay, yeah, fuck them, But if it's just over a fucking game, like, you shouldn't be insulting people like that. I don't think that's nice. The feeble mind of a DS2 hater, ugh. I mean, I hope that would be like super like tongue in cheek, but it sounds like it's not. Yeah, I don't approve of that. He's free to do what he wants, but I think that is shitty. So, because you'll notice in all of my like criticisms of different games, and I usually just talk from the angle of what I like and what I don't like, from a personal aspect. But I don't call people stupid for liking something that I don't like, because I don't think that's very mature, and I wouldn't want people to treat me that way. So it's kind of your classic golden rule bullshit, right? Why would I do that to someone else when I don't want them to do that to me? Like even the people that end up really hating Dark Souls 2 and I disagree with their opinions, I never say, wow, they're awful and they eat paint chips and they're so stupid. It's like, well, no. They just dislike something that I like. Ooh, I had 2600. All right. Yeah, that is a creator I will not be watching. Even if he does good comparisons, I will. Nah, I don't want to support that. God, what am I doing? I already beat this area. What am I doing? Oh, I know what I need to do. I need to go back to the bonfire. Hey, chill. Yeah, I think if you ever make a video on a game, I only criticize... Yeah, exactly. I'll focus on the game and what I don't like, and I'll explain why I don't like certain mechanics. And I will compare them to other mechanics of other games that I think perhaps did it better, but I'm not going to... I don't know why you would have to throw in, like, personal attacks. The creator you should watch is my friend Theo T. Tree. I don't know if I'm saying that right. He made a video about Shadow of the Erdtree recently and worked very hard. Ooh, I like that. You could link it in the chat if you want. That sounds cool. Sirlon is one of the best bosses in all From games. I would like that. Yes. Yeah. Of course, definitely an opinion type thing, but I do like Sirlon a lot. I think he is generally pretty respected. I think the Dark Souls 2 bosses got so much better in the DLC. I don't think they were very good in the base game, on average. But the DLC, wow. They put some work in, and they actually had like really complex movesets, and I think they were a lot better. I think Dark Souls 3 obviously, for me personally, has better boss fights. Actually, do you think it's okay to criticize the community? Okay, for example, if I wanted to criticize the FromSoft community for being overly toxic, do you think it would be okay, like, the Get Good guys? Yeah, but, well, see, in that case, that's another one of, like, you're not lodging a personal attack at the toxic people, necessarily. I think you're saying, I don't like what you're doing. I think we do have a good portion, I'd say it's like 20-30% of the FromSoft community is kind of a holdover from the earlier times where it was more misogynistic. It was kind of shitty. And they didn't like newcomers. And it was the get good people, and it was the PvPers. Now, there's plenty of good PvPers, don't get me wrong. So I tend to attack or criticize their actions. But I don't say that I think they are bad people or I think they are stupid. I would just say, hey, I don't think that's cool. I don't think it's cool to be shitty to newcomers. I don't think it's cool to shame someone for using summons. I think that sucks. He made a huge ass of himself and he got tons of backlash for being a dick about it. In that case, I think that's good. I think backlash in this case is just people saying, I don't like what you're saying. And unfortunately, in the last 5 years, it's become very popular to say, oh, they're just trying to come for me and get me canceled. It's like, no, I mean, it's just a lot of people saying, I think what you said was shitty. I think what you said was shitty. And you think what I'm saying is shitty in response. But I just think, I don't like what you're doing. And they can go, oh, they don't like it. It's like, yeah, I mean, if you're going to be... I don't like when people are shitty to newcomers to the Souls games. I don't like that. I don't like when they're like, oh, you got to figure it out yourself. Oh my God, I can't believe you healed so much in that fight. It's like, oh, God. Okay, let's... And so luckily the community has gotten a lot better. Yeah, I will talk definitely about the negative things that they do. Where I'm like, hey, come on, man. Can we not do that? Yeah, if they just say get good and don't help, well, then that's shitty. I don't... That's also... To be fair, that I'd argue that is actually the opposite of what the Souls games are about. The Souls games are literally about jolly cooperation. That is literally, yes, that is literally one of the huge tentpoles of these games is leaving messages for other people to help them. And yes, that extends to, I think, wikis. That extends to forums. That extends to conversations of all kinds. It's literally sharing knowledge to help players. And yes, that does open up trolling. And I like a troll message. I do. I love when it says, oh my God, hidden wall here, and it's not a hidden wall. I don't mind those. Those are goofy, and I kind of joke. Or hold with two hands. You know, they have some stupid stuff. But if you're going to actively, not help players, I'd argue you're definitely going against, the spirit of the game. These games are all about helping other people overcome the challenges. Why else do you think they have phantoms and summons and messages? It wouldn't make any sense. Of course it's about that. You know? Don't give up, skeleton. Don't you dare go hollow. Come on. That's exactly what it's about. So, yeah. And to be fair, it's okay to have a disagreement about, what a game is meant to be about. 'Cause I don't have any claim over that. I can just point to, what Miyazaki has said. And to be fair, I think he's kind of the ultimate authority on it, you know? That's my fallback, is I usually go, here is what Miyazaki said. Now, whether they agree with that or accept it, because Miyazaki himself has said, oh, I use summons, I use everything. He's like, I'm not good. He literally just goes, I am not good at these, I use everything. And if that doesn't disarm the Get Good community, I don't think anything will. You know. And then the people are, oh, you cheated yourself. Now there are, I admit, when I'm watching some streamers, I give a casual suggestion where it's not an attack. I simply tell them, I think this is a boss where it would benefit you to play it solo. You could summon, and I have no ill will towards that. Because I was watching Lisa Wallen, who's a stand-up comedian. She's fantastic. And she was playing Dark Souls 2 for the first time. And we got to Fume Night. And that was one where I did chime in and say, this is going to be tough, but I think you're really going to like it when you play it solo. You totally could summon, and I wouldn't begrudge you. But a 1v1 with Fume Night, I know that's going to activate the part of your brain you're really going to like. And she did, and she loved it. So there are cases like that, but I don't take it from the Get Good perspective, you know? I summoned because I'm bad. I summoned through Elden Ring. I hate playing Elden Ring solo. I like summoning in that game. I feel like they designed it around summons. So, I pull out my goddamn Mimic. I don't care. The lady seems very trustworthy. Yes. I heard that Dark Souls 3 is getting a remake. I heard it's a remaster, but, such is life, whatever. Which makes no sense to me. Yeah, I mean, I think it doesn't need it. I think, therefore, I ain't hurrah for jump and then quagmire. Yeah, I don't think DS3 needs a remaster, to be honest. I think it's fine. I think you should play against the Gank Squad and Cave of the Dead solo. Oh, God. Oof. Oof. I have done that fight solo, but oof. Yeah, see, okay, so here's my thing. If the rumors are true and DS3 gets a remaster, I don't see how that negatively impacts me. Right? Like, I don't know how that, like, that doesn't hurt me. I don't think it needs it. But, like, I think it's fine. I don't know. Like, I don't think that doesn't alter my life at all. And to be honest, I would buy it, if it looks like even, because I've modded the game to look better. So, like, if they're going to do an official version of that, that sounds kind of cool. Once again, I don't think it needs it. But, like, if they're going to do it, you mean I get to mod an even better looking version of Dark Souls 3? Okay, I mean, that's fine. It really does look great and plays great. So I don't think it needs a remaster, but I also don't think that it, I don't know. I don't feel like that's going to harm me at all. I think I'd be fine. Oh, I got Rouge Water. Give me that Rouge Water. A DS2 remake would be interesting. Yeah, I personally don't think they're probably going to touch Dark Souls 2 again. And I think that probably has to do with how hard the development was behind the scenes and the rush to get it to be a thing and be released. So, and they already did Scholar, so, like, I don't know. I am unsure if... Oh, wait. Wow, this is way brighter in vanilla. Oh, this is, like, freakishly bright. As we gaze longingly into a wood chipper. Yeah, I do think they're remaking too many. But I also think that they don't... I don't think they annoy me. Because as long as the original version is available to purchase, I have the choice to not play the remake. And that's it. And so the people who hate on, like, the Demon Souls remake, I don't know. I don't get that as much. Because I'm like, honestly, more people have played that than the original, probably, at this point. The original was never, like, a sales behemoth at all. If anything, it was kind of eh. But that's also because the release was tough, and Sony didn't end up liking it, and so they only published it in the East, and, like, it's a whole thing. I agree that Silent Hill 2 Remake is actually a good example of why remakes exist. Because I think it tried to do something different. I think it... Now, this is, of course, all opinion, but I think it respected the original, but I think it was different enough that it proved why it existed. And it also gets people to possibly play something they may not have otherwise played. They also just called it Silent Hill 2, which is the most disrespectful thing in the universe. Why is that disrespectful? They also hired the same character designer. They hired the same person to do the music. And also they talked to the original team, and the original team loves it. So, like, I guess I don't know what you mean by that. I mean, it is Silent Hill 2. So, I mean, we can disagree on that, but, like, it is Silent Hill 2. And it has the seal of approval from the original creator of Silent Hill 2. So why would I be above the original creator of Silent Hill 2 on PS2? I guess I can't see how I would put myself above that person. Wouldn't he have more say in what is and what isn't Silent Hill 2? He literally said, this is the better version of Silent Hill 2. And I trust the original creator of Silent Hill 2. So... the story's the same. I've seen both versions. They added a couple things here and there, but the story is the same. They added a couple extra endings, but, like, it's the same story. I mean, gameplay is different, but I would argue the gameplay is better. No, I invoke death of the author. Ooh, that's kind of fucked up. Wait, are you being serious? Because that's kind of fucked up. I don't think that's nice to the original creator of Silent Hill 2. Like, how can you love the original Silent Hill 2 and then shit on the people who made Silent Hill 2 approving of the remake? Oh, literary theory. I was like, hold the fuck on. Yeah, I don't know. I guess I don't understand that very much. It seemed like a wonderful remake where they really love the original, and it's a beautiful recreation of it. And also, you can still play the original. So I guess I've never understood the idea that a remake ruins the original when you can still play the original. So just don't play the remake. I don't know why that would impact you more than the actual people who made Silent Hill 2. Yeah, you can play Silent Hill 2. I've played Silent Hill 2. I don't know why. I guess I don't understand from a logical standpoint why you would feel more personally attacked than the actual people who created the original Silent Hill 2. That to me seems odd. They love it. They're like, this is fucking awesome. This is great. They took our designs and extended it. And I trust them. I trust the artists. And if they love the remake and they put their seal of approval on it, why would I be... I feel like that'd be egotistical to deny, like, to put your opinion above theirs. So, you think DS2 has more janky gameplay than the original Demon Souls? Ooh, that's a good question. Why do I need to take their feelings into consideration more than the artistic merits of the work itself? Because they are the artists. They are the artists. They are the artists. That's it. Like, they are the one who created that art. So, yeah, I'm going to trust them. There are key members who were not involved. Well, yeah, it's not everybody. But I'm sorry, if the game director of the original one says the new one is awesome, like, I don't know why I'd have to create this whole scenario where it's like shit or something. I think that's just really pessimistic, personally. It's a very negative mindset. I don't think I've hated any remake. Because it doesn't threaten me. I can still play the original. I find it very odd when people feel very threatened by remakes or remasters, because they're like, oh my god, they're ruining the original. Well, that's not possible. As long as you can still buy the original and play the original. I do think they need to make the original Silent Hill 2 a little bit more available, to be honest. I've only played Demon Souls 2009 for like 2 hours. Definitely recommend finishing it. I would say Demon Souls is probably overall still a little bit more janky, but they're both pretty janky. I'd say they're both pretty janky. God, it's weird how bright it is here. I don't remember vanilla having such a bright area. This is weird. What the fuck? Very odd. Okay, Alt-Tab for a second. Don't hate me. But of course, we're just having our opinions here. But I think Silent Hill 2 was a wonderful, wonderful love letter to the original team, and I love it, and it's beautiful. But I also understand if someone would say that they don't like that, you know. Such is life, right? Such is goddamn life. Let's hit that. I agree that the original should be way more available. I'm in the wrong chat. There we go. I think I did it right. Creator dashboard, stream manager. Okay, maybe I'll do it again. Oh, Rafty's raid settings do not allow you to raid at this time. Oh, well, okay. Okay, let's try another one. Lindsay is fantastic, and you should absolutely watch her. She's so cool and so nice, and you should say hi. I'm also going to post her link in my YouTube chat. For sure. But I'll see you next time. Thank you for watching. Okay.